This guy had tried everything. Everyone laughed at him for choosing the gunslinger class, considered the worst of them all, but little did they know it was actually a legendary class. Before awakening though, his past life was complete trash. His sister was erased right in front of him, while Liu Yi couldn't do a thing. The bullies glared at him and threw his sister to the ground. He could only cry, unable to even stand up. At that moment, a sword pierced his back. The men laughed as they kicked him and his sister, calling them weaklings. Liu Yi kept breathing, regretting his entire life. His greatest dream had been to protect his sister, but he never imagined that the game Yuan World would become reality, and every player would gain the powers they had in the game. But since he hadn't played much, he was stuck with a weak character. Even so, he was a Chad driven by fury. He wouldn't let those bastards laugh at his sister's death. Liu Yi stood up screaming and slammed the sword into that bastard's head. Only then did he fall to the ground, content to die in peace. But something happened after that. He woke up in his bed 3 years before the game became reality. Liu Yi sat up abruptly, unable to believe what was happening. He clearly remembered being killed. Looking around, he didn't recognize where he was until he realized it was his old apartment, where he had lived 3 years ago. Suddenly, the door opened, and a female voice echoed through the room. Liu Ye froze, unable to believe his eyes. In the hallway stood his sister, holding a box that contained the access key for the game Yuan World. With a trembling voice, he asked what year it was. Liu Yun, surprised by the question, joked that he seemed to have woken up in a bad mood and said the year was 2030. That hit him hard. Liu Ye stood motionless, unable to believe what he was hearing. Getting up quickly, he ran to the window. With his mouth agape, he realized he had returned to the exact day the game Yuan World first went live. Without hesitation, he hugged his sister tightly and promised himself that this time, he wouldn't let them die. He would become the strongest player, as long as this wasn't all just a dream. It was July 27th, 2030. The virtual reality game Yuan World was launched, and on September 1st, it took control of the world. All players received the abilities of their in-game characters. The marginalized and the lower classes of society suddenly acquired incredible powers. For the first time, they felt a strength they never imagined they could possess. Because of this, chaos erupted, and endless wars for money and power began. Our protagonist chose the path of a player who simply explored the game's world. This led him to a tragic fate. Due to his low level, he ended up dying in Yuan World. However, by some miracle, he had an unexpected stroke of luck. He was reborn and returned 3 years in time to the exact moment the game was about to be released. This time, he was determined to become the strongest. Mentally, he returned to reality and was surprised when his sister pushed him away. Without realizing it, he had started to hug her. She was extremely embarrassed, thinking her brother was just messing with her. Scratching his head, he gave an awkward smile and said, surprised, that it really did seem like that. We fast forward 8 hours to the launch of Yuan World. Our protagonist put on his virtual reality headset and lay down on his bed. He knew there were only 34 days left before the game would dominate the world. If he could become the strongest player in that time, he and his sister wouldn't die. Upon entering the game, he appeared in the starting plaza, where several players were already gathered. In the center, an administrator was about to demonstrate the power of the ability called Strength. The first strike he delivered was simple, cutting a large rock only halfway through. However, by focusing his energy, he delivered another attack with a single move, splitting the rock in two as if it were butter. The demonstration deeply surprised Liu Ye, who watched with his mouth wide open. After the training ended, the system transported our protagonist directly into the game. At the spawn point, several players looked around, dazzled by this new world. But Liu Ye had only one focus: to level up as quickly as possible. He decided to choose the Strength ability, as it was considered the most mysterious and determined the difference between a common player and a true warrior. Without wasting any time, he set off in search of the training pavilion. In the world of Yuan World, there were no fixed combat classes, only a division based on the weapons used. Knowing this, Liu Ye wanted to master a weapon as quickly as possible, as the foundation of power lay in its mastery. Once he reached 100% proficiency with a weapon, he would have complete mastery over the Strength ability. With this sense of urgency, he hurried to the weapons pavilion, worried that all the training areas would be crowded. However, to his surprise, when he entered the place, he realized it was completely empty. Liu Ye didn't care. He was determined to achieve his goal. He went straight to the weapon rack and began his selection. The katana was his favorite weapon, so he decided to start with it. But he knew he had to test all the available options. After 5 intense hours of training, he was exhausted. Even so, he managed to completely master the use of the katana, making it his primary weapon. Despite his fatigue, he knew he had no time to lose. Without hesitation, he picked up a longsword and began a new training cycle, pushing himself to the limit and ignoring his own exhaustion. In the weapons pavilion, a couple walked through the corridors, admiring how realistic everything around them was. Suddenly, the girl noticed a training pavilion behind the guy. Curious about the sounds coming from inside, she asked what could be in there. The guy looked up, saw the sign above the entrance, and commented that it was probably a training area. Without hesitating, the girl peeked around the corner of the door. It was then that she spotted our protagonist, training tirelessly with a sword, honing his strikes against a wooden dummy. She noticed that Liu Ye was the only one training there, which seemed quite strange to her. The couple approached the weapon rack but didn't pick up any weapons. They first wanted to understand how the training worked. They watched for a few minutes, then threw the weapons on the ground, saying it was a boring activity reserved for losers. As they were leaving, the guy explained that the training pavilion was only for increasing weapon proficiency and offered no other advantages. He even emphasized that reaching 100% proficiency required at least 10,000 strikes. The girl suggested they leave immediately and invest that time in leveling up. The guy agreed instantly. Before leaving, the girl glanced back at Liu Ye one more time. For some reason, he was etched into her memory. Liu Ye, for his part, didn't even notice anyone had been there. He struck relentlessly, showing no intention of resting. On the first day, he completely mastered the katana and the halberd, but his long-awaited special ability wasn't granted. On the second day, he reached maximum mastery with the spear, axe, shield, and hammer. Still, his power did not awaken. On the third day, while other players had already reached levels 10 to 20, Liu Ye was still at level 1, and his strength remained hidden. For a moment, he considered that maybe he should level up before continuing to train, but he quickly dismissed the thought. If he wanted to become the strongest player, he had to obtain his ability at any cost. Nothing would stop him. Once again, the scene shifts to the street near the training pavilion. The same couple was walking by, discussing the fact that a player had died. The penalty in UN World was cruel. Upon death, a player lost all their experience levels. In the middle of their conversation, the girl spotted Liu Ye again and was incredibly surprised. He was still training. The guy next to her was also shocked. He said there were many more exciting ways to play, far better than spending days training non-stop. The intrigued girl couldn't understand why Liu Ye was so persistent. Her friend suggested that maybe he knew some hidden secret. Excited, he thought about trying to master a weapon too. However, the girl shot down his idea. She claimed it was useless, as Liu Ye had already been training for 3 whole days, and nothing had changed. While other players were reaching level 20, he was just honing his weapon skills. He wouldn't stand a chance of winning that way. Liu Ye, however, completely ignored the couple. He had a goal and wouldn't waste time on distractions. The girl grew irritated with his obsession. She said Liu Ye seemed like a gaming addict, and that even if he did become the strongest fighter, she would never try weapon training. To her, the time was better spent leveling up. With no patience to stay there any longer, she pulled her friend's arm and insisted they leave. They needed to gain more experience as soon as possible. Days later, our protagonist received an unexpected notification. He had mastered 18 types of weapons, and as a result, earned the title of Weapon Master. Now he was able to use the abilities and characteristics of the other 17 weapons with any main weapon he chose. With a whip in his hands, he was exhausted and stood motionless, processing the message before his eyes. He couldn't understand what was happening. He had mastered every possible melee weapon, but his long-awaited special ability never manifested. Because of this, he decided to ditch bladed weapons. Perhaps his true talent lay with firearms. Without wasting time, he headed to the firearms pavilion. As he walked, he reflected on something curious. In his previous life, he had never encountered a player who used power with firearms. Upon entering the pavilion, an impressive hall was revealed before him. There was an immense variety of weapons arranged on metal racks. Without hesitation, Liu Ye chose a pistol. The days were passing quickly. More than 5 days had gone by, and he was certain that other players had already reached level 30. Meanwhile, he was still at level 1. Looking at the huge selection of weapons, Liu Ye felt a tightness in his chest. There were too many options, and because of that, UN World might take over the world before he could master them all. For a moment, he questioned if it was worth continuing, but then, the memory of his sister's death came rushing back with full force. That level 20 player who killed her, the blood boiled in his veins. He had no choice. He couldn't turn back. Without power, he would never become the strongest player. Taking a deep breath, he raised the pistol and began his training. Even if his destiny was to die again, he would never give up. Meanwhile, at the training pavilion, the girl who had previously mocked Liu Ye's dedication decided to come back and check on his progress. However, when she looked inside, she found no one. Surprised, She thought he had given up and left for good. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the area. The thunderous sound made her freeze in place. What was that? Instinctively, she followed the noise and went up the stairs toward the firearms pavilion. Peeking around the corner of the door, she was dumbfounded. Liu Ye had stopped shooting. The reason? He had completely destroyed the training target. Around him, a strange greenish aura flickered, as if his very existence was changing. The girl covered her mouth with her hands, stifling a scream. Her eyes reflected pure horror. What on earth was happening to him? Liu Ye, for his part, remained paralyzed. He wasn't looking at anything, as if he were lost in a void. But in reality, he was reading the notification he had been waiting for so long. The message read, "Congratulations, you have reached 100% mastery with the pistol. As a reward, you have acquired a new ability." A shiver ran down Liu Ye's spine. He had finally received his power. Now, for the first time, he felt prepared for the impending disaster. A faint laugh escaped his lips. The next step was clear. Level up and catch up to the other players. His stats were basic. Strength, 5 agility, 5 endurance, 5 intelligence, 5 senses, 5. The only exception was his special resistance, which had only 1 point. Additionally, a new passive skills icon had appeared, but it was empty. Heading for the exit, Liu Ye was ready to start leveling up. However, as he reached the door, he noticed a girl standing in the hallway. She tried to act natural, looking away and casually whistling a tune, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Liu Ye, however, didn't waste time trying to figure out if she had seen something or not. He simply walked right past her, as if she wasn't there. The girl, in turn, felt strangely embarrassed. A wave of irritation washed over her, and she didn't understand why she was so flustered. She wanted to ask what had happened inside the pavilion, wanted to understand the strange aura she saw around Liu Ye, but she hesitated. In the end, she remained silent. Upon leaving the training pavilion, Liu Ye had an insight. Only a weapon truly suited to the player could grant power. With this in mind, he decided to go to the equipment shop. He needed to buy a pistol, ammunition, and a close combat weapon. On the way, he heard rumors about Yuan World. The most relevant piece of information was that the game had reached the milestone of 10 million online players. This only confirmed his concern. Time was passing way too quickly. Arriving at the shop, Liu Ye chose his gear. He acquired a low-level pistol called the White Dragon, which cost 500 coins. He also bought a box of 300 common bullets for 300 coins and a low-level dagger that cost him 200 coins. In total, he spent 1,000 coins on his new acquisitions. As he left the shop, he felt a bit discouraged. The prices were too high, and the fact that the in-game currency had a value equivalent to real money made everything even more expensive. To him, the company behind Yuan World had gone overboard with the item prices. Still, he was satisfied with his new weapons. Looking at the dagger, an idea struck him. Without hesitation, he activated his special skill, Weapons Master. This skill allowed him to overcome the limitations of weapons and apply the powers of one to another. The first real test of his new power was about to begin. Determined to test his skills, Liu Ye went to the Mirror Kingdom Gaming Company. This place allowed players to create a mirrored copy of themselves to fight against. The rules were simple. If a player managed to defeat their copy, they would receive extra money and experience. However, there were 2 conditions to participate. The player needed to be at least 5 levels below their copy and also pay 10% of their gold to enter the fight. For Liu Ye, these conditions weren't a problem. In fact, it was the perfect scenario for him. He was still at level 1, but now he possessed real power. As he walked through the Mirror Kingdom's hall, a cry of frustration echoed through the room. 2 players emerged from the respawn point, complaining about the extreme difficulty of the mirrored copies. They seemed to have lost everything they had earned. Nearby, 2 other players watched the scene with irony. They mocked the defeated players and, upon noticing Liu Ye, turned their attention to him. One of them, seeing the pistol holstered at the boy's waist, laughed with contempt. To him, it was the worst possible choice of weapon in the game. The other also showed disdain, convinced that Liu Ye was just an inexperienced newbie, delusional to think he could win with such inferior gear. Liu Ye remained silent, just observing the players. They had no idea what he was capable of now. Liu Ye, after confirming his decision, mentally prepared for his first battle in the Mirror Kingdom. He knew that due to his lack of experience, the odds were against him. However, he also understood that he had no choice but to fight. He accessed the system menu to familiarize himself with the interface. After browsing for a moment, another notification appeared, asking for confirmation to face a mirror player. Despite his fear, Liu Ye confirmed his participation. aware of the consequences. The system then displayed a notification requesting confirmation for the 100-coin participation fee. After accepting, a second notification appeared, reminding him that once inside the Mirror Kingdom, players could not leave until the battle was over. A few moments later, Liu Ye found himself transported to the arena. His opponent was a player, ready for combat. The countdown began, and the battle was set to start in 10 seconds. When the countdown reached the 5-second mark, Liu Ye's nerves got the best of him. He had never fought anyone of his own free will, and the fear of confrontation was overwhelming. His leg began to shake involuntarily, distracting him even more. Trying to calm himself, he tapped his leg a few times. However, this distraction caused him to miss the start of the battle. His opponent, wielding a red sword, charged immediately. Liu Ye thought it was all over before it even began, but to his surprise, he managed to dodge the first strike and tried to shoot at the enemy. Unfortunately, all his bullets missed the target, and as he lost his balance, he nearly fell. The enemy kept advancing and, taking advantage of Liu Ye's instability, disarmed him with ease. Now, weaponless, Liu Ye had to face the red sword with only his physical strength. The enemy seemed certain of his victory. Yet, in that moment of doubt, Liu Ye realized he couldn't give up. This was his second chance at life, and he wasn't going to lose it. He activated his Master Archer skill, which allowed him to modify the blade's properties. With the increased strength of the blade, Liu Ye easily blocked the sword's strike. The blade's enhanced power allowed him to counterattack with a strength he didn't know he possessed. With skill and precision, he cut through the enemy's sword, rendering it useless, and then quickly defeated him. Despite the victory, Liu Ye was still shaking with nerves. His hands were trembling, and his breathing was heavy, a reaction he couldn't control. He felt a wave of frustration at not being able to calm down after this win. Meanwhile, a few minutes earlier, 2 other players were walking through the arena, discussing their plans to gather members for their teams. They talked about how hard it was to win battles in the Mirror Kingdom, especially with the large clans competing against smaller teams. As Liu Ye celebrated his victory, the 2 players who had been watching him were stunned by the outcome. They couldn't believe that a level 1 player with minimal gear had managed to defeat an opponent 5 levels higher. In reality, the 2 players weren't looking for allies. They were betting money on other players, hoping to make a profit. One of them quickly checked the betting odds on a site called Backstage Garden, eager to see how much they'd win from their bets. The other, meanwhile, carefully analyzed Liu Ye's movements, intrigued by how such a low-level player could beat his opponent. Liu Ye watched his opponent's strikes closely as the countdown to the battle continued. The green-haired guy watched Liu Ye's every move, saying the answer had arrived. The second player commented that it was an excellent choice, never taking his eyes off Liu Ye. Both were eager to see which mirror copy Liu Ye would choose, hoping they could place their bets. Liu Ye checked his own stats. He had leveled up to 5 and his attributes had doubled, but he still felt weak. He realized he needed to get stronger to overcome his fear of battle. If he didn't, he would soon die. With determination, he immediately chose his next opponent, a mirror copy ranked 55th, known as Strikes. The system teleported him to the arena almost instantly. The 2 guys watching Liu Ye were waiting to bet on his fight, but they were confused when they saw who his opponent was. They were shocked when they realized Liu Ye had chosen a level 10 mirror copy nicknamed Strikes. The green-haired guy snapped back to reality, realizing Liu Ye had picked the strongest possible opponent out of hundreds of other level 10s. He wondered what would happen to their bet, hoping it hadn't been registered, but the white-haired guy revealed the bet had already been placed, and there was nothing they could do. He hoped that if they lost, his green-haired friend wouldn't tell anyone about the bet, as he didn't want to be embarrassed. The bookmaker then announced the odds for the fight, showing the bets placed on Liu Ye and Strikes. Seeing the odds, the 2 guys were disheartened. The total bets on a Strikes victory exceeded 200,000, and they had lost all hope. At that moment, Strikes appeared before Liu Ye. Strikes, holding a katana, was equipped with the Persistent Fighter set. Meanwhile, Liu Ye, a level 5 player, only had a pistol, a dagger, and basic gear. The countdown to the battle began, and as soon as Liu Ye saw his opponent, his legs started shaking again. This enraged him. To stop the shaking, he plunged the dagger into one of his legs. With only 2 seconds left before the battle started, he took a fighting stance, determined not to repeat the mistakes of his first fight. When the battle began, Liu Ye wasted no time and immediately rushed toward Strikes, skillfully dodging his attacks. Although Liu Ye's pistol was powerful, his aim wasn't the best, and Strikes managed to dodge or block most of the shots. After a few moments, Strikes grew tired of this and quickly disarmed Liu Ye. Without hesitation, Strikes went in for a fatal blow. It seemed like the blow would be impossible to dodge, But Liu Ye wasn't ready to give up. He activated his special ability and his eyes glowed blue. Liu Ye made an incredible forward leap, narrowly dodging Strikes' deadly blow. After sliding back a bit, he realized Strikes wasn't chasing him. With a moment to recover, Liu Ye assessed the situation. His health was at 20 out of 100, and his cognitive power was at 28 out of 30. The battle had just begun, but Liu Ye was focused on his survival. Liu Ye was one step away from defeat. His normal attacks couldn't even scratch his opponent, and he realized he had chosen an adversary he couldn't defeat. He should have opted for a weaker fighter and used that time to level up instead of going so far so fast, but even so, after a moment of doubt, Liu Ye returned to his fighting stance, finding it almost funny how hard this was. He believed that to overcome his fear, he needed to keep fighting without giving up. Considering that standing still wasn't a good option, he decided to run straight toward his enemy. At one point, the hero turned to the side to avoid a mortal blow that would have surely depleted all his health. However, Liu Ye underestimated his opponent's speed. In seconds, Strikes was behind him, taking him by surprise. Liu Ye realized he had no chance of winning, so he decided to risk it all. Before the fatal blow, he turned to face Strikes, drew his pistol, and fired. In a final clash, they both exchanged fatal blows. Strikes' katana sliced Liu Ye in half, while the shot from Liu Ye's pistol destroyed Strikes' head. The system determined that Liu Ye dealt the fatal damage faster than Strikes, and so he was declared the winner. His reward was a large amount of experience, money, and a level up. Now, Liu Ye was much stronger. At level 13. All his attributes increased to 17, except for endurance, which only went up by 1 point. He let out a sigh of relief, realizing he had been on the verge of death and yet had won that incredible battle. Many other notifications arrived, the most important being that he had reached level 10. Now his rebirth ability had evolved into the capacity to choose his development path. Meanwhile, the two guys who had bet on Liu Ye's victory were surrounded by a crowd and pushed against the wall. Those who lost the bet had to hand over all their money to the other participants. One of the guys was on the verge of tears, asking if they could just give half the money instead of all of it. But the one-eyed gang pointed at them and said that wasn't an option, and they couldn't get out of this loss so easily. The white-haired guy couldn't take it anymore, and yelled that he couldn't believe they really thought they had already won when the result wasn't even final yet. Gang, pointing at the board, stated confidently that Strikes would win, since he couldn't possibly lose to a rookie. If that happened, he was ready to cause a huge scene with the bets. Before Gang said that, Strikes was considered one of the top level 10 copies. However, moments later, the board updated, and everyone was shocked to see that Strikes had been defeated. The surrounding crowd could hardly believe it, their mouths hanging open in shock. Their world instantly fell apart. The green-haired guy was beaming, thrilled with the win, and the two friends were happy they had won. Meanwhile, Liu Ye, the protagonist, was returning victorious from the arena. A list suddenly appeared before him. He looked at it for the first time and didn't fully understand what it meant, but he decided to finish the match. As he was logging out, his sister came into his room and called him to eat. Upon entering the kitchen, Liu Ye wasted no time and started eating immediately. His sister Yun said she had prepared his favorite mushrooms, but Liu Ye paid no attention to her words. He was too immersed in his thoughts about Yuan World, where he had discovered 2 new skills he didn't even know he had. The first skill was Invasion Flame, which offered an incredible effect. The damage per second dropped from 50 to 25, but the total damage was about 250 health points. Besides his skills, Liu Ye also thought about the dangers posed by his opponents and considered the idea of forming his own team. After eating quickly, he thanked his sister and headed to his room. This surprised her, as he had barely eaten a single plate. It even hurt her a little, and she thought that he would need to find someone else to cook for him. Now we return to Yuan World. In the Mirror World's buildings, a man was at Gang Zi's feet, begging him to let him keep half the money as he had proposed. However, the man wasn't so simple. He kept pleading, saying that all the money he bet on Strikes' victory wasn't his, but his family's. If he lost it all, he would probably be severely punished. Gang Zi, still mocking him, said that just a minute ago he had refused such an offer, and now he was making the same one. Before he could finish speaking, a red-haired guy appeared and slammed Gang Zi's head against the wall, telling him he had to return all the money lost in the bet against Strikes. The red-haired guy's name was Jack, and he was from the New Order Guild, which was in charge of the Mirror World. Gang was pushed against the wall, trying to explain that the one who beat Strikes had nothing to do with him. He had only placed the bet, and didn't know Liu Ye would choose the Strikes copy to defeat. But what Gang said didn't concern Jack in the slightest. Jack replied that, in the end, the white-haired guy was the one who profited, and even if he managed to escape responsibility here, things would be handled differently in the real world. Gang tried his best to defend himself and, to avoid being bothered in real life, offered all the money he had won from the bet. Jack, however, suddenly refused and said he didn't need it, letting the poor man go. Gang thought for a moment and, with a very serious expression, said he had nothing else to offer as compensation. Jack, with a frightening look, simply mentioned a favor Gang would have to do for him, and of course, he had no choice but to agree. Now, let's get back to our hero, who logged back into the game after dinner to continue leveling up. He knew he couldn't hesitate, because he needed to be well prepared for Judgment Day. Soon, Liu Ye received a notification confirming his choice to upgrade the Kai Heal skill. Without hesitation, he confirmed the enhancement and immediately received 3 notifications. The first was about the skill he had chosen. The second informed him that his tally was complete, and his combat power was now 15.6. Additionally, he received a new title called Low-Level Warrior. One of the biggest surprises for Liu Ye was realizing that by choosing the skill, he had acquired a dual attribute, and several of his stats had increased considerably. Looking at his stats, he was very surprised, as some of his attributes had risen significantly. Liu Ye recalled becoming very weak after surpassing level 100. Now, he realized that even though he was only level 13, his new traits and bonuses put him on par with a level 26 character. Liu Ye began to reflect on the possibility of defeating a level 20 Strikes with his current strength. However, Liu Ye transformed from an insecure guy into someone confident, determined to challenge Strikes. He now saw him as a worthy opponent and wanted to test his strength against him. Then, a notification appeared before him, asking for confirmation for the battle with Strikes, which he promptly accepted. A few seconds after he chose his opponent, bets for the fight started popping up in the local bookmakers and in the player chat. Someone placed a bet, and 2 guys, who Jack had asked to spread the word, started promoting it. One of them bet everything he had on the protagonist's victory, which angered the golden-haired man. They didn't need to place bets, but the white-haired young man was convinced that Jack couldn't do anything now. Even if he tried, he wouldn't get support from his group, the New Order. The blonde guy noticed his friend's disdainful smile and figured that this Jack character had forced him to publicize the odds in favor of the protagonist. However, he didn't understand the point of it all, since it was obvious no one would bet on Liu Ye, and the odds would be very low. But the guy didn't answer, as his only job was to stir up trouble. The scene shifted to the battle arena inside the Mirrored Realm, where the combat was about to begin in 10 seconds. On one side, Strikes, level 20, armed with 2 katanas and advanced armor. On the other, Liu Ye, level 13, with only a pistol, a dagger, and starter gear. Liu Ye began to ponder, thinking that with enough cognitive power reserve, he could predict the right moment to destroy Strikes easily. The system announced the start of the battle. The protagonist didn't hesitate and attacked immediately. Strikes managed to defend herself with her katanas, deflecting all the bullets. While attacking, Liu Ye tried to get closer and closer, parrying the blows. He realized that the double attributes had practically eliminated the strength difference between them, which boosted his confidence. Now, battles with high-level opponents wouldn't be as intense as they were at the beginning. Dodging from side to side, Liu Ye used only his pistol and reflected on how much stronger he had become. He allowed the enemy to get close enough to attack with her daggers and aimed for Strikes' head, planning to finish the fight in the final seconds. With a smile on his face, he was about to kill his opponent and end the combat. Strikes, on the other hand, couldn't believe that a weak, low-level player was able to attack her. She was paralyzed, unable to react. The moment Liu Ye saw his opponent's face, he became confused and didn't know what to do, canceling the pistol shot. Since the hero had slowed Strikes down, there was enough time for a counterattack. However, after dodging, Liu Ye jumped back, avoiding any damage. Suddenly, he was overcome with a wave of anger as he remembered his opponent, freezing his action and clutching his head, unsure of how to proceed. He didn't understand why he hadn't shot. He thought about the fact that he was scared, that he simply feared death. Looking at his opponent and his weapon, the young man thought he would never be able to take his destiny into his own hands. More importantly, he thought he would never grow up and would continue to fear everyone in his path. Gripping the gun tighter, he understood his future was being decided right there. And his opponent, the girl, also understood that only one winner would emerge from this battle, and that the protagonist's destiny was at stake. Taking an impressive leap towards Strikes, they both decided to clash head-on. Strikes landed the first blow, which should have cut off our hero's head, but Liu Ye managed to dodge, moving quickly behind her. Then he grabbed her by the head, aimed the gun, and in that moment, his thoughts were clear. He had already grown up, become a completely different person. Without hesitating for a second, Liu Ye fired, and 3 notifications immediately appeared before him. The first said he had defeated Strikes, the second that his level had increased, and the third that he had reached level 20, now able to choose how to further develop his power. The protagonist's face was incredibly serious. He understood that he had not only grown, but was now ahead of all the other players. Meanwhile, in the lobby, those who had bet on our hero couldn't believe what they were seeing. They had actually won. Then, unexpectedly, the green-haired guy commented that the bets didn't affect the other players. Even though Jack had opened a second bet on a level 20 strikes, she still lost to Liu Ye. Now, everyone knew how strong he was. The same guy started to think that after defeating the level 20 strikes, Liu Ye had probably reached level 22 or even 23. He concluded that Liu Ye could only fight against level 30 mirror copies, whose rewards were very high. The hero knew it was strikes, but the guy couldn't understand how Liu Ye was so confident he could defeat a level 30 mirror copy of strikes with 100% certainty. They assumed that as soon as the protagonist faced the level 30 strikes, he would probably lose and be in great danger. As soon as Liu Ye teleported back to the mirrored realm, he realized he had not only grown, but had also pulled ahead of the other players. Looking at the tournament board, he saw a level 30 mirror copy of strikes holding the first place spot. If in previous battles Liu Ye had managed to prove to himself that he was stronger than the other players, now he needed to destroy the level 30 mirror copy of strikes, as most players claimed she was invincible. Before he entered the battle, rumors started circulating around the protagonist. They said one of the players had reset his account to get revenge on the level 30 strikes, but in the end, he still lost. The titles of Invincible Copy and Strongest Fighter were given to Strikes for a reason. More importantly, he heard that thanks to this copy, the New Order Guild had become the strongest because of Strikes. After that, Liu Ye didn't hesitate to summon the system before him. He had a murderous look in his eyes, eager for the fight with Strikes. The system asked again if Liu Ye really wanted to enter the battle against the level 30 mirror copy of Strikes. Of course, he didn't hesitate, and the system immediately transferred him. Jack, watching Liu Ye from a distance, ordered all his subordinates to open bets on Strike's victory. The scene shifts to two guys. One of them places a bet on the protagonist's victory, which makes the green-haired man lose his patience. He thought that Liu Ye simply had no chance against the level 30 Strikes. However, the white-haired guy ignored him, insisting that he believed in Liu Ye. Soon, we're brought to the arena where his enemy, the level 30 Strikes, was waiting. He wielded a very unusual weapon, a katana named Last Will, and his gear was called Fierce. Liu Ye, on the other hand, was only level 23. He had a pistol, a common dagger, and beginner's gear, making it look like he stood no chance at all. After a moment, a notification popped up for Liu Ye. It informed him that his intelligence stat had surpassed 100 points, increasing his intelligence knowledge power by +1. Focused on the notifications, Liu Ye didn't realize the battle had started. Strikes wasted no time and attacked immediately, dealing 411 damage to Liu Ye's health. Liu Ye was shocked, as he only had 18 health left, and he couldn't believe Strikes' speed. The second attack should have finished Liu Ye off, but somehow, he managed to block with his dagger and survive. With each passing second, Liu Ye grew more frustrated with his opponent as he realized just how serious this fight was. If he had blocked a second later, he would have died with no time to heal. With great difficulty, he parried the attack and dodged back, simultaneously firing his pistol at Strikes. Each bullet flew with stunning accuracy. Liu Ye didn't want to drag out the fight and tried to end it as quickly as possible. However, all his attempts to land a hit were futile. Strikes dodged them easily, as if everything was moving in slow motion for him. In a single move, Strikes closed the distance, ready to end the fight with one blow. Liu Ye was caught off guard. To his surprise, Strikes barely flinched at the dagger attack and still managed to land a blow, forcing Liu Ye to constantly heal himself. Liu Ye couldn't block the attack. If he hadn't reacted in that split second, it would have been game over for him. However, he recovered just in time, ducking and sidestepping Strikes' attack. Liu Ye immediately put some distance between them and tried again to hit Strikes with his pistol. Suddenly, Liu Ye was lost in thought. He realized that even though his own stats were comparable to a level 46 player, Strikes was still able to pressure him. But as he composed himself, Liu Ye knew he wasn't ready to give up. He realized that if this was the extent of Strikes' power, he could deal massive damage in just a few seconds and secure the win. It was then that Liu Ye decided to use the skill Study of Blessing. This skill boosted all of the target's stats and activated a unique state that lasted for 1 minute. Liu Ye also studied the curse, which could cause one of 10 effects, like weakness, aging, lethargy, stupidity, fatigue, poisoning, hallucinations, perception changes, chaos, and madness. After learning the skill, a notification appeared. confirming that the blessing had been acquired. His combat power was 15, but more importantly, his stats multiplied, giving him a huge advantage over strikes. Liu Ye didn't hesitate. He shouted to activate the blessing, knowing he wasn't high level enough to beat strikes, but trusting that his stats would be enough. Moments later, a notification appeared. It informed him that he had spent 400 cognitive power points, and that all his stats increased by 200 for exactly 1 minute, after which they would return to normal. A white aura began to surround Liu Ye, projecting an aura of terror to everyone before him. It was this aura that gave him courage, as he knew that by activating the skill for a full minute, he would have enough power to destroy strikes. Caught off guard, strikes froze, bracing for the protagonist's next move, but he quickly decided to take the initiative. He charged forward at full speed, intending to finish Liu Ye once and for all so he wouldn't have to face him again. Liu Ye thought for a moment. Once he defeated strikes, everyone would know he was hiding incredible skills and abilities. He'd be hailed as the strongest player. But snapping back to reality, Liu Ye saw the enemy closing in fast as he dodged from side to side. But his dodging wasn't enough to avoid strikes, who was already close enough to attack, so Liu Ye aimed his pistol and fired. The first bullet hit Strikes in the chest, making him halt his attack in confusion. After the first shot, Liu Ye didn't stop. He relentlessly kept firing at his enemy. A few seconds later, over 10 bullet holes were visible on Strikes' body. It looked like he should have fallen, but suddenly, he was completely unharmed and ready to keep fighting. With a smile on his face, the enemy seemed to understand what was happening. While reloading, Strikes realized the protagonist's stats were much higher than players of the same level. On top of that, he had passive skills that activated at critical moments. That was the true strength of Strikes. Besides that, the Mirrored Kingdom system worked against NEP players, making victories even harder to achieve. Liu Ye understood he was a complete exception, and so he took a fighting stance. With his buff's duration about to run out, he knew he had to finish Strikes before it ended. Determined to end it before his time ran out, Liu Ye began to attack Strikes. Only 25 seconds of the skill's duration remained. As he attacked, he knew he couldn't lose. His current goal was to overcome his past and take control of his destiny, something he had failed to do before. With each new attack, Strikes closed in on the protagonist. With 15 seconds left, Liu Ye jumped back and launched a counterattack. With time running out, Liu Ye attacked and parried Strikes' blows, giving the enemy no time to rest. Just seconds before the skill ended, a bullet hit Strikes directly in the forehead, shattering his armor. Strikes began to tremble violently, and his weapon fell from his hands. He stopped attacking. A moment later, completely drained of strength, he collapsed, showing clear signs that he was dead. The system notification began to dissolve. The enemy's body lay on the ground. Liu Ye stared at it, unable to believe he had defeated the most powerful opponent in the Mirrored World instance. He could already imagine the comments about his victory. They would call him the strongest player, the one who managed to defeat a level 30 enemy, the mighty Strikes. Furthermore, his hidden skills were incredible, granting him the qualities of an invincible warrior. Someone commented that such titles meant nothing to level 30 players, as they belonged to completely different worlds in terms of strength. To illustrate, one of the spectators explained that a level 30 player was, at best, like the ground beneath the protagonist's feet, meaning they could never reach his level. The protagonist's imagination sent his self-esteem soaring, lifting his spirits even higher after the victory against Strikes. Then, several notifications popped up on his interface. The first one congratulated him on his victory against Strikes, while the second informed him of his huge reward in both money and experience. He could barely contain his happiness. Not only had he gained money and experience, but he had also overcome a great fear. Just then, the system teleported him back to the Mirrored Kingdom. In the waiting room, Jack had watched the battle and couldn't believe that Liu Ye had defeated the strongest copy in the Mirrored Kingdom. What infuriated him most, however, was the money he lost betting on Strikes to win. Meanwhile, two players who had bet on the protagonist were euphoric. They jumped for joy, and a white-haired young man smiled at the stones around him, saying he was right about Liu Ye and that his bet had paid off. He then suggested that from now on, everyone should always follow their instincts. However, his friend grabbed his arm and warned that it was too early to celebrate, as many things could still happen. He advised that they both log off from the game and, in real life, move to another apartment to avoid being found by Jack. The scene shifts to the real world, in the protagonist's house. He is sitting on his bed, silently reflecting on his victory against Strikes, the game's strongest copy. Suddenly, The door opens. A girl appears from another room and remarks that he must be hungry, inviting him to get something to eat. However, he had other plans. With a smile on his face, he said the two of them were going out for a walk and that he would take her out for some barbecue. As they walked down the stairs, the girl asked her brother where he had gotten the money, since restaurants were expensive for them. Laughing, he replied that she wouldn't believe it. He had won a large sum of money in the game, and because of that, they needed to celebrate their good fortune. His sister accepted without question and didn't ask for more details. The next day, still at the protagonist's house, he made an online purchase. After completing the transaction, he received a confirmation that the order would arrive in 2 months. Sitting at the table, he couldn't believe it. In just 24 days, Yen World was supposed to take over the real world, making those 2 months far too long to wait. Still, he had no choice, as the nearest store he checked was out of stock. Instead of letting it get him down, he gathered his determination and decided he needed to work even harder while waiting. The scene then shifts, and we see 2 girls walking along the waterfront. They were extremely embarrassed, as all the passers-by were staring at them. The best friend suddenly decided to ask Yun why Liu Ye had asked the girl out on a date. Thoughts began to flood her mind, and she feared that something terrible had happened. Yun, however, kept a beaming smile from ear to ear and remained silent for a while, lost in thought. She was imagining how she would introduce her brother to her friend, as that was her real goal. After all, the girl was incredibly attractive, came from a good family, and most importantly, had a wonderful character. If she became her brother's fiancé, Yun would have nothing more to worry about. A moment later, snapping back to reality, Yun smiled and replied that her brother missed her a lot, which is why he wanted to see her. Without much expression, her friend asked where she had been lately, since she hadn't even been responding in the work group chat. Yun started to suspect her friend might have a boyfriend, but even if that were true, she wouldn't give up on her plans. She was firmly decided that the date with Liu Ye would happen. Nian, sighing, adjusted her cap and said she didn't even know how to explain. Suddenly, the girl shouted loudly, revealing that her parents were forcing her to play an incredible online game. Yun was confused by the unexpected answer and didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, we are transported to a local bar. Jack, consumed by rage, forcefully struck a red-haired girl he had called over to try and calm him down. The blow was brutal, and the girl fell to the floor, hitting it hard. Even as she lay injured, struggling to stay conscious, Jack continued to attack her. He hated the way she tried to calm him, feeling that she pitied him, something he despised. A crowd began to gather, outraged by what they were witnessing, but no one had the courage to intervene. After all, this wasn't the first time Jack had acted this way. Noticing the stares from the people around him, he grew even more irritated and asked what they were whispering about. However, no one answered. On the contrary, one by one, they all began to disperse, running in opposite directions to avoid the same fate as the girl on the floor. Jack, still unsatisfied, spat on the girl before grabbing his phone when he heard someone call him friend. He answered the call immediately and asked if the person on the other end had found the protagonist's address. The answer was no, but the person claimed to have a plan. Jack listened intently and, without hesitation, asked if the plan was truly foolproof. When he heard that success was 100% guaranteed, his expression changed. His furious eyes made it clear that he craved revenge against Liu Yi and wouldn't stop until he got it. With a voice laced with malice, Jack said that as soon as they found the guy, he would send the rest of the money immediately. The conversation ended, and the scene shifts to Liu Ye, who had just logged into the game. He was standing in front of the Mirrored Kingdoms building, reflecting on the max level of the mirror copies, which was level 30. He understood that at his current level, he couldn't level up there anymore, as the enemies were too weak for him. Given this, he decided it was time to leave. Turning around, he started walking towards the Ruined Kingdom, a place where he could grow even stronger. However, as he stopped to look at his own appearance, he realized he couldn't keep wearing his starter armor. It was time to think about buying a new set. Liu Ye headed to a weapon shop. As he approached the display window, a system window opened before him, showing the items available for purchase. However, when he saw the prices, he froze for a few seconds. His expression made it clear he simply couldn't afford to spend that much on armor. Disappointed, he left the shop and continued walking through the Mirrored Kingdom. He soon realized there was no reason to stay, as it was impossible to get the materials needed to craft equipment in that place. So, he decided to go to the Ruined Kingdom, where he could easily get this material and craft level 20 equipment. Although he had enough money to buy level 20 equipment directly, he preferred not to rush. After all, he would soon reach level 30, and besides, he also needed to manage his money in the real world. Without wasting any time, he set off for the Ruined Kingdom. There, he intended to join a team, knowing it would speed up his progress and help him get equipment faster. Upon arriving, he saw many teams recruiting players to explore dungeons of different levels. Some were accepting level 20 players, while others were only looking for level 30 players for more difficult raids. He stood aside for a moment and overheard two players talking about a new guild order. They mentioned a recent raid on the level 40 Chaos dungeon. 10 players participated, but they were all defeated and had their stats reset. Liu Ye knew there were only 4 restrictions for completing a dungeon, regardless of the number of team members. In fact, the more people who participated, the greater the reward at the end. However, there was a crucial detail. Once inside the dungeon, there was no way out until it was completed. Furthermore, in Yuan World, dying in the ruined kingdom meant a total reset and the loss of all equipment. For this reason, teams were extremely selective when recruiting new members. With the skills he possessed, Liu Ye believed he would be accepted without any problem. Convinced, he approached the first recruiter, but was immediately rejected, as the team only accepted level 30 players. He tried again with another group, but was turned down because of his low-quality gear. On his third try, he didn't even get a chance to speak, as the team was already full and didn't need any new players. Frustrated and utterly disappointed, he fell to his knees. He couldn't believe that no one wanted him, even after he had defeated Strikes, a level 30 enemy. He thought his strength should be taken into account, regardless of his level and gear, as he had already proven he wasn't a weak player. Discouraged, he started considering grinding the easier dungeons for basic gear, but he knew it would be a long and tedious process. Still, he gathered the strength to get up and was preparing to follow this only option when he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Right after, a voice announced that a team needed one more member. Curious, Liu Ye turned to see what it was about, not understanding who the offer was for. Before him stood Jack, smiling. With a calculating look, Jack suggested he join their expedition into a dangerous level 35 dungeon designed for 10-player teams. Exchanging glances with Jack, Liu Ye sensed that something was off about the proposal. Still, Jack kept talking, assuring him that the team was strong enough to handle the challenges on their own. They just needed one more person to complete the party. To activate the raid portal, they needed one more player. Surprised, the protagonist couldn't believe what he was seeing. He also felt like he'd seen Jack somewhere before, but he couldn't remember exactly where. Jack didn't give Liu Ye time to think. He said if he wasn't interested, he'd find someone else. Not wanting to miss this chance, Liu Ye immediately cut him off and accepted the offer. Jack just waved his hand and told him to follow. Together, they went to the entrance of the level 30 portal, which was designed for a group of 10 players. When they arrived at the meeting point near the ruined royal portal, they found a crowd. The surrounding players wore impressive armor, leading many to comment on the leader's unexpected choice. No one expected him to recruit a rookie armed with just a simple pistol. Liu Ye observed the other players and quickly realized they were very well equipped. Their purple gear indicated that more than half the team had equipment of timeless rarity. He held his head, thinking, and wondered if he could steal at least some of their gear. Suddenly, one of the players shouted that since everyone was gathered, they should leave immediately. He wanted to reach level 40 as quickly as possible. A bald man approached with a smile and said that upon reaching level 40, they'd need to change their equipment, and if that were the case, he could give his old gear to the group. However, the player just smiled and refused, unless someone would buff his weapon with 3 rare items from their inventory, which no one accepted. The group then started moving toward the portal, with Liu Ye following slowly behind them. Watching the players, he noticed they all seemed to know each other well. He didn't understand why they had called him for this level 35 mission. However, noticing the team's malicious smiles, he realized this friendship hid ulterior motives. The portal finally opened, revealing a vast desert expanse. In the center of the landscape, there was only a mysterious crystal. Jack and another player were the first to cross through the portal and began to survey the area. Soon, one of the team members noticed that the mission objective was to protect the crystal. Jack immediately took command, ordering everyone to surround the crystal and ensure its safety. Everyone followed the instruction, except for Liu Ye, who hesitated for a moment. That's when Jack warned that anyone who let the monsters reach the crystal would have to pay for the damages out of their own pocket. Liu Ye was surprised by the team's organization, though he didn't show it. Still in no hurry to get into position, he observed the crystal carefully. Suddenly, a notification appeared before his eyes. The mission was loading. A few seconds later, another message informed him that the task was to protect the crystal for 3 waves of enemies. At the bottom of the screen, he saw the crystal's health bar and the penalty for failure, death for all players. Just then, a shout interrupted his thoughts. Someone announced that the monsters were attacking. Liu Ye looked out at the desert, but he saw nothing but a dense fog. However, he soon realized this was no ordinary fog. It had been generated by the monsters themselves. From within the smoke screen, an enemy emerged at high speed. The creature looked like a spider, but it had absurdly large fangs. The bald man yelled at Liu Ye to get closer to the crystal, warning that if he didn't follow orders, he could be killed. Without arguing, the protagonist obeyed. Meanwhile, a swarm of monstrous insects flew toward the bald man, who was holding an immense axe. It looked like his game was about to end right there, but the man had entirely different plans for this raid. With a single swing of his axe, he destroyed several beetles at once. He watched the others, who were also wiping out large beetles as if they were ants, and realized their teamwork was top-notch. The protagonist understood that this group knew exactly what they were doing. He felt useless in that battle and realized he didn't need to try so hard, as he might just get in the way. Jack was destroying the monsters one by one until he suddenly stopped and gave a serious look to his sword-wielding ally. With just a glance from Jack, the ally understood he needed to let one of the monsters get past him to the protagonist. Without hesitation, he allowed the first enemy that attacked him to pass, pretending he didn't have time to kill it. The spider-like creature advanced toward the protagonist, aiming to destroy the crystal. However, the young man didn't hesitate. With a smile on his face, he heard the others yelling for him to protect the crystal, saying they'd let a monster slip by. It only took him a few seconds to defeat the enemy. At that moment, he thought that even though they worked well together, their strength was only that of an average player. They weren't even close to the copy of Strike he had defeated. A notification then popped up, informing them they had protected the crystal from the first of 3 waves. The next one would arrive in 10 minutes. After finishing off all the monsters, they sat down to rest. One of them commented on how skilled the protagonist was. At first glance, no one would guess he was a master, since few could defeat a monster 10 levels higher with beginner's gear. The swordsman who had let the monster slip by was blaming himself for his mistake. If the 10th member of the group hadn't suddenly vanished, there wouldn't have been a gap in their defense. The bald man reassured him, telling him not to worry since the problem had been solved. He then turned to the protagonist and told him that in the next wave, he would have to fight alongside them on defense to ensure no monsters got through. The young man sitting next to Liu Ye suggested they invite the protagonist to join the team so he could get noticed. He then asked the protagonist what he thought about joining their group. That way, he wouldn't have to look for people to form his own party. Besides, by playing together, they could take on high-level challenges. The protagonist really liked the offer and even considered accepting it on the spot. Right after he agreed, the man in black armor asked Jack what he thought about Liu Ye joining them. Jack smiled and replied that he didn't mind him joining the group, but there were some conditions. New members had to provide their phone number and real-world address. This was to protect them from situations like the one they had faced before. Hearing this, the protagonist was confused. He didn't say anything, just kept listening. Jack began to talk about how hard it had been to get that gear, and in the end, Sam had taken it all for himself. That's why they were now having trouble with the monsters. If Liu Ye wanted to join them, he would have to accept these conditions. The protagonist grew thoughtful. He understood the situation perfectly, even though no one had spelled it out for him. After these words, Jack and his allies flashed malicious smiles that were hard to ignore. This made Liu Ye even more suspicious. They said their goal was to invite him on the raid, and for a few seconds, everyone froze, unsure of what to do. Quickly, Liu Ye stood up and scanned the large number of mid-level players in the hall. Realizing this was clearly no coincidence, they had chosen him intentionally. As soon as they entered the raid, they acted friendly toward him. Then, they deliberately let the monster pass to find out what the protagonist's true power was. Finally, they invited him to join the team permanently. With a smile, Liu Ye concluded that based on everything that had happened, they were trying to get information on his real-world address. Looking at Jack, who was radiating intense anger, the protagonist didn't stop talking. He suggested that Jack was probably the one in charge of the New Order Guild's Mirror Realm. Before joining them, he had overheard the same 2 guys talking about the New Order Guild. They mentioned the guild had the real address of a 20-year-old guy who could defeat strikes. Ever since then, no one had seen that guy again. The young man, smiling, said he was flattered that his efforts were being recognized, especially for defeating level 30 strikes. With this, the protagonist realized that Jack had gathered everyone here to find out his real address and then deal with him. Jack, trying to hide his true colors, claimed the protagonist must have him confused with someone else. With his weapon in hand, the protagonist stated that he never actually wanted to join their team. He was just thinking about earning some money and experience with such a strong team on a raid. However, seeing their intentions, he realized he shouldn't pretend anymore. After all, they were enemies, and enemies should be eliminated. Jack stood up, glaring at the protagonist with a terrifying look as his entire team surrounded him. Then he began to speak, mocking the idea that Liu Ye thought he could defeat 9 players, all 10 levels higher than him. One of the group members attacked the protagonist from behind, shouting that he was shameless. At that moment, a notification appeared before Liu Ye. It stated that he had spent 30 power points to increase his next attack by 1500 damage, leaving him with 414 power points and 450 cognition. In the next instant, the sword-wielding attacker fell dead, thrown several feet forward. Everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing. In a single blow, he had killed an opponent 10 levels stronger than him. Those surrounding him were stunned. No one expected a man to instantly defeat someone so much stronger than himself. Something started happening to the dead character's body. It began to glow with an intense blue light, as if it were absorbing something and transforming into another substance. After the transformation, a strange sphere appeared before the protagonist. It was called a blue military pearl. Note, military pearls drop when a player is defeated. There's a chance to receive a random item from the dead player's equipment or backpack. The protagonist picked up the sphere and with a serious expression asked, "What's so impossible about defeating 9 players?" Jack, furious, was ready to tear him apart, believing the young man was being overly confident. Jack then ordered everyone to attack the protagonist at once. They all charged forward, trying to defeat him as quickly as possible. Unfortunately for them, the young man no longer knew mercy. A few seconds later, the first girl fell. Just like the man with the hole in his head, the protagonist killed them one by one. He knew that by killing these enemies, he was taking away their chance to survive. But unfortunately, he had no other choice. He couldn't die here. His sister wouldn't be able to get the players' identities, so no matter what they said, he had to get stronger. With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to protect his sister when Yuan World took over their world. The protagonist decided he needed to rise to the top, but first, he had to eliminate those who might stand in his way in the future. Therefore, to achieve his goal, Liu Ye decided to walk over the mountain of bodies piling up around him. Jack and his entire squad were paralyzed, wondering why they couldn't kill him. After all, their levels were much higher than the protagonist's, and their gear was better. The young man was extremely irritated, though he had already guessed the protagonist was strong. All of Jack's allies tried to persuade the protagonist to stop. They believed that if he killed any more of them, they wouldn't be able to clear the dungeons and would lose all their resources. The protagonist replied that it didn't matter to him, as he could simply go to the secret mirror zone and do the same thing. Whatever he lost, he could recover in a single day. But for them, the situation was different. Their equipment would be lost, and they lacked the strength to defeat the Mirror Realm characters. Jack grew even more irritated and said he could gather people to stop the protagonist from entering the secret mirror zone, but Liu Ye just laughed in response. Then he started killing Jack's allies, something Jack himself couldn't believe. Jack wanted to order them to avoid more deaths, but before he could even speak, 2 players behind him were already dead. As his allies were defeated, Jack remembered a time when he had greeted an important person who told him they had to remain the top players in Yuan World. If they managed to maintain that position, it wouldn't matter what they did to achieve it, because he would support them. However, looking at them, he added that if they failed, he would not only stop supporting them, but also expose all their crimes, ensuring they were punished immediately. When Jack came to his senses, he realized everyone around him was dead. Only he remained. Liu Ye prepared to finish Jack off, but he knelt and began to beg for mercy, pleading for the protagonist not to kill him. The young man didn't answer, just stared at him with a serious expression, which only made Jack even more furious. He felt so pathetic that it disgusted him. Jack said that if he were spared, he would reveal the secret about Yuan World. Liu Ye smiled and told him to speak immediately, without holding back. Jack asked the protagonist to promise he would kill him right after he spoke, but he was sent flying several meters back. Liu Ye said that since Jack didn't want to talk, perhaps it was better for him to go to the next world, as he didn't really want to know the secret anymore. Jack landed a few meters away from Liu Ye, but he didn't disappear or turn into pearls on impact. He managed to survive the blow and tried to get up, trembling, which surprised the protagonist. Liu Ye was impressed by Jack's resilience, wondering how he had managed to survive a direct attack. Suddenly, he heard a noise coming from the far end of the desert, and immediately deduced that a second wave was about to begin. To start, Jack said that Liu Ye must know some of Yuan World's secrets, otherwise he couldn't have become so strong. What surprised Jack the most was that even he couldn't handle Liu Ye. Because of this, he planned to report all of this to his superiors. After that, Liu Ye wouldn't just have to deal with Jack, but would likely die and be sent back to level 1. Getting to his feet, Jack continued, asking if the protagonist really thought he could stand up to people stronger than him, like Jack. That was impossible, since very few people could level up that way. When the secret Liu Ye seemed to know became useless, Jack was sure he would no longer have an advantage. The man began to beg again, asking the protagonist to let him go. In exchange, he would reveal his secret, and together, they could use Liu Ye's incredible strength to clear the rest of the dungeon. Liu Ye smiled and asked why he thought he would die and be unable to clear the dungeon by himself. Jack couldn't believe the protagonist's words. He was only level 28, and no matter how strong he was, everyone has their limits. Or so Jack believed. But suddenly, the protagonist asked, "What if I had level 56 gear? It wouldn't be hard for me to clear a level 35 dungeon, would it?" Jack couldn't believe Liu Ye's words. The protagonist held 2 pearls in his hands and asked if this was, by any chance, the gear he wasn't supposed to have. Looking closer, Jack saw the blue orb in the man's hands. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The surprise on his face was unmistakable. With a confident and determined smile, the protagonist shouted for the blue orb to open and release its equipment. In an instant, the protagonist appeared, dressed in yellow and black armor. He wore a frost tank top that gave him incredible buffs, and it was also purple ranked. A purple ranked rapid combat suit protected his entire body, offering resistance, strength, agility, and armor, requiring level 30. The combat gloves provided the same attributes, with more focus on sensation, but the strength stat was removed. Violet-ranked high-speed combat boots granted the protagonist impressive agility. The most important item was the purple-ranked beam katana, which gave Liu Ye a 160 attack power bonus and also increased his defense by 30. Now, the hero possessed incredible stats, and based on combat calculations, he had the skills of a level 46. With a smile on his face, he remarked that he should thank the men who had just died at his hands, as he had gotten free equipment from them. Now, with this gear, his combat abilities had more than tripled, showing that his opponents were truly incapable of seizing opportunities to defeat him. Jack was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that Liu Ye had increased his stats nearly 3-fold. Moments later, he realized that everything was starting to irritate him. The surprise turned into rage and hatred. He started shouting that no matter how much stronger the hero had become, he wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon alone. It was simply impossible. Around them, the sounds of monsters approached with incredible speed. Then, one of the monsters leaped onto the crystal. The heroes killed anyone that approached without even blinking. After killing one ant, several more appeared. Hundreds of ants attacked from behind, trying to kill him and reset his level. Liu Ye wasn't going to give up so easily. One by one, he killed the ants, giving them no chance to win. Liu Ye knew that if he didn't win, he couldn't protect his sister. Thanks to the pearl's effect, he didn't need to use his intellect to eliminate the insects attacking him from all sides. He was ready to bravely defend the crystal, despite enemies coming from every direction. His life was on the line, and he needed to secure this victory. He defeated the ants one after another. The number of corpses just kept piling up, but it seemed endless. When Liu Ye's health dropped to almost 0, he used a healing spell, allowing him to continue the battle without losing strength. Meanwhile, Jack managed to kill a few ants. He noticed the protagonist's health was low, but to his surprise, he healed quickly. Jack couldn't believe his eyes. He thought Liu Ye was using rare potions and yelled that it didn't matter. Jack believed he just needed to dodge and he could outlast Liu Ye. Liu Ye paid no attention to Jack, focused on killing the creatures surrounding him. Jack kept screaming that he would pay for his arrogance, but Liu Ye just smiled and told Jack to worry about his own survival. He said he could easily destroy the monsters and handle the situation, so even if Jack begged for mercy, it wouldn't save him. These words angered Jack even more. He couldn't believe that even in such a desperate situation, Liu Ye was so confident and bold with his statements. Staying alert, Jack noticed an ant trying to attack him from the side and killed it instantly. Meanwhile, Liu Ye continued to eliminate an impressive number of monsters. His health was again reduced to a minimum, but he used his healing ability once more, continuing his fight tirelessly. Hours passed as he killed ants. There was no hesitation in his eyes, only a field of corpses around him, but the creatures never stopped attacking the crystal. Jack, on the side, watched the massive number of dead monsters and couldn't believe his eyes. He thought it was impossible for Liu Ye to have so many healing potions, as the amount he had used was far greater than any player could carry for such a test. As Jack stared at the pile of bodies, he didn't notice a monster suddenly appear, grabbing his hand and dealing heavy damage. His health dropped to a minimum again. He wanted to use a healing potion quickly, but when he opened his inventory, he saw it was empty. He was bewildered, realizing this was the end. His health was at rock bottom, and enemies were closing in from all sides. He had no strength left to keep fighting. The monster started tearing him apart, attacking him relentlessly, wounding every part of his body it could. Even in such a desperate situation, Jack couldn't accept that he would die first and not get to see Liu Ye die before him. But looking over at the hero, he realized Liu Ye was still handling all the enemies, killing them without much trouble. He decided Liu Ye would pay for this insolence once he respawned in the lobby. The young man watched everything with a smile because he wasn't tired at all and still had plenty of strength. He even enjoyed facing all the monsters that attacked him. After all, that's how he gained experience and combat skills. At that moment, Jack was sent to the lobby, his level nullified. A notification appeared on the protagonist's screen, indicating that his team had only one person left: himself. By meeting all the conditions, the reward for completing the dungeon would be increased tenfold. After several hours of fighting the insects, the hero crouched on the ground, exhausted, trying to catch his breath. An impressive number of defeated ants lay around him, all eliminated by him, and finally the wave of attacks ceased. The insects stopped attacking, and looking at the mountain of bodies, he felt relieved, knowing that the ants would disappear before the second wave. If that didn't happen, he wouldn't know where the crystal was and wouldn't be able to protect it. Not far from him, he saw the inscription, Golden Orb. The Golden Orb allowed a player to receive 3 random items from a dead player's inventory. As soon as he saw the orb, Liu Ye quickly stood up with a smile on his face. He couldn't believe he had actually found the Golden Orb, as he'd expected from the manager of the mirror copy. Finally, he had done something right. Approaching the Golden Orb, the protagonist picked it up and thought for a moment, knowing he didn't have much mental energy left. He would have about 10 minutes to rest, which would restore half his strength. Naturally, this wouldn't be enough for him, as he was on the third and final wave. Now he realized he shouldn't have attacked the Zhukovs so early. He should have waited for the final wave. Now, all he could do was hope the Golden Orb would yield something valuable to help him face the last wave. As he spoke the words to open the Golden Orb, a notification appeared before him, offering a choice between equipment and items. Liu Ye started to reason logically, thinking that his strength, agility, and armor would soon reach 100 points. He wondered if he could get equipment that would improve these 3 stats and increase his combat ability. Therefore, he selected the equipment option. Immediately, a notification popped up saying the system was opening the orb and the equipment would be retrieved. He received a set of purple and gray amber equipment, which gave him 10 agility and 5 senses. The exact same second ring fell into the protagonist's right hand. The third item he got was a purple class pendulum pistol, which gave him 200 strength, 30 wisdom, and a locking ability. Plus, it could triple the damage of each attack or stun the target. The pistol also had an automatic reload, but it took a full minute to recharge completely. Liu Ye was in a state of shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. To him, this was simply incredible. He believed this was his lucky day, as he not only received buffs for all his gear, but also upgraded his main weapon. Accessing his stats, the protagonist noticed that 4 of them had surpassed 100 points, which made him very happy. This meant his combat ability was stronger than ever. After thinking for a moment, Liu Ye realized that if it weren't for those who attacked him, he wouldn't have become so strong. So he decided to thank them. The protagonist thanked them with a smile on his face. He was ready to enter battle, knowing he was only behind in terms of his level. But as soon as he protected the crystal in this dungeon, he would catch up to the top players. Now, we shift to the city at night, where we find ourselves in a room where players are revived after death. Jack was in the middle of the room, talking to his boss, head bowed, saying that Liu Ye definitely had some kind of secret that allowed him to have stats exceeding his level. After everything that happened, Jack claimed that if this weren't true, he wouldn't have died at the protagonist's hands. He told the boss that even if he didn't believe it, he should know about the complexity of the Ruined Kingdom dungeon. A level 28 player clearing a level 35 dungeon alone was too much, and there was definitely something wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill everyone. The boss, looking at Jack with a scornful gaze, said he was giving him one more chance. Within a few days, he needed to level up, and the boss would deal with Liu Ye personally by sending others to handle him. Jack thanked the leader for giving him another chance, and said he would try. Now we're transported back to reality, to an unknown cafe, where Yun was yelling at Neon because her whole family was playing the game. The girl said they weren't just playing, but also making a lot of money, which left Yun very surprised. Neon had a hard time understanding why, but her parents forced her to level up with them every day. She was already tired of it, and didn't want to do it anymore. Although her parents wanted Neon to keep playing, she wanted to do it her own way. Suddenly, the girl stood up and asked Yun why she and her brother didn't play that calculation game with her at her house, adding that it would be fun to play with her brother. Yun was very surprised by the proposal. Besides, she didn't have a device to play on, but she suddenly realized this was her chance to get Nian and her brother together, because if they played together, it would be a success. All she needed to do was leave the house under some pretext and leave them alone. This was her incredibly cunning plan, so she suggested they go to her house. Now we're back with the protagonist, who was starting to face the third wave advancing on him. He defeated his opponents one after another. Liu Ye had never felt so much power before. As he equipped the gear, he could feel every cell in his body growing stronger, especially when he exerted himself. He felt as if the blade in his hands was even lighter. His steps grew faster, more agile. His jumps were so high they allowed him to tower over all the creatures around him. In these moments, he felt incredibly majestic, standing out from the horde. Liu Yi spots something that grabs his attention. It's a creature that even confuses him slightly, but he doesn't look away for even a second. He decides to unleash his strongest attack, leaping down and wiping out an entire horde of ants with a single strike. But that wasn't enough for him. He wanted more. More power, more experience, more skills. And most importantly, as he destroyed the ants, he wanted to reach places he had previously only been able to gaze upon. Then, just as he was high above all the monsters, the same creature he'd noticed before appears in front of him. It was a level 35 spider boss. Without hesitation, the protagonist decides to finish it off right then and there. Suddenly, notifications start to appear before Liu Ye. The character was congratulated for clearing the dungeon and received his rewards. He gained an impressive amount of experience, 360,000 points, which was then multiplied by 10. In addition, the character received the title Dungeon Defender. For each ally lost in the dungeon, the player's stats increased by 10%. Now, his stats were incredibly high. Upon reaching level 36, he had an immense amount of experience, and his stats, like damage, defense, resistance, strength, agility, endurance, intelligence, perception, distributable points, health, and cognitive power were astonishing. Upon reaching level 30, he was able to choose a skill branch. One option was Silence, an active skill that, when used, reset all skill cooldowns by 5 seconds. The cost was 50 cognitive power points, and with each level increase, the skill added 1 second. The second development option was called Captivity, which tethered the enemy to its initial spot for 10 seconds. After defeating the monster, the character sat down, satisfied, and couldn't believe he had defeated a huge monster all by himself. Most importantly, he was very happy to have gotten so much stronger in just a few hours, something he himself couldn't believe. Now, we shift to the real world, at the protagonist's home, moving from the virtual to reality. Liu Ye stepped out onto the balcony for some fresh air. He thought about his actions. Incredibly proud of his recent achievements, he was just waiting for the opportunity to get into the game to make his sister as strong as him, so she could protect herself in the future. Suddenly, Liu Ye heard a door close behind him. When he entered the room, he saw his sister was home. She was in the hallway, holding a gaming device. She said it was very difficult to get the device, but she was lucky to have a wonderful friend, Nian, who helped her get it. However, the device caused her to lose connection. His sister walked into the room, and someone followed her. For a few seconds, Liu Ye was in a state of shock, unable to believe his sister had gotten a device to enter Yuan World. But then, his expression changed. He became incredibly happy, because now she could play with him. With a huge smile on her face, Yun said that since Nian got the device for her, she needed to be properly thanked, and so, Nian would be living with them. Nian greeted Liu Ye without hesitation. He, in turn, still couldn't believe it was a real device for Yuan World. It was incredible. However, his sister felt ignored at that moment and was very annoyed. Liu Ye picked up the box and started asking how they got the device. Not that it really mattered to him. The important thing was that he had the device now. His sister grimaced. She couldn't believe her brother was ignoring the beautiful girl beside him, focused on his new toy instead, especially since he knew Nian was going to be living with them now. Nian, meanwhile, was very surprised that some device could make Liu Ye so happy. Now we go back one day in time, to an unknown level 40 dungeon. A vast forest under a bright moon surrounds the area. Several people were sitting around a campfire, discussing how if they cleared the level 40 dungeon, they would surpass the second-ranked team, which would increase their profits. They were also talking about the incredibly strong girl who helped them find a village. This girl was in the New Order group, and her team ranked third. Her name was Wei Shi. Suddenly, a man named Chao Yang approached her. He said she could ask to join the first-ranked team after clearing the dungeon, which would speed up her development. Confused, she didn't understand what he was saying, and completely ignored his approach. Then, one of the team members told the captains that if Wei Shi left, they wouldn't be able to progress as quickly anymore. They ignored the man's concern and began to discuss how the team would have no future if she left. Besides, they had invested a lot in her, and they couldn't just let her go, especially when they needed her the most. The captain took a deep breath and said they couldn't hold a person back because of their feelings. He believed she wouldn't forget them even after reaching the highest rank in the new order. The captain decided to confirm this, and with a smile, he asked her. In response, he only saw Wei Shi's smile. The team member, holding his head in his hands, realized he couldn't just wish her luck on her new path. Another member agreed with the captain, saying he was right, and there was no reason to hold back Wei Shi's progress, as they were too weak. Everyone started saying that if the girl had a hard time on the first team, they would gladly welcome her back. It was just like before when she first joined. They would help with whatever she needed. They were all incredibly kind to the girl. In response, she smiled, thanked them, called them brothers, and said they were very good to her. Since they were being so kind, she wanted to ask one last favor. After she said that, she looked very embarrassed, and everyone around her was shocked. Not understanding what she meant, there was a dead silence. A few seconds later, an intense light appeared. All the team members fell, showing no signs of life. Whoever was still alive used a healing skill and couldn't believe what they were seeing. Wei Shi, who had been with them the whole time, had betrayed them. She wanted to be incredibly strong, but her level wasn't high enough, so she decided to activate the dungeon's reward. This way, she would become the strongest player in the Yuan world. The captain was furious with her. After everything they had done for her, was this how she repaid their kindness? Again, Wei Shi just laughed and waved her hand, saying there was no need to be so angry. It was just a game, and they could always get back up and level up again. The captain refused to listen anymore and told her to go to hell. She was an ungrateful creature and he attacked her. Wei Shi was able to dodge the bullets and said she had warned him many times that no matter how much he shot at her in the Yuan world, the bullet speed was limited. Therefore, a bullet couldn't outpace a player with an agility stat over 100. Then, the girl simply got behind the captain and pierced his neck. Wei Shi repeated coldly that cold steel was an entirely different matter, because its power depended on the user's stats. Speed and damage weren't limited, so she was able to kill the captain easily. The next day, we are transported to a level 45 dungeon, where 20 people are fighting a humanoid monster. The captain reports that several people have run out of potions and asks if he is stocked up enough. The captain, known as Strikes from the New Order, was fighting with impressive strength, and everyone around him admired his skills. He was very good at what he did, but his power had a drawback. To build up enough power, he had to wait a long time. However, when he finally reached his maximum strength, he had no trouble defeating even the biggest monsters. The captain was level 45, and beside him was Blazing Fire of the New Order, also level 45. During the fight, the captain noticed another player with similar power. He immediately wondered if this player was an enemy or could be persuaded to join them. The master quickly replied that he had killed the captain of the Mirrored Kingdom. This surprised him so much that he started to scratch his head. The captain then asked about a girl named Wei Shi and what she was up to. The scene then shifts to a forest outside the control zone. A girl is standing on the edge of a cliff looking at her system screen. She received a private message from Blazing Fire, telling her she needed to meet a new player, our protagonist, because of his power. Wei Shi smiled happily as she read the message. It didn't mention killing or recruiting the character, but she knew powerful players were quite rare. If she managed to recruit the protagonist for the guild, it would mean she was doing everything for the guild's benefit. However, if she killed him, she would be going against the guild's development. The master, seeing this, didn't care about our character's future and left the decision to her. The girl, with her great worth, had to prove her competence by recruiting the protagonist. After thinking it over, she decided she would kill him. Meanwhile, at Liu Yi's place, he sat at the desk in his room and drafted a plan of action for the game. He needed to level up his character and gear to 60, and also prepare a fortified camp in the real world before the apocalypse. In his past life, he remembered the highest level any player had ever reached was 60. If he could reach that level before the real world was taken over, he would effectively be the strongest player. With that power, he could ensure his own safety and his sister's. With the collapse of public order and the scarcity of resources, only the most powerful guilds could restore balance. In this scenario, food became the most valuable currency. Therefore, it was essential to stockpile supplies and establish a safe camp for him and his sister. With the funds he had, he decided to rent a neighboring building, while the rest of the money would be invested in buying rice and canned food. Now, all he had to do was wait for the supplies to arrive. In the game, he was only level 36, still far from his goal. To reach the max level, he just needed to stay alive and keep gathering resources in the real world. That way, he and his sister could live in peace after the takeover. Upon entering the game with his sister and her friend, he led them to the Armory Pavilion. He explained that in the world of UN World, strength was the most important skill, and it was based on weapon practice. To maximize their growth, it was essential to master different types of weaponry and awaken their true power. His sister analyzed the spear, while he reminded Nianshu that skill without ki was useless. So, they should practice with all the weapons until they reached their full potential. Currently, Nianshu was at level 32. They both agreed to the plan. After that, Liu Ye walked to the exit. Watching them, he reflected on how his actions had changed the course of history. In his past life, Nianshu didn't come to his house. He didn't believe his interference was related to her bringing the device for Liu Yun. In the past, thanks to Nianshu, he and his sister survived for 3 whole years. Now he felt it was his turn to repay her. With this determination, he ran out of the pavilion. Jumping for joy, he felt he was getting closer to his goal, reaching level 60. Half a day later, Liu Ye emerged from a level 35 dungeon, now at level 37. One of his team members, smiling, commented on his impressive strength, saying he could clear a dungeon designed for 10 players all by himself. Another teammate agreed, mentioning that without him, the group would have a much harder time. Excited, they decided to tackle the dungeon again, but Liu Ye refused as he had other priorities. The disappointed players insisted he add them as friends and promised to call them next time. He smiled, scratched the back of his neck, and agreed. However, upon returning to the team finding room, he nervously clenched his fists, thinking about a big problem. Clearing a level 35 dungeon for 10 players took at least half a day, maybe even a full one. The experience gained there was equivalent to half a level. If he continued at this pace, in 20 days before the real-world takeover, he would only reach level 50. Reaching 60 would be impossible. Sitting alone in the empty hall, he pondered his first experience clearing that dungeon. That's when he received the title of Dungeon Protector, and realized there was only one solution. By sacrificing 9 teammates, he could maximize his experience. In his previous life, dungeons like this were called slaughterhouses, and players who used this method were known as gutter rats. If he followed this path, he would become one of them. However, if this was the only alternative, his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a notification. A system window popped up before him, announcing a new message. Opening it, he saw an invitation to a dungeon. It was a level 40 expedition for 10 people. Reading the familiar name, he was surprised. Then, surprise turned into joy. Getting up from the bench, he exclaimed that this was the girl who, in his past life, became the strongest fighter. Liu Ye wondered why she would suddenly invite him to a dungeon. If he accepted, he would have a unique opportunity to level up quickly. A confident smile appeared on his face. Besides, she was a member of the New Order. In the past, he had never met her under such circumstances, so he was sure she was plotting something against him. His legs trembled for a moment, but his eyes remained steady. Only the dungeon would allow him to grow. With that in mind, he made his decision. He accepted the invitation. The team list was displayed before him. The players' levels ranged from 37 to 45. Seeing the familiar names on the list, Liu Ye smiled when he noticed Lin Fei. He recalled how, in his past life, he'd claimed the reward from a desperate situation by finishing the quest alone. To do so, he had destroyed all of his comrades. He remembered how his old teammates had trashed him in the general chat. The girl nicknamed Cookie had a similar story, but in her case, she started harassing the other players. In the end, she killed them all in self-defense. The other team members had similar pasts. The team for this dungeon had been hand-picked by Wei Xi herself. Liu Ye touched his chin thoughtfully, wondering how Wei Xi could have known these players were trouble. After joining the group, a chat became available. He announced that since everyone was gathered, they should head out. Wei Xi sent a point on the map for them to head to. Lin Fei, seeing the new member, questioned Wei Xi's choice. He doubted this was the player she mentioned and wondered why he was still level 37. Wei Xi replied that on this team, levels didn't matter. What was most important was strength. Liu Ye opened the map and noticed that most of the members were in Muksu City, while the others were in the out-of-control area, or on their way there. His expression grew serious as he analyzed the situation. The out-of-control zone was a dangerous place. Muksu City's controlled territories were divided into 5 zones. Muksu City served as a resource resupply point for all players. All the dungeons within the city were under control, and had long since been modified. There were dungeons for beginners and greater challenges. The especially dangerous zone was for players seeking extreme challenges. The controlled danger zone, on the other hand, was completely altered, and all its creatures were sealed within the city. He had already been to one of these dungeons with Chicken Crown. The Chaos Zone was a deadly territory. Muksu's influence over the dungeons there was minimal. Creatures above level 30 roamed freely outside the dungeons. The out-of-control zone was even worse. Players died almost immediately upon entering. There, creatures above level 70 wandered about. Finally, the destruction zone. Muksu City had no control whatsoever over this area. The creatures from the dungeons there couldn't be sealed. Max-level monsters, capable of annihilating everything. After some time, Liu Ye was already in the out-of-control area, approaching the meeting point. He was running quickly through the forest when he suddenly heard a scream. He turned, trying to identify who could be screaming. Right after, monsters made of branches and leaves appeared in the forest clearing. Seeing them, he ducked behind a nearby rock and watched as the creatures ran toward the stream, releasing vines along the way. He realized the monsters weren't that strong individually, but their numbers were a problem. A single sound could attract them in successive waves. That scream could only have come from a careless player. After a few moments, silence returned. Liu Ye peeked out and saw that the monsters had moved away. He wondered if the player who had screamed was still alive. He jumped out from his hiding spot, convinced he had to keep moving. He headed toward the meeting point, but out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something approaching. A spearhead was flying toward him. He reacted just in time, catching the weapon in midair and leaning his body back to dodge the blow. The attacker advanced, and Liu Ye tried to figure out who it was. The opponent held the spear firmly and attacked again, but Liu Ye managed to dodge. Now he was looking directly at his opponent's face, whose eyes burned with excitement. Liu Ye drew his katana and counterattacked. The enemy gripped his weapon with both hands, blocking the blade with the spearhead. Then he broke into a smile. The impact created a loud bang, sending dust and leaves flying everywhere. After a few seconds of silence, they stood face to face, sizing each other up. Lin Fei, the player who had attacked him, looked satisfied with the fight. It seemed he now understood why Liu Ye had been chosen by the captain. Liu Ye frowned, hesitating for a moment. Lin Fei, still smiling, acknowledged that his strength was no match for Liu Ye's, but he felt he had earned some respect from him. Before leaving, he pointed out that they needed to get to the meeting point quickly, or else they could be surrounded by monsters. With that, he left without further delay. Only then did Liu Ye lower his katana and watch Lin Fei walk away. He recognized that this player possessed true power, and there was a good chance that Wei Shi had this kind of strength as well. The team was incredibly strong. It was still unclear if anyone there could get the reward from the desperate situation, but the chance of them dying in that dungeon remained very high. However, after a while, he reached the meeting point, where the others were already waiting. As he approached the portal, he hesitated, noticing a girl sitting on a nearby rock, smiling at him. She stood up, clapped to get everyone's attention, and announced that she wanted to say a few words before they entered the dungeon. The protagonist looked at his teammates, recognizing he was now part of their group, even if he wasn't entirely sure about it. The captain spoke up, explaining that the dungeons in the uncontrolled zone were extremely unpredictable. For that reason, their first action upon entering should be to understand its rules, no matter how unusual they seemed. He stressed that everyone needed to stay calm and discuss the plan rationally, as this would be the key to completing the mission. The players agreed with him, and the girl approved of the group's attitude before leading them to the portal, saying they would now move forward. As the others moved ahead, the protagonist hesitated for a moment, remembering his earlier uncertainties. He reflected on his feelings and realized that ever since meeting Wei Shi, considered the strongest player, he had started to doubt his own abilities. He didn't know if his unease was insecurity, nervousness, or just the fear of never being their equal. He also feared failing and seeing all his efforts go to waste. However, instead of letting these doubts consume him, he looked up at the moon shining over the forest, took a deep breath, and moved forward, determined to prove his worth. As soon as they crossed the portal, images began to appear before their eyes, narrating the dungeon's story. A doll was lamenting that her companion no longer wanted to play with her. Leaning against the wall, unconscious, was the woman she used to have fun with. Without any emotion, the doll stated that if she didn't want to play, it would find another toy. The hallways then filled with corpses. The one responsible for the scene, a small, blood-stained mechanical puppet, expressed boredom, saying its old companion had been the most fun. Now, with no one left, it needed to go home. However, it lowered its head and muttered to itself that this was no longer possible. The cutscene ended, and the players found themselves at the top of a circular tower. In the center, on a pedestal, was the same bloody doll. At the base of the structure, an inscription read, "Hope and despair coexist." The team was still trying to process what they had just watched when one of the players questioned what kind of dungeon they had entered. Another group member agreed that this was unlike anything they had ever seen. They moved away from the portal, and one player commented that the unpredictability of dungeons, their maps, and challenges made the meta world both terrifying and fascinating. Another added that the most distressing part was knowing it was impossible to clear certain dungeons without losing your life in the process. Looking at the pedestal, they concluded that the only entity there was the doll, which suggested it might be the main key to understanding this place. However, before they could react, the figure vanished, and immediately the system notified all players the dungeon entrance has been sealed. To escape, they must complete the mission titled Puppet's Tricks. The dungeon required the players to destroy the doll. A puppet would appear in one team member's backpack, and the other's task was to eliminate the puppet's owner. The dungeon would only be completed if the player with the puppet survived for up to 6 hours. If the time ran out, the mission would fail. According to the rules, the puppet's owner could transfer it to another player if they managed to kill one of their allies. The protagonist was surprised as he read the mission description. He thought that this dungeon seemed to be created especially for those who wanted to get rewards in a desperate situation. The mission indicated that if the player left the puppet for the last survivor, they would have a 100% chance of winning the grand prize. The system announced that the puppet had appeared, and the countdown had begun. Lou immediately decided to check his backpack to make sure he didn't have the toy. However, as he opened the system window, he stopped and thought this wasn't the right time. He knew that once the other players calmed down, he would have to check if he had the puppet. If he did, he would have to decide whether to turn it in, but that would make him a target for everyone else. Facing two powerful fighters wasn't the best position, and his chances of death increased drastically. The other players started eyeing each other suspiciously, and the atmosphere grew tense. Liu Ye noticed that everyone seemed wary of the person next to them. Maybe they were hiding something, or perhaps they were in the same situation as him. It was then that Wei Shi clapped her hands, getting the group's attention. Liu Ye shifted his gaze to her as Wei Shi smiled and spoke. She suggested that since everyone knew the mission's objective, whoever had the puppet should just give themselves up, accepting certain death. She proposed that everyone would give a fair share of the reward. Weishi asked if all the players who didn't have the puppet in their backpack agreed with the idea. Most of the players agreed with her proposal. Taking advantage of the distraction, the protagonist saw a chance to quickly check his backpack while everyone was focused on her. He opened the system window and looked through his inventory. However, his eyes widened in surprise. He discovered the puppet was in his backpack. He thought to himself that he had just joined the team, and they had already given him this puppet as a gift. He frowned as he looked at his inventory one more time, then glanced at the other players. His main goal now was to eliminate one of the team members so the puppet would pass to someone else. He needed to get rid of the imminent threat, but he still didn't know who to target. Even if he handed over the puppet, he'd struggle to fight two powerful players who would surely show no mercy. Without waiting for a response, one of the players asked if anyone wanted to confess. Liu Ye remained silent, lowering his gaze, but was soon caught off guard by the team captain, who walked up and faced him directly. With a confident smile, he stated it was time for Liu Ye to admit he had the puppet. Liu Ye was surprised by the sudden accusation, but quickly composed himself, his expression turning serious. As he processed the captain's words, one of the female players called him by name, claiming he liked to stand out. Then she demanded that he speak for himself. Liu Ye, however, remained stiff and silent. He looked back at the other team members, noticing they all had peculiar smiles. The memory of the glances they'd exchanged sparked a growing suspicion. Slowly, he realized that even without directly analyzing each other's reactions, they had found a way to confirm he had the puppet. They were all working together. Upon understanding the situation, Liu Ye let out a laugh. It all seemed so obvious now. A sudden invitation to such a strong team was nothing more than a disguise test. Though he still didn't fully understand the woman's hostility towards him, he concluded that this dungeon was specifically designed to eliminate him. The large number of players gathered here was proof of that. He gave the female player an assessing look and, analyzing the situation, concluded that by inviting him to complete the dungeon, she had signed her own death warrant. After all, the only reward in this desperate situation belonged to him. His smile widened as he better understood the game they were trying to force on him. The woman, in turn, commented that he was rude, but it didn't bother her. Liu Ye had already shown his strength, but he was still far from being a match for the rest of the team. They didn't waste time on pointless arguments. The sooner the battle ended, the faster they could move on to the next leveling session. Faced with this, he simply agreed. It was then that Lin Fei shouted, offering him a chance to defend himself. To him, this would make the fight more interesting. After all, they wanted to crush his hopes little by little. Wei Shi, for her part, covered her face with her hands and lamented how cruel they were being. However, she soon pulled her hands away, revealing a cunning smile. With a sharp gaze, she stated that Liu Ye shouldn't force them to act this way. Without hesitation, Liu Ye quickly swapped his equipment for a pendulum and aimed the weapon at her. However, he hesitated before shooting. Wei Xi observed his hesitation and concluded he didn't want to act rashly. She also realized he wasn't even aware that he was being spared. The other team members, upon seeing the weapon he was holding, reacted with scorn, trading insults among themselves. They scoffed that they should have been more careful. After all, a fool who shot without thinking wouldn't stand a chance against opponents like them. Lin Fei smiled, pondering that if they had been warned about Liu Ye, it was because he had some kind of special ability. Perhaps his shots had the ability to imprison his enemies. The other players laughed, remarking that he knew the metaverse meta. Magic prisons were well-known tricks in that world. One of the allies suggested they take the situation seriously, because in the Met, it was possible to create traps. This specific type of technique was what they called a cage. Wei Xi laughed again, clearly enjoying the whole situation. Liu Ye then smiled and activated his capture ability. Wei Xi's smile vanished instantly, and she leapt back, stopping a few meters away. She looked down at herself and, seeing she was still unharmed, tried to hide her nervousness. For a moment, she shuddered and called out to Lin Fei, warning him they shouldn't mess with Liu Ye. She realized it would be safer to attack him together to end this confrontation as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Liu Ye kept smiling, satisfied that he had trapped Lin Fei inside the cage. The trapped player struggled to break free, but the chains held firm. The other team members reacted with surprise, crying out in shock at what had happened. Even Wei Xi stared at her teammate, in disbelief at the scene before her eyes. It was at that moment that Liu Ye used his special pistol ability, called Lockup. The technique allowed him to choose between tripling the damage or stunning the target. He chose to increase the damage, and immediately, the system announced that 100 knowledge points had been consumed. His next attack would deal 5,000 damage. With his eyes gleaming with determination, he raised the weapon, aimed directly at Lin Fei, and without hesitation pulled the trigger. The fired bullet cut through the air, heading straight for the immobilized player. The bullet pierced Lin Fei's body, tearing a huge hole in his stomach. He lost all his health points and collapsed to the ground. The system announced that Liu Ye had eliminated Lin Fei and successfully transferred the doll to another player. With a team member's death, the Dungeon Defender title activated, increasing all stats by 10%. Additionally, he received a pearl as a reward for the kill. Meanwhile, the other team members stared at their fallen comrade, shocked by what had just happened. Liu Ye, on the other hand, was reflecting on his situation and what he feared most: the two scenarios that could lead to his death. The first possibility was facing Wei Xi and Lin Fei together in a direct assault. The second, even more dangerous, was the presence of a fourth team member, someone with an unknown power. Assessing the available information, he realized that on their team, only Wei Xi and Lin Fei were strong enough to face him. This meant the real danger lay in the first option. His opponents were overconfident because they underestimated his strength. Thanks to that mistake, he managed to eliminate Lin Fei, shattering the balance of the strongest duo. Now that he had significantly reduced the threat, he just needed to finish off the rest of the team. A smile spread across his face as he realized victory was within his grasp. Although the ideal move would have been to eliminate Wei Xi first, she managed to dodge the shot at the last moment. This was due to her high perception, a trait that gave her an edge in fast-paced combat. Liu Ye then issued a direct warning to the team, informing them that the doll had passed to one of them. If they wanted to protect their ally, they had to act immediately. Otherwise, he would destroy the doll, preventing any chance of revenge. Aware that the team was weakened, he considered that he needed to be cautious to secure his victory and collect the dungeon's reward. His next step was to identify the player who had the doll in their inventory and keep it until the end. The team captain, hearing this, cursed loudly before freezing in place. The sense of immediate danger made her spin quickly toward the group and order everyone not to move. She knew Liu Ye was trying to find the player with the doll. The other team members, visibly nervous, formed a circle around one of their own, trying to hide them. The player in the center, frightened, instinctively took a step back. Liu Ye noticed her behavior and smiled, realizing he had found his target. The player's terrified look confirmed his suspicion. He reflected that, at that moment, she was completely surrounded. Without wasting time, he propelled his body forward and activated his skill, boosting his stats by 200%. He charged directly toward his goal, determined to eliminate anyone who tried to stop him. With his katana in hand, he advanced, cutting down the players in his path. Their resistance was insignificant. The system announced he had defeated 6 opponents, increasing his stats by 70%. Some of his attributes surpassed the 1,000-point mark. As a reward for the eliminations, he received new pearls, equipment, and items. Faced with the carnage, Wei Xi charged forward furiously, wielding her dagger and trying to strike him. Liu Ye, however, reacted quickly, blocking the attack with a precise movement of his weapon. Meanwhile, one of the players, nicknamed Cookie, was trembling with fear and fell to the ground, unable to react. The team captain, noticing his condition, exclaimed that Cookie was still alive but had the doll. That meant Liu Ye was aiming for the dungeon's reward. Surprised by his audacity, the captain scoffed, but Liu Ye only answered with a smile. Her boots glowed as she activated her arcane leap power, allowing her to move quickly to the side. She warned her opponent that he had made a mistake by targeting her. With nearly imperceptible speed, she began to circle around him. Liu Ye stayed alert, noticing that in an instant, she had simply vanished from his field of view. Before he could react, Wei Shi appeared behind him, ready to strike. However, anticipating her movement, he turned and swung his katana in her direction. Wei Shi, more agile, dodged again and reappeared behind him, striking with a punch. Without giving him room to recover, she continued to attack repeatedly, drastically reducing Liu Ye's health. He then activated his recovery power, instantly restoring his health bar. Then, he raised his blade over his opponent. Wei Shi, surprised, announced that the damage she had dealt was 9,000 points, equivalent to 75% of his health. She recognized she was facing an absurdly resilient opponent. The blows of their blades clashed with a loud clang. Confident, Wei Shi stated that at this rate, he would run out of healing potions before the battle was over. That would guarantee her victory. Liu Ye, however, just smiled. Without hesitation, Wei Shi switched weapons and executed a sudden attack. The blow was devastating, reducing his health by 9,800 points. But, just like before, Liu Ye restored his health in the same instant. Stunned, Wei Shi pondered what was happening. She knew the level 30 instant recovery potion restored only 1,000 health points, and each player could only carry 10 vials inside the dungeon. However, Liu Ye had already regenerated over 19,000 points in total. It didn't make any sense. While she was trying to understand the situation, she didn't notice Liu Ye's sudden movement. He lunged forward with a powerful punch, hitting her hard. Then, with a smile on his face, he apologized. Liu Ye confidently stated that he was the only winner there. Wei Shi gritted her teeth, dodging at the exact moment he attacked again. He watched her with a displeased look as she quickly retreated, stopping beside Cookie. It was then that she made an observation. Given Liu Ye's enormous health pool, she was convinced he possessed support skills. Liu Ye smiled at her deduction and replied that Wei Shi, on the other hand, had invested all her distribution points into dexterity. Besides her strength in close combat, her speed reached an abnormal level, and her attacks almost always resulted in critical hits. For a brief moment, her expression turned serious. Then, she forced a smile and admitted that because of this, her cognition power was extremely low, leaving her completely exhausted now. She reflected that she was probably out of options. Perhaps the best course of action was to simply kill Cookie and end this confrontation once and for all. Liu Ye immediately grew cautious. He thought that he had somehow overplayed his own strength to the point of forcing her to consider this extreme option. Wei Shi was just too fast. If she wanted to, she could have killed Cookie hundreds of times before he could even react. But if she knew she couldn't defeat him directly, why was she still hesitating? Her behavior seemed contradictory. Liu Ye then asked what exactly she was waiting for. If Cookie was still alive, it meant it wasn't time to celebrate just yet. The system notified him that the enhancement of all stats was complete. Additionally, the pendulum and captivity skill had recharged. His eyes widened and, without wasting a moment, he pointed his weapon at Wei Shi, ready to activate his skill. However, his body suddenly froze in place. Confusion flooded his mind. What was happening? Before he could understand, Cookie delivered a fatal blow to the team captain. Wei Shi looked at Liu Ye with a confident smile. The truth was revealed in the following seconds. Shortly before, Wei Shi had instructed Cookie to kill her and then take his own life, thus ensuring Liu Ye could not claim victory. She promised her companion double the reward if he followed the plan. And that's exactly what he did. After striking her, Cookie killed himself. Their bodies began to disappear. Liu Ye remained motionless, stunned by what had just happened. It was unbelievable. Wei Shi laughed out loud before vanishing completely, calling Liu Ye a loser and declaring that he had lost. When their bodies were completely gone, Liu Ye was left alone in the dungeon. He took a step back, still confused, until his legs gave way and he fell to the floor. His mind raced with questions. How did this happen? Why? Checking his inventory, he realized the doll had returned to him. That realization hit him hard. The fight had been completely nullified. He wondered why Wei Shi would do something like that. Was it all just to deny him a potential victory? To him, that was ridiculous. He grabbed his own head in despair, trying to understand what he should do. They had both died, and now the doll was with him. If Wei Si hadn't killed herself and he had managed to defeat her, the doll would have completed its journey in his inventory. Now, with no players left, all that remained was to wait for his own death. The chance to change everything was lost so easily. He should have won. A loud, desperate scream echoed throughout the dungeon. After a while, his breathing stabilized. He lay on the ground, trying to catch his breath. Staring at the ceiling, he muttered to himself that there had to be another way. If all his allies were dead, then Yuan World wouldn't just let him lose like this. This meant there had to be another method to get around this situation. He stood up and looked around, trying to think of all the possibilities. Then he decided to explore the room, determined to find a way out. Upon reaching the edge of the platform, Liu Ye reached out and felt something invisible in front of him. He quickly realized it was a transparent wall. Analyzing his surroundings, he concluded that the special dungeon's territory was limited to the size of that cylindrical platform. After another careful inspection of the area, he headed to the central pedestal. With the doll in hand, he climbed onto the pedestal and stood cautiously, assessing every detail around him. Soon, his eyes landed on a plaque engraved with an intriguing message: "Hope and despair exist together." Looking closer, he noticed a scratched marking just below the main inscription. Approaching, he realized something was written in small letters. Running his fingers over the stone surface, he managed to decipher the words engraved there. "I can't open the door." As he touched the inscription, he felt the slab under his hand give way slightly. A distinct sound of a mechanism being activated echoed in the air. At that moment, the system notified him that he had found the entrance to the Cutscene Research Institute. New information appeared before him. To open the membrane, 1,000 cognition points were required. Liu Ye frowned at the required amount. It was a significant sum, especially since his energy was already compromised due to various effects. Even with a strength of over 1/500, his last battle had left him with just over 1,000 cognition points. He wasn't sure how to get more within this environment. By spending 700 points to increase all his skills by 350, he would reach the 1,000 cognition points needed to open the membrane. This way, he would still have a surplus of over 300 points. Considering he was about to enter unknown territory, he decided it was best to be in full combat readiness. Confirming his choice, the system registered the action. All of his skills were increased by 350 points. The 700 cognition points were consumed. The remaining 1,000 points were used to open the membrane. In that same instant, the pedestal before him transformed into a door. A strong gust of wind blew against his face. Suddenly, a male voice called his name. The tone of the voice carried urgency, urging him to make a decision quickly. The voice mentioned the need to choose between two options: display what follows you, or dissolve and map everything. Liu Ye blinked, confused, not fully understanding the situation. The man insisted, warning that the choice had to be made immediately for his computing power to be activated. Feeling lost, Liu Ye tried to find some logic in it. What exactly did these options mean? And what would be the consequences of a wrong choice? He analyzed the context. If this was a fixed system test, then they were likely on the verge of a major disaster. The key point seemed to be the idea of computing power. He pondered whether displaying this power meant ensuring his own survival, or if it was just a tool that could be used to escape the imminent catastrophe. Reflecting on his past life, he realized he had never gotten this far to face such a dilemma. If the goal was to ensure his and his sister's survival, the most logical option would be to display what follows him. However, if the only way to avoid the disaster was by using an external resource, then the safe path would be to dissolve and map everything. Liu Ye knew that if the disaster was inevitable, the only way to face it was to be prepared to deal with the consequences. He also considered that the purpose of mapping the computing power might be related to selecting individuals with certain qualities, but how could he be sure he was making the right choice? At the end of his reflection, he concluded that he needed to ensure the Forgotten Ones had access to the perfect computing power. After all, only a few could return to the characteristic of imagination. If the first world hadn't emerged, the player's level would never have evolved to where they were now. Convinced that this was the best possible decision, Liu Ye chose to dissolve and map everything. At the moment he confirmed his choice, sparks appeared before his eyes. He held his breath, waiting for the result. However, as soon as the light faded, he realized he was in the exact same place. His body remained motionless for a few seconds, until he finally frowned and looked around. Nothing had changed. The conclusion was inevitable. He had chosen the wrong option. Liu Ye sat down and crossed his arms, wondering if the right answer was to focus on revealing who was following him. He still had 350 cognition points left. Because it was a parasite in his body, the puppet kept him in a constant state of battle, making his cognition recovery incredibly slow. Even so, with the 5 hours remaining, he could gather 1,000 points and get the chance to take the test twice. That would be enough. All he had to do was wait. He closed his eyes and prepared to wait. After an hour and a half, the system notified him that he had accumulated 700 cognition points. He snapped his eyes open, sped up his recovery, and spent 1,000 points to open the membrane. Once again, he was presented with the same two options: focus on displaying who is following him, or dissolve and map everything. Liu Ye was about to click the first option, but he hesitated at the last moment. If the test was just about choosing between these options, then why couldn't he just enter the research institute by making the right choice? If the door blocked the puppet's path, then it would never be able to enter the institute it considered home. Something was wrong. But what was it? Was it a matter of knowledge power, or maybe it was related to a specific trait? The available information indicated that the puppet had left the institute out of stubbornness and now wanted to return, but the door was stopping it. Maybe it wasn't about the right choice, but the right attitude. Liu Ye frowned, considering this possibility. After thinking it over, he decided to trust his judgment and chose the second option again. Once again, he returned to the platform. Nothing had changed. He only had one more try left. If he made a mistake, he would have to wait again. Even so, he still believed in himself. He sat down once more and waited. An hour and a half later, only 27 minutes remained before the task ended. Checking his cognition points, he saw he had accumulated 700. Liu Ye opened his eyes, used his remaining points, and activated the membrane. This time, upon choosing the second option, he immediately backed away and felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. He leaped back and saw the pedestal begin to descend. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he shouted out loud that he had done it. The hardest part of the test was over. He was now sure the real challenge wasn't picking the right option, but insisting on the validity of his choice. The door would only open if the same option was selected 3 times in a row. A staircase leading down appeared before him. He looked at the entrance to the research institute and concluded that the secret level was meant to be completed by a team. As he walked down the steps, he realized no one had ever completed this task the way he had. To do it, he had to enhance all his skills, rely on pure wisdom, and activate a special counterattack. Without these upgrades, opening the door 3 times would have been impossible. Right now, no one else could access that hidden level. Liu Ye knew he had been very cautious. Still, desperation could lead him to make risky decisions. Being bold, however, didn't mean being reckless. If he had known before entering that his team was so unstable, he wouldn't have made the mistakes that led to so many deaths. He walked down a long, empty, and well-lit hallway. At the end of the path, he found a door. In front of it lay a bloody corpse. As he got closer, he saw it was a woman. Suddenly, a bright sphere appeared before him. Liu Ye looked down at his own chest, surprised, and saw the sphere detach from him. It floated over to the corpse and merged with the body. Right after, the system announced that the evil doll had been purified. As a reward, Liu Ye received 1% of the membrane's computing power. He sighed in relief. The system then announced that the Desperate Situation achievement had been unlocked, triggering a series of rewards. The system configuration began to adjust. Overcome with emotion, Liu Ye felt his legs go weak and leaned against the wall. He stored his weapon in his inventory. His legs were shaking. A smile crossed his face as he realized he was truly afraid of death. He covered his face with his hand, feeling ashamed of his reaction. The system reported that the configuration was complete. He received 22,464 experience and 400 coins. His level rose to 44. His HP bar increased to 3,720 and his knowledge power to 846. His combat power was now 898. 2 new skills were unlocked. Status Lock freezes the target's health bar and prevents them from spending knowledge power. Every 10 levels adds 1 second to the freeze time. All skills are applicable to the target for 10 minutes. Consumes 50 cognition points. Every 10 levels, the duration increases by 10 seconds. Liu Ye clenched his fists in excitement. He still couldn't believe what he had accomplished. He thought he had only defeated Wei Shi, but in reality, he had overcome something much greater. He jumped into the air and exclaimed, laughing with joy. The dungeon began to disappear around him. Meanwhile, his sister and her friend had already mastered their weapon skills. The two looked at each other, pleased. Wei Shi was waiting for Liu Ye at the player's resurrection point. 6 hours had passed since she last saw him. He still hadn't returned. She crossed her arms, worried, and wondered where he could be. Just then, Blazing Fire sent a message asking what had happened. Wei Shi replied with a single sentence. There was a death. Blazing Fire asked if Liu Ye was responsible. Wei Shi clarified that, in fact, she had been the one who died. For a moment, Blazing Fire was speechless. After a short pause, she added that she had obtained valuable information. He wanted to know what he should do. Wei Shai instructed him to arrange a battle for her in the Mirror Realm. A single copy of Mirror would be enough to restore her level. Blazing Fire agreed. Finally, she mentioned that Liu Ye was the person he was looking for, and that he possessed a special support power. Blazing Fire sat in his guild's meeting room, frowning as he looked at a message from Wei Shi. The man sitting across from him said he knew how rare support power was, and offered to help in the uncontrolled zone. His nickname was Ouija, level 45, and he used his fists instead of weapons. He also possessed support power. He promised to help, but demanded something in return, 10,000 coins. The guild leader replied with a sly grin that it was no problem. Ouija then left the New Order's headquarters, where his friend was already waiting for him. Seeing him, his friend excitedly asked how it went. They had all been jumping for joy, having scoured the entire network to find the owner of the support power. Ouija ignored the excitement and, in frustration, kicked a post, making his friend flinch. After calming down a bit, he said he had arranged everything. His friend exclaimed that this was the first step of their plan and questioned why he was so angry. Ouija crouched down and yelled, furious that he wasn't the only player with support power. Now they had to rethink their plan to reach the top of the New Order. Meanwhile, Liu Ye was sitting in his room, looking at a piece of paper where he had jotted down his thoughts. He pondered the hash power permission, which represented the authority to control the computing output of a specific large machine. He then wondered if the reward for upgrading the special dungeon was just the start of a major quest, or if it had a deeper meaning. Liu Ye questioned what would happen upon reaching 100% computing power and the relationship between the hash power permission and the test. Rubbing the tip of his nose, he felt exhaustion taking over, but he knew he had to keep thinking. His future depended on it. He decided to get up and leave his room to relax and take a shower before returning to the game. As soon as he opened the door and stepped into the hall, he noticed Nianshu coming out of the bathroom, drying her hair with a towel.
Seeing him, she stopped and waved. He returned the wave with a smile and headed for the bathroom, but before going in, he glanced back at her. He thought about how there was always a pleasant scent in the air when she was home. His face flushed slightly, and he scratched his cheek in embarrassment. Suddenly, he slapped his own face, wondering what he was even thinking. He needed to hurry up and get in the game to set a goal for the next phase.
After some time, he was back in the game and headed to the pavilion, where equipment was crafted and sold. Standing at the terminal, he reflected on his situation. He was level 44 and needed to gain 16 more levels to reach level 60. To do that, he would have to complete a special dungeon 32 times, which would take about 20 days. There were only 22 days left until Yuan World became a reality. Time was too short, and he might not reach his goal in time. On top of that, he still had issues with his equipment. There were two ways to obtain metal or equipment. The first was to use coins directly. The second was to upgrade lower-level equipment. Currently, he had 11,021 coins. Of that, 6,750 were rewards from running a special dungeon, and the rest came from dismantling equipment he didn't use. The system asked if he wanted to create 40 purple items for 650 coins each, and upgrade them from level 30 to 40 for 400 coins. He realized he was still missing 3 pieces of equipment: a headpiece, a necklace, and an emblem. Combining 9 pieces with the remaining 40 would cost him 5,550 coins. The system reported it would take 100 seconds to level up the purple equipment. Liu Ye calculated that he would need 16,129 coins to reach level 60. This meant he would have to play more than 40 additional times. He crossed his arms thoughtfully, realizing that if he wanted to reach his goal, he'd have to take risks and seek extra rewards. But who should he target? Suddenly, a new message arrived, catching his attention. Before opening it, he hesitated for a moment, a growing sense of nervousness washing over him. News usually only arrived in emergencies. He told the system to open the message and saw it was a private communication from the guild leader of the New Order. The message asked if he was free and if they could talk. He was surprised, remembering how in his previous life, other players had kicked him out, saying that trash like him had no place in the New Order. After the New Order established itself in the Middle World, they occupied the entire southern region of China and became the strongest guild in the world. They aim to manage the elite, and as long as someone is an elite or has special talents, their life depends directly on the New Order. They treat low-level players without special talents like trash, oppressing them in every possible way. As someone who died in a previous life, he could say it was impossible not to hate the New Order. He frowned and looked at the message, thinking he was extremely weak back then. He wondered what was wrong. Blazing Fire wrote that he wants to form a team specializing in the uncontrolled zone. but so far they don't have enough people. He heard that Liu Ye has support powers, so he's inviting him to join the team. If he has any conditions, he can state them, and they can try to reach an agreement. Liu Ye asked if they were only missing a player with support powers. Blazing Fire confirmed his words, and Liu Ye became nervous. Then Blazing Fire wrote that, in other words, this is the strongest team in that world. He asked why they would go to an uncontrolled area. Blazing Fire said he had his reasons. Liu Ye replied that he would think about it and write to him later. After that, he wondered if he should agree. Although this team almost stopped him from earning rewards for madness, it allowed him to accumulate experience and coins several times faster than a regular team. He wonders why he would go there. It's impossible to use the market's transfer gate to go directly to the secret territory. Besides, several monsters above level 70 live there. He decided not to worry about it for now and thought he should upgrade his equipment first. The system reported that 650 coins are needed to craft purple equipment. Soon, the upgrade was complete, and all of his equipment's stats improved. With this, his attack power increased to 9,900, defense to 716, and intelligence to 678, while the rest ranged from 134 to 2011. His health increased to 6030, and his cognitive power rose to 2034. His current combat power is estimated at 102. Since his combat power surpassed 100, he was upgraded to a Supreme Space Hunter. The attribute level increased from +1 to +2. Because of this, his attack power rose to 11,400, defense to 892, resistance to 159, health to 8,040, and knowledge power to 2,112. The main character looked at his upgraded equipment and was very happy, thinking that combat strength gives such cool boosts. After he surpassed 100 attributes, the mark increased, and his strength was amplified by 30%. If he continued to improve his combat effectiveness, he would be able to increase all his other attributes as well. How much is needed? 200? 100? Or 1,000. He suddenly frowned as he thought of something else and looked away. He thought that the Battle Force system could be turned on as long as he had power, but if he has such opportunities, then other players do too. The members of the team formed by the New Order's president. Such a team is equal to a group of 10. The clones made going to the uncontrolled zone a more viable possibility than it initially seemed. Liu Ye sent a message to Blazing Fire, informing him that he would join the team. The reply came immediately, stating that his decision was reasonable. He was told that the team already had a player with support power, ensuring there would be no risk for him. Additionally, Blazing Fire mentioned that Liu Ye would receive a reward of 100 coins. Liu Ye was surprised. He didn't understand the reason for such generosity. It was clear the leader was very wealthy, but didn't seem to care about that detail. If there were any ulterior motives behind that act, he would at least have the benefit of securing enough money to feed himself. He relayed the information to the group, and the president of the New Order soon replied, saying there was no problem with it. Satisfied, Liu Ye noted that he was now part of the team. The invitation to officially join the team was made and accepted without objection. After that, a message was sent in the general chat for the other members to greet the newcomer. Wuji showed interest, asking if he would be the second support player besides himself. After a brief exchange of greetings, the president scheduled a meeting at the North Gate. Before leaving, Liu Ye picked up a knife and reflected on his preparation. He decided it would be wise to turn off his headgear and carry a common weapon. If something unexpected happened, he would have a way to protect himself. He also thought it best to keep the knife hidden. The uncertainty of this new environment could put his safety at risk. Upon arriving at the North Gate, he examined the team's member list. Almost everyone was level 50, except for the 2 players with support powers. Moving a bit further, Liu Ye saw a crowd gathered. Blazing Fire was among them, arms crossed, with a look of disgust. The other players seemed curious and were closely watching the new member's arrival. Wuji noticed his presence first, turning to wave excitedly. Liu Ye walked over to him and gave a brief introduction. The greeting was returned with a smile. Blazing Fire broke the silence, commenting that he had never met holders of support power before. Now, he had 2 right in front of him. Before they left for the uncontrolled zone, he informed them that there was something he wanted to show everyone. Liu Ye watched him more closely. The possibility that this was the president of the New Order became more evident. If it were true, then he was standing before one of the most powerful people in that world. The president announced that before they set off, the 2 new members must demonstrate their abilities. The support players exchanged glances before Wuji stepped forward, offering to go first. Meanwhile, Liu Ye scratched the back of his neck, confused. It made no sense to have to prove his skills there. The invitation to join the team had already been made. Still, the request was reinforced with the argument that the team would feel more confident about them. Liu Ye nodded, Understanding the logic behind the demand, Wuji then approached Blazing Fire and shared what he had learned about his own ability. He explained that the activation distance of the power depended on the range of the weapon he used. To demonstrate, he raised his hand and explained that his gloves had an attack radius of 1 to 2 meters. Because of this, if he were beyond that limit, his abilities would have no effect. Blazing Fire understood quickly, commenting that the relationship between the weapon and the ability made sense. Liu Ye, on the other hand, was surprised by this revelation. If Wuji's gloves had such a short range, and he himself used a pistol, what was the real limit of his own ability? He had never stopped to think about it before. His powers had always worked without him needing to calculate the distance. Suddenly, he felt uneasy. While he pondered this, Wuji began his skill demonstration. First, he activated a recovery power. Then, he used his second technique, called Mantra. He explained that this ability could be used against bosses, as it caused weakening, aging, and slowing effects. Next, he demonstrated his third ability, temporarily chaining the hands of the New Order's president. He informed them that this technique was called Silence, capable of restraining any enemy, including bosses. To finish, he stated that he would leave his fourth ability as a trump card reserved for more critical situations. Blazing Fire watched everything with a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Liu Ye concluded that he would follow the same strategy. He would reveal only 3 useful skills to the team, keeping the fourth a secret. When his turn came, he stepped forward and explained that he used a blade with an attack radius of 3 meters, superior to Wuji's. He repeated the demonstration of the recovery ability, followed by the second technique, called Blessing. The third ability was Prison. To illustrate, he used the technique on the president, who was completely immobilized. The ability was quickly deactivated, and Liu Ye explained that the effect lasted about 10 seconds, though he couldn't guarantee it would work on bosses. He also mentioned that Blessing could remove any negative condition, including his own prison. Just like Wu Ji, he kept his fourth ability a secret. At the end of the demonstration, he exchanged a look with Wu Ji, noticing the confidence reflected in the other player's eyes. Blazing Fire absorbed all the information before declaring that he understood both of their capabilities. With that cleared up, he announced they could finally leave. Turning to the other members, he made a statement. Due to the lack of support players, the group had always been limited to the peripheral areas of the uncontrolled zone. However, now that they had 2 holders of this power, they could delve deeper into the region and explore its secrets. The players received his words with enthusiasm, raising their fists in a gesture of determination before setting off. Liu Ye watched the scene and began to reflect. The rewards from exploring the Chaos Zone and the uncontrolled zone were practically the same. However, the level of danger was different. He questioned what made the uncontrolled zone special, why the president of the New Order insisted on exploring it, and if something hidden was in that place. His train of thought was interrupted when he realized he had stopped walking. Wu Ji noticed his hesitation and waved, getting his attention. Liu Ye started walking again, smiling at him, before continuing to follow the group. However, as he moved forward, his expression slowly hardened. For him, there was only room for 1 support player on that team. It was only a matter of time before Wu Ji was eliminated, and when that happened, Liu Ye would be the sole holder of that power on the team. Upon reaching the entrance to the uncontrolled zone, the players were met with the decaying landscape that awaited them. Tall, ruined buildings were scattered everywhere, creating a dark and oppressive scene. The team captain took the lead, explaining the unique aspects of this area compared to the Chaos Zone and the Danger Zone. The main difference was that the difficulty in the uncontrolled zone was determined by the number of team members. For that reason, their group consisted of 10 people. However, even though this was the minimum number allowed, the difficulty would still be equivalent to a squad of 80 combatants. Because of this, they had to stay alert at all times and never act recklessly. Furthermore, the captain warned them that killing monsters in this region offered no rewards. Given this, if they encountered any, their priority was to find shelter immediately. If there was no safe place nearby, they were to do their best to distract them. If it became necessary to sacrifice some team members to ensure the survival of the rest, then so be it. A heavy silence fell over the players after that statement. Without further delay, the captain leaped forward, throwing himself off one of the buildings. Without hesitation, the other players followed his lead, jumping after him. Liu Ye, on the other hand, remained crouched for a moment, scanning the surroundings. Then he pushed himself forward and jumped as well. As he neared the ground, he noticed the darkness around him growing thicker. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he looked up at the sky. A flash of lightning illuminated the horizon between the ruined buildings. Glancing to the side, he saw the other team members, and, near them, a monster perched atop a half-destroyed building. The creature, noticing the player's presence, let out a deafening roar. Liu Ye frowned, assessing the situation. Blazing Fire, keeping his composure, ordered those with camouflage skills to use them immediately. The players reacted quickly, scattering in search of hiding spots. As soon as they started running, the monster leaped from the roof and gave chase, but before it could get close, a second creature appeared out of nowhere, grabbing the first monster with brutal force. The captured being let out a piercing shriek as it was crushed in the larger predator's fist, then violently thrown off the building. The new threat didn't hesitate and started running after the group. One of the players, hearing noises from behind, instinctively turned to look. His eyes widened as he spotted a colossal monster in pursuit. Recognizing the creature, he shouted a warning to the president of the New Order. A man-eating leopard was hunting them. What was supposed to be a simple entry into the uncontrolled zone had turned into a disaster. Blazing Fire, remaining cool, warned them not to panic. He ordered them to keep trying to avoid direct confrontation as much as possible. The group ran into a narrow alley, trying to shake the creature. Wuji, intrigued, questioned the monster's true strength. In response, one of the guild members explained that on a previous occasion, 10 squads had been sent to the uncontrolled zone to gather information. 5 of those groups were wiped out by a single beast of that species. Even with such an alarming report, Wuji remained skeptical. The creature, meanwhile, seemed to have figured out the group's escape route. Instead of following them directly, it took a shortcut, smashing through a building wall and appearing before the players at the end of the alley. Blazing Fire, without hesitating, called out to a blindfolded team member and ordered him to distract the monster. The player immediately stopped and obeyed, activating his taunt ability. The effect would last for 1 minute, reducing the leopard's speed by 10%, but in return, it would increase its attack power. As soon as the ability took effect, the monster abruptly halted its charge, focusing its attention on the new target. The player then ran in the opposite direction of the group, luring the beast with him. Wuji watched the scene intently, considering how he could take advantage of the situation. Then, he shifted his gaze to Liu Ye, his expression growing even more serious. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and activated his marking ability on him. From that moment on, Liu Ye would be within the perception range of all creatures within a 1,000-meter radius. The effect would last for exactly 10 minutes. As soon as the skill was activated, all the monsters in the area immediately turned their attention to Liu Ye. The maniacal leopard, which was being distracted by the blind player, suddenly stopped. The player cursed, confused, exclaiming why the creature had stopped following him. Meanwhile, Liu Ye kept running, oblivious to anything unusual. However, a monster suddenly leaped at him. With no time to react, he tried to grab it, but the force of the charge made him lose his balance. The beast brutally threw him against a wall. The impact was violent. The other players, noticing the commotion, stopped and looked back. Seeing the scene, they cried out in shock. Monsters were coming from all directions, converging directly on Liu Ye. Confusion swept through the group. They couldn't understand why all the creatures were suddenly focused on him. It was then that Liu Ye glowed with fire, and his gaze met Wuji's. The smile on the player's face revealed his intentions. Liu Ye immediately understood what had happened. Without hesitation, Blazing Fire dashed off to help Liu Ye. He ordered the others to return to the original shelter, saying he would try to rescue him. The team members called out to him, confused by his decision. As he ran, Wuji watched him and thought he was completely insane. At this rate, he wouldn't make it back alive. He told the others that Blazing Fire seemed determined, but Liu Ye had now become a burden to the team. One of the players wanted to protest, but his attention was diverted by the sound of crumbling buildings. The man-eating leopard was back. It seemed to have shaken off the taunt's effect. With no other choice, the rest of the group decided to head back to the shelter. Meanwhile, Blazing Fire kept running toward Liu Ye. At the same time, he monitored his health bar. He ordered him not to even think about dying there. Suddenly, a monster leaped from the side. Blazing Fire noticed the attack and quickly drew his sword. With an agile strike, he tried to slash the creature's chest. However, the attack didn't even scratch the beast's hide. He was surprised to see just how tough the defense of these monsters was. The creature retaliated with a vicious swipe of its claws. Blazing Fire gritted his teeth and blocked the attack, but was forced to retreat. He backed away, watching the monsters swarm around Liu Ye. The number of enemies was overwhelming. For a moment, he believed he couldn't save him, but then something caught his attention. Among the stiffened bodies of the beasts, he noticed that Liu Ye was still resisting. The monsters held him by his arms and legs, but he wasn't giving in. Liu Ye activated his freezing ability on himself. The system immediately notified that cognition power was not currently being consumed, His health points were 5,036 out of a total of 8,040. There were only 10 seconds left before the freedom status ended. Without hesitation, Liu Ye activated the blessing skill. He spent all his knowledge power points and increased his attributes by 1,406. His stats surpassed 1,000 points, and in some cases, reached over 6,000. The blessing spread through his body, dispelling the mark's effect. He tightened his fist around the hilt of his katana. The system notified that his energy had risen to 2,712 points, and his attack power increased by 50%. With an agile movement, Liu Ye swung his blade. All the monsters around him were cut down in a single blow. At the same time, the man-eating leopard charged forward. The creature rushed past blazing fire, tearing down walls in its path. Liu Ye noticed its approach just in time. He grabbed the beast's claw at the last second, trying to hold it back. The impact made his feet slide across the ground, but he held firm. Quickly changing his strategy, Liu Ye swapped his katana for a pendulum pistol. He used the stun effect and aimed the gun at the monster's head. The moment the creature prepared to attack him, he pulled the trigger. The shot was a direct hit. Seizing the opening, he switched to a conventional model and began firing non-stop. The bullets repeatedly struck the leopard's body, until finally, the creature gave way. With a loud thud, the monster collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Liu Ye climbed onto the beast's corpse and looked around confidently. Beneath his feet, the leopard's body began to disappear. Blazing fire, motionless, watched everything in shock. His voice trembled as he muttered that Liu Ye was a liar. After all, how could a support player possess such strength? The system notified that only 50 seconds remained before the blessing's effect wore off. Liu Ye immediately ran towards the president, who was still confused. Without wasting any time, he told him they needed to get out of there. Then, he kept running. Blazing fire, noticing a pack of monsters ahead, snapped out of his shock and chased after him. As he followed, he shouted for Liu Ye to wait for him. At the shelter, the rest of the team remained at the dungeon's entrance, protecting themselves. One of the members commented that he had no idea what was happening with their president. He wasn't even sending messages, possibly afraid he wouldn't get a reply. Another player agreed with this observation. Wuji, puzzled, asked why they didn't just go back. After all, what player could survive under these conditions? One of the men replied that the president and Liu Ye were still alive. If their health bars hadn't dropped, it was because they were using skills that temporarily block damage. However, Liu Ye seemed particularly unlucky. No one knew exactly what happened, but for some reason, he attracted a huge number of monsters from which it was impossible to escape. This was a real problem. After saying this, the man crossed his arms and gritted his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, one of their comrades exclaimed. They had appeared on the map, not far from the shelter. Wuji was surprised by the news. The others, however, were euphoric. Excited, one of them warned the group that the two might bring monsters with them. He ordered everyone to prepare to defend the shelter. The team members positioned themselves at the entrance, weapons ready. One of them commented that he didn't hear any loud noises approaching. A short time later, the guild president entered the shelter alongside Liu Ye. The group, relieved, celebrated their return. The only exception was Wu Ji. He watched them with a serious expression. In his mind, that president was a big problem. Meanwhile, the players began to praise Blazing Fire. They said he was incredible, that he managed to handle an extremely difficult situation and still save Liu Ye. They claimed he truly deserved his title. Blazing Fire, however, remained silent. His fixed gaze on Liu Ye's back revealed something different. After the two moved away from the group and walked to the back of the shelter, they sat down on concrete blocks. It was then that the president finally broke the silence. He said all those pleasantries were unnecessary. They needed to rest a bit and then head to the dungeon. The players agreed with him and grew excited. Meanwhile, Wuji watched Liu Ye, who remained serious. Intrigued, he approached and sat down beside him. With a smile, he asked how he managed to escape. He believed it must have been a thrilling adventure. Liu Ye looked away, and for a moment recalled when the system dispelled the mark skill. Without hesitation, he replied that Wuji knew the reason very well, since it was his doing. Wuji shuddered at his words. Nervous, he waved his hand and asked, trying to play it cool, what Liu Ye meant by that. Liu Ye held his gaze and said he found it strange that Wuji didn't know. He explained that the blessing was a skill capable of removing any negative effect, including the mark that had been placed on him. Wuji's eyes widened in surprise. Liu Ye continued, stating that the mark was a level 40 skill. Only 2 people there were capable of using it. Silence hung between them. Liu Ye drew a gun. With a cold expression, he revealed that from the moment he entered, he had considered finishing Wuji off. However, upon talking to him, he realized something. Wuji's indecision didn't come from fear, but from his determination. He slowly stood up and pointed the gun directly at Wuji. In a firm voice, he said that there was only one way to solve this. Wuji remained still and silent. Wuji cried out, shocked by what was happening. To him, this was absurd. They were partners, not enemies. The rest of the team stood alert, watching the conflict unfold, not fully understanding the situation. Meanwhile, Wuji wore a cynical smile. He found it ironic that Liu Ye was about to be killed with a gun, just like in a movie. To him, this scene only reinforced the need to isolate Liu Ye from the team. Besides, if the mark ability was level 40 and only 2 people could use it, then Liu Ye was certain that Wuji was the one who activated it. One of the players, outraged, yelled at Liu Ye, questioning his actions. However, Blazing Fire remained seated, not intervening. Liu Ye just watched, a faint smile on his face. Wuji, still trying to defend himself, pounded his chest. He claimed he had only asked how Liu Ye escaped the monsters, and suddenly a gun was pointed at him. His expression showed indignation as he turned to the president, looking for support. He wanted to know if this was really acceptable within the team. Blazing Fire remained silent. Wuji insisted, pointing out that Liu Ye probably wanted to kill him just for being another support fighter. If that happened, he would be the only one with that power. Wuji feared that Liu Ye would start imposing his own conditions, and that the president would end up giving in to them just to get through the dungeon. To him, this was all wrong. He then looked at the others and demanded they pay attention. He wanted everyone to see that Liu Ye was dead weight and had no right to remain on the team. Liu Ye, for his part, just kept watching calmly. To him, the situation was clear. Wuji was the one truly responsible for all of this. Turning back to the president, Wuji insisted that he needed to be replaced. One team member tried to intervene, asking them to leave the discussion for later, when they were safe. However, Blazing Fire stood up and placed a hand on the player's shoulder, stopping him. His attitude indicated that the conflict had to be resolved right here and now. Wuji grew even more apprehensive. To him, Blazing Fire was completely mistaken. It was then that the president stepped forward and firmly grabbed Liu Ye's gun, forcing him to let it go. His gaze was filled with disapproval as he stared at Wuji, demanding an explanation. For a moment, Wuji hesitated, unsure how to react. Still confused, he felt a sudden pressure on his neck. The president had grabbed him forcefully. The question came out harsh. Why was he constantly trying to create disharmony among the team members? The tight grip made it hard for him to breathe, and Wuji wondered where the president got so much strength. Trying to catch his breath, he gritted his teeth and asked what exactly was going on. Blazing Fire, without releasing his throat, stated with conviction that he trusted Liu Ye far more than Wuji could ever imagine. Wuji, still in disbelief, argued that he didn't understand the situation. After all, it was Liu Ye who had pointed the gun first, but his excuse was ignored. The president then activated his ability. His voice was firm as he declared that Liu Ye would never have done that without a reason. The shock washed over Wuji. He couldn't believe the president trusted Liu Ye so much that he would ignore his words. To him, this was unfair. He hadn't done anything wrong, but before he could say anything else, the Shadow Blood Shell ability was activated. A viscous red liquid completely enveloped him, trapping him inside the bloody shell. His body was sealed, and his health began to gradually decrease. He tried to activate a recovery skill, but realized in despair that he was completely blocked. As his health drained away, Wuji started to panic. Staggering, he tried to approach Liu Ye and, in a final act of desperation, grabbed his throat. His eyes were filled with terror, his breathing erratic. Then suddenly, his body went still. The last bit of air escaped his lungs. Powerless, he fell to his knees. His health hit 0. In an instant, he vanished. The bloody shell dissipated, splashing onto the ground before returning to Blazing Fire. Liu Ye, who had watched everything, finally broke the silence, calling out to his comrade. Then he sat down and murmured a thank you, smiling faintly. His mind replayed the moments when he faced all those monsters alone. A disturbing thought occurred to him. If he hadn't done that, he might have been forced to kill all his teammates. After a few moments of silence, Blazing Fire turned to Liu Ye. With a serious look, he made an unexpected proposal. He wanted Liu Ye to join the new order. Then he added a promise. Within the guild, he would have the highest position. Blazing Fire apologized for killing Wuji earlier. He knew there was bad blood with the New Order members, but he believed recruiting a strong player like Liu Ye was worth overlooking past conflicts. The guild members were surprised by their president's request. Never before had he shown so much hesitation when inviting someone to the New Order. Plus, he was offering exceptional conditions, something unheard of. One of the players pointed out that everyone else in the guild had to pass multiple selection stages. He didn't understand what made Liu Ye so special to get a direct invitation. Liu Ye, in turn, asked an unexpected question. What was the price? Blazing Fire was surprised by the question. Before he could answer, another player jumped in, calling the question absurd. To him, it made more sense for Liu Ye to hear the benefits before even thinking about the costs. However, Liu Ye explained that when joining a guild, you shouldn't just consider the positives. The most important thing was to understand the price. The guild president kept a confident gaze on Liu Ye. Then, he lowered his head and smiled. He said Liu Ye wouldn't have to pay anything. However, Liu Ye didn't believe him. He knew that when the time came to pay up, he likely wouldn't be willing to accept the cost. The real price was the willingness to sacrifice everything when the guild needed it, including levels and valuable equipment. In return, he would receive generous compensation. Liu Ye frowned and looked at him suspiciously. To him, crossing the uncontrolled zone dungeon would inevitably lead to a massacre. His words had an immediate impact. The president and the guild members became alert. After a moment's hesitation, Blazing Fire nervously replied that he didn't believe it would end that way. He claimed the probability was minimal. Liu Ye, however, didn't seem convinced. He said that many promises had been made without any guarantee they'd be kept. Blazing Fire remained silent, watching him closely. Liu Ye continued, stating he was willing to form an alliance, but he would never give up his equipment or his level. Furthermore, he wouldn't play with anyone else after this dungeon. The players considered his words an insult. To them, Liu Ye had no idea how great this offer was. The annual salary for guild members was over 2 million. The only price was giving up your own equipment during the game. In their view, Liu Ye had to be either a fool or a lunatic. Blazing Fire, however, just sat on a concrete block and sighed. He admitted it was a shame to lose such a promising player, but he also understood that not everything revolved around the new order. The Union was still a viable option. Liu Ye smiled and thanked him for understanding. As he watched Blazing Fire's calm expression, his thoughts drifted to the past. If he hadn't been through so much stress and known the real importance of gear and levels for survival, his decision might have been different. With his current strength, even the president of the new order was personally inviting him to the guild. For many, this would be a huge opportunity. Looking down, Liu Ye mulled over the possibility. For a moment, he felt a slight pang of regret for rejecting the offer. However, he quickly pushed those thoughts aside. With a faint smile, he reminded himself there was no need to apologize. The only reason the president wanted to recruit him was his strength. If he kept getting stronger and stayed alive, more and more people would seek him out. Meanwhile, Blazing Fire stared at the chat window with a grim expression. In the chat, a player named Bai Shou wished everyone good luck. He wrote that the first uncontrolled zone dungeon would be special. It would have 10% of the membrane's computing power. After a few moments, he added that one of the conditions for a perfect clear of a special dungeon was facing a desperate situation. He also mentioned that he had failed completely on his last attempt. Not only did he fail to clear it, but all of his allies died. Now he didn't even know how long it would take to recruit new members. Reading this message, the president gritted his teeth. He cursed mentally, thinking about the implications of that information. If one of the conditions for clearing it really involved a desperate situation, then things could get even more complicated. His gaze fell on Liu Ye. He thought he'd failed the first step by trying to bribe him, but he knew his strength was still an essential asset. He had to keep pushing. Meanwhile, in the chat, Zeno commented that they seemed to be on the move. He stated that the group was heading to an uncontrolled zone to find the computing power membrane. Baisho added that 50% of that power was available. He said they would soon see how much each of them could take for themselves. Chino chimed in, mentioning that both the Chaos Zone and the Danger Zone also had 10% of this power. However, he didn't think it was worth investing in them. Another player backed this up, explaining that the cost-benefit ratio was better in the uncontrolled zone. There, it was possible to get 10% of the computing power all at once. In the Danger Zone and Chaos Zone, however, you could only get 1% per attempt, even though the difficulty level was the same. Zhuanshou suggested they send players who could handle the situation as best as possible. This information made the president think, maybe it was better to recruit a player who was a good team player, like Strikes. If a massacre really happened and Liu Ye refused to cooperate, he would have to use Strikes to eliminate him. Deep down, he hoped it wouldn't come to that. After that, they continued their journey. Liu Ye reflected that by temporarily joining the New Order's team, he would have the chance to witness the guild's full strength in action. This way, the assault on the uncontrolled zone's dungeons could begin. The team had a main tank, a player known as Fresh Meat Fan, as well as a support tank, who was the president of the New Order himself. There was also a support fighter who never removed his blindfold, and a damage dealer who wielded twin swords with lethal precision. Additionally, a damage-gathering specialist stealthily eliminated monsters, playing a crucial role on the team. With impeccable coordination, the group took only 4 hours to clear a level 50 dungeon. As they ventured deeper into the uncontrolled zone, the number of cleared dungeons increased. On the 4th day, the group had already completed 12 dungeons. It was then that Liu Ye reached level 50. The achievement brought satisfaction, especially since reaching this level unlocked the special level 50 rebirth power ability. Before him, 2 skills were available to choose from: cooldown reset and scan. The first skill allowed him to reset the cooldown of all other abilities, but it had a 12-hour recharge time. The second skill made it possible to scan the area map within a 1,000-meter radius, identifying resources, living creatures, and nearby players. However, every hour, it consumed 100 cognition points at a rate of 10 points per second. This ability had no cooldown, and for every 10 levels, the scan radius increased by 100 meters. On the 3rd day in the uncontrolled zone, Liu Ye had reached level 50. On the 6th day, the team finally found what the guild president had been looking for. Upon spotting the portal to the special dungeon in the uncontrolled zone, Blazing Fire couldn't contain his happiness. Shortly after, a new player appeared to replace Wu Ji, who had died earlier. Before that, the guild president had to temporarily invite a second-tier member to fill the spot. Meanwhile, Strikes was running through the narrow streets between ruined buildings. With a precise leap, he launched himself from the ground and landed atop a building, where a team awaited him at the dungeon entrance. He paused for a moment and looked around. Currently at level 56, it was clear his presence energized the team members. As soon as he arrived, everyone showed their relief. Strike smiled and gave a thumbs up before taunting them. He said he had already warned those brainless chickens not to advance without him. The players' smiles vanished instantly. For a few seconds, no one said anything, until one of them retorted, reminding him that the same rule applied to him. Strikes just laughed, then waved to the guild president and cleared his throat, trying to hide his embarrassment. He said that no one had informed him of the situation. Blazing Fire remained silent, giving him a weary look. Liu Ye, who was watching the scene intently, analyzed the newcomer. He recognized him as Strikes, one of the top 5 players in Met World before his reincarnation. Besides, he had already defeated a copy of Strikes in the Mirror Realm. However, he wasn't sure how strong he was compared to his real version. As Liu Ye pondered, Strikes finally turned his attention to one of the team members. He approached the support player and stopped beside him. Strikes then asked if he was the so-called Liu Ye. The player looked at him and smiled. He said the guild president mentioned that Shine was strong enough to be compared to Strikes' little toe. Hearing this, Blazing Fire and the other team members grew visibly tense. Liu Ye frowned. If Strikes was comparing him to a toe, then maybe it needed to be ripped off. He should just pray he wouldn't have to pay with his own life. Blazing Fire interrupted the conversation, scolding Strikes. He told him to stop talking nonsense. Strikes, in turn, apologized to Liu Ye, explaining that he had a habit of saying impulsive things, but that he didn't have a bad temper. Then, he looked at the guild president and added that if Liu Ye was really as strong as his toe, then that was a good thing. Before he could say anything else, Blazing Fire raised a finger and ordered the others to take him into the dungeon. The players grabbed Strikes and dragged him toward the portal. They said that since he was so powerful, he should go first and prove his words with action. Strikes protested, claiming he wasn't like them and didn't need to be pushed. Blazing Fire watched the team depart and sighed. He wondered how he had managed to get that man into the guild. Now, alone with Liu Ye, he turned his attention back to the dungeon entrance. Before them was the portal to the long-awaited special dungeon of the uncontrolled zone. To calm his excitement, he took a deep breath before turning to Liu Ye. He told him that the New Order's true objective in this area was that dungeon. Regardless of what happened during the raid, the guild would be in Liu Ye's debt. Liu Ye was surprised by the statement. This only heightened his curiosity. What exactly was the guild president seeking inside that special dungeon? Blazing Fire, without taking his eyes off the portal, exuded confidence. After a moment, he took a few steps forward and ordered Liu Ye to follow him. Before entering the dungeon, Liu Ye reflected on his situation. In his past life, he never had the chance to speak directly with the president of the New Order. As a low-level player at the time, all he knew were rumors, stories that described the guild leader as a ruthless man, indifferent to the lives of others. However, after spending a few days under his leadership, Liu Ye began to realize the reality was more complex than he had imagined. For a brief moment, he considered the possibility that they could become friends, but he quickly dismissed the thought. True friendships only formed between those with similar interests, and what he felt now was just a reflection of the temporary pleasure of teamwork. Deep down, he knew that if a conflict arose between him and the New Order, there would be no room for companionship. The only person he could trust was his sister. If circumstances placed them on opposite sides, he would have to accept the guild as an enemy and fight with everything he had to survive. With this resolution in mind, he stepped through the portal. The moment he did, the environment around him changed abruptly. The scene unfolding before him wasn't real. It was a memory recorded in the location. Two figures watched with satisfaction as something moved inside an incubation chamber. The creature had been born successfully. After removing it from the incubator, the scientists confined it to an isolated room to monitor its growth. One of them, excited, commented on the experiment's success, praising the power of technology. The Research Institute's director, pleased with the progress, asked about the brainwashing process applied to the creature. The response wasn't encouraging. All the methods tested so far had only served to irritate it further. Suddenly, without warning, the creature began to move at an alarming speed. Before the scientist could react, the monster shattered the containment glass and charged at the director. In the scattered fragments on the floor, its reflection revealed a terrifying image. In the midst of the chaos, one of the scientists, gravely injured, crawled to a table. With what little strength he had left, he warned the others to stop the creature's escape. The director, filled with dread, made a desperate decision. He shot to his feet and, with a shout full of urgency, declared they needed to destroy it. Then, he slammed a large red button. The scene shifted again, bringing Liu Ye and the rest of the team back to reality. They now stood on a mountaintop before the entrance to the Research Institute. The group paused for a moment, surveying the area. Liu Ye recognized the familiar pattern. Another special dungeon with cutscenes integrated into the narrative. As he watched, Blazing Fire reviewed the mission information provided by the system. The interface confirmed the dungeon mission had been generated and that teleportation was disabled. Mission: an experiment gone wrong. The objective was to transport the Screaming Serpent's life source to membrane number 304, located in the core of the Research Institute, for the incubation of ancient organisms. The mission, however, had strict rules. The life source could not be removed from the player's inventory. Their lives were directly connected to the item. Anyone who broke the bottle would die instantly. In a matter of seconds, a bottle appeared in each player's hands. Blazing Fire assessed the situation and concluded that everyone had received the life source. For them to succeed, they would ideally need to reach the destination without any casualties. Taking a deep breath, the guild leader signaled it was time to move forward. Liu Ye held the bottle firmly, examining it closely. Up to this point, he had only been in 2 dungeons with cutscenes, one of them during the special mission with Wei Shi. As the group prepared to move on, no one noticed the presence looming above them. High above, a shadow moved silently, watching their every step. The calm was shattered by a deafening scream. A colossal serpent suddenly appeared, its voice reverberating across the entire mountain. The group spun around immediately, a chill running down their spines as they faced the creature. Blazing Fire reacted quickly, trying to coordinate the players and instructing them to get into combat formation. However, before they could react, the serpent let out a second scream, this time releasing a powerful sound wave. The impact was devastating. Several players dropped to their knees, letting go of their bottles as they clutched their ears in agony. The moment the glass bottles shattered against the ground, their holders' bodies began to dissolve rapidly. The system soon announced the tragic result. 3 team members have died. Observing the scattered fragments on the ground, his gaze hardened. He realized he had just lost 3 bottles. The system notified Liu Ye of the condition that had been imposed on him. Watching the creature closely, he noticed Strikes was already charging towards it. The warrior seemed determined to face the serpent on his own. He ignored all caution. The team, noticing his impulsive move, reacted with concern. After losing 3 members, no one wanted to witness another death. Strikes showed no hesitation and launched himself at the monster with impressive speed. His intention was clear. He wanted to avenge the comrades who had perished. The impact of his strike was powerful. To his surprise, the blade caused no apparent damage to the serpent. Before he could react, the creature opened its massive mouth. In one swift, precise motion, it swallowed him whole. The rest of the team watched the scene in shock. Some had already expected a similar outcome. Others were speechless at how quickly they had lost another member. Showing no further interest in the remaining players, the serpent moved away. It disappeared into the forest. It was then that a detail caught the guild president's attention. The liquid from the deceased players' bottles began to distribute itself among the remaining ones. He quickly understood what this meant. To complete the mission perfectly, it wasn't necessary for everyone to reach the destination. only for the 10 parts of the life source to be delivered. Meanwhile, some players were still discussing strikes. The possibility that he was still alive was raised. Upon checking the team list, they confirmed his name was still active. This indicated he was still inside the serpent. Perhaps there was a way to rescue him. Faced with uncertainty on how to fight the monster, some team members began discussing strategies. The guild president quickly shut down the conversation. He seemed confident that if Strikes had survived this long, he still had a chance to escape. The most important thing right now was to head to the research institute and complete the mission. Liu Ye analyzed the situation carefully. The president's actions reinforced his suspicions that he was aiming for a perfect run of the dungeon. The memory of when he himself had received 1% computing power for a flawless play came to his mind. He began to wonder if blazing fire was after the same benefit. With no other choice, the group continued on. They maintained a fast pace towards the institute. 20 minutes later, as they neared their destination, one of the players checked the team map. He made a disturbing discovery. Strikes was on the move. He was moving at an abnormal speed. At first, they thought he might be running to catch up with them. They soon realized something was wrong. The conclusion came almost immediately. It wasn't Strikes who was moving, but the creature that had swallowed him. The warning came too late. Suddenly, one of the players noticed movement in the nearby bushes. He alerted the president. Blazing fire stopped in his tracks. He turned just in time to see a screaming serpent emerging from the vegetation. Its mouth was wide open, ready to attack him. Reacting with speed, he activated the Blood Shadow skill. He dodged the attack at the last second. As soon as he repositioned himself, he quickly assessed the situation. He ordered the players to get into their combat stances. At the same time, he instructed Strikes to attack the creature from the inside if he was still alive. The serpent, noticing the movement around it, redirected its attention to the players. The players decided to attack the serpent together. As they advanced, they landed blows on the monster, but their attacks seemed to have no effect. The creature, seemingly impenetrable, remained unharmed. Suddenly, the snake swung its tail violently. Several players were thrown aside, hitting the ground hard. They quickly recovered, restoring their health. Meanwhile, one of the fighters used a whip to strike the creature's face. He tried to distract it using a taunt skill, moving from side to side. Without hesitation, he ran in the opposite direction of the others, speeding past the guild president, who was waiting for a chance to face the monster. The serpent then let out a deafening roar. Sound waves spread across the battlefield. One of the players had no time to react. His bottle shattered instantly. In an instant, his body began to disintegrate. Terrified, he realized his death was inevitable. The rest of the group shouted his name, but nothing could be done. Blazing Fire and Liu Ye silently watched the spot where their comrade had been just seconds before. The impact of the loss was clear. Another team member, still shaken, brought news about Strikes. The player trapped inside the serpent reported that its internal defense was incredibly tough. He couldn't harm it from the inside. Blazing Fire turned his gaze back to the imposing creature. Up close, he noticed a peculiar detail. The monster's structure resembled an insect more than a snake. This explained its abnormal resistance. Liu Ye quickly understood the greatest danger of the situation. Since the bottles couldn't be stored in the inventory, the serpent simply destroyed them with its sound waves. Every blow was a direct threat to everyone's life. The tension mounted. The possibility that nearly the entire team would perish right at the start of the dungeon seemed real. Silence fell for a moment. Without warning, the screaming serpent began to move again. To everyone's surprise, it turned and disappeared into the forest. The players were confused. Why would the creature leave them alive after eliminating 2 of them? As they tried to find an explanation, they noticed that the liquid from the broken bottle had been redistributed among the remaining flasks. The fluid's hue became brighter. Blazing Fire analyzed the situation and began to form a hypothesis. The monster wasn't just attacking randomly, it was, in a way, testing them. If a perfect clear was really the president's goal, Liu Ye pondered what it would take to achieve it. Killing the serpent might not be the way. The real objective could be to connect all the remaining life sources. Blazing Fire ordered everyone to stay alert. Now that the monster had moved away, they had a chance to reach the research institute. Without wasting time, they set off. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a huge building. There was a massive hole in the wall, indicating something had escaped. One of the players checked the map and alerted the president. The serpent was still nearby. Blazing Fire quickly assessed the situation. To buy time, he made a drastic decision. He ordered one of the players to break his own bottle. The chosen one hesitated, surprised by the order. Another player intervened, arguing they couldn't afford to lose anyone else. Blazing Fire, however, was adamant. With such a large number of players, it would be impossible to defeat the creature. What they needed now was speed, not brute force. If they could lure the serpent away, they would have time to explore the institute. Faced with the imposed decision, the player gritted his teeth and broke his bottle. The system notified the death of another team member. As soon as the flask shattered, The screaming serpent immediately turned in the opposite direction. The strategy had worked. They had distracted the monster. The players continued on their way, relieved. One of them, excited, praised the genius of the plan. Another stated they should thank the captain. Thanks to him, they now had a way to track the dungeon boss's movements. Blazing Fire checked the map and confirmed his theory. Meanwhile, Liu Ye began to reflect. Before, he refused to spend money on equipment and levels. Now, if Blazing Fire knew how to get a perfect clear, he could become a target as soon as they reached the Institute. In that kind of environment, surrounding him would be easy. Blazing Fire ordered them to hurry. The entrance to the Institute was already visible. The group ran through the clearing that led to the building. Reaching the stairs, they moved quickly towards the entrance. Liu Ye, however, suddenly stopped. A thought crossed his mind. He couldn't let them surround him in there. The other players noticed his hesitation. They stopped at the top of the stairs and asked what was wrong. Without looking away, Liu Ye turned to Blazing Fire. He asked a single question. What was the easiest way to finish this mission? Everyone listened but said nothing, figuring he should prepare for a battle against them. The president frowned and walked to the edge of the stairs. In a serious tone, he stated that Liu Ye was mistaken. The level of this dungeon was extremely high, and he had no intention of harming him. His only goal was to complete the mission. If Liu Ye didn't trust him, he could wait outside while the three of them finished the task. Despite the unknown dangers inside the Institute, the threat of the serpent outside was much greater. Liu Ye remained silent, assessing the situation. One of the players called out to him, questioning his hesitation. He wanted to know why Liu Ye distrusted the president. He thought it was an absurd joke. Another player agreed, pointing out they had cooperated for a long time. There was no reason to doubt him now. Did Liu Ye really expect the president to treat him like a brother? Liu Ye frowned, weighing his options. He discreetly glanced at the map. By his calculations, strikes would arrive in about 10 minutes. The serpent attacked every 20 minutes. Which meant the next attack would be in 13 minutes. If he was going to act, it had to be before the president met up with strikes. Blazing Fire turned to the entrance and, with a calm smile, stated that no one would be forced into anything. They just needed to complete the mission. With that, he entered the Institute. The other players, annoyed, insulted Liu Ye. They called him a traitor, saying they couldn't trust him at a crucial moment. They would go on without him. Liu Ye gripped his katana and assessed his chances. The freeze status lasted for 10 seconds. The blessing remained active for 60. Counting strikes, he faced 4 opponents with high combat power. If he used the freeze in conjunction with the blessing, he might have a chance to defeat them. If he made a mistake, he would lose his alliance with the New Order Guild. If he hesitated, all his efforts would be wasted. Blazing Fire noticed his indecision and turned around, frowning. The guild members questioned Liu Ye with contempt. Did he really intend to attack them? Forget the alliance. His life was already practically forfeit. They weren't going to dirty their hands killing him. Liu Ye felt the answer was clear. Without further hesitation, he activated the freeze status and the blessing. His strength and speed increased dramatically. In an instant, he shot towards the guild president, who activated his skill. Blazing Fire's body vanished before his eyes. The players shouted, incredulous at Liu Ye's decision. They claimed he was making a grave mistake and wouldn't last long. Before they could react, Liu Ye swung his katana and cut one of the players in half. The victim's body fell to the ground. Before disappearing, the stunned player muttered that it wasn't possible. The system notified him of a teammate's death. Another player charged forward furiously, weaving side to side to try and trick him. Liu Ye waited for the right moment. He tightened his grip on his weapon, lunged forward, and delivered a precise strike. The system again notified him of a team member's death. Liu Ye checked the map. Blazing Fire was still in the same spot. Strikes, however, was getting closer and closer. Liu Ye gathered all his strength and attacked fiercely, shattering a part of the building's side. Debris rained down everywhere. Looking around, he checked the president's health bar. His HP was still full. This meant that despite the impact, he hadn't managed to hit him. He checked the map once more. Blazing Fire was still there, but there was no sign of him among the rubble. What kind of skill was that? Liu Ye then realized that Strikes was very close. The system notified him that the freeze status had expired. Looking at the debris before him, Liu Ye shouted defiantly, calling out to the president. He asked if he was just a coward, unable to face him directly. Blazing Fire remained silent, not revealing himself. The system then notified him that the blessing's time had also expired. Liu Ye grumbled to himself. If Blazing Fire wanted to make a habit of his cowardice, he'd just stay hidden. However, Strikes had already arrived. Seconds later, the player's figure emerged in the clearing. Liu Ye noticed the movement on the map. Blazing Fire had moved towards his ally. Emerging from his invisible state, the guild president appeared with a malicious smile. He mocked Liu Ye, praising his courage. However, he pointed out that when facing the man-eating leopards, Liu Ye had revealed all his trump cards. Blazing Fire stated that, in the end, He had only sacrificed 2 of his men. Liu Ye didn't reply, just frowned. Strikes in turn unsheathed his sword. Without hesitation, he and Blazing Fire charged forward together to attack him. Hello everyone! Did you like the story? I loved it. If you want to follow the next part, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a like. See you in the next story, guys. Liu Ye struggles to block the simultaneous attacks of 2 opponents. He stares at his adversaries intently. One of the men claims that Liu Ye is not strong and questions whether their leader has grown weak, but his partner tells him to shut up and kill him first. Liu Ye then prepares his blade for a counterattack. The blonde man watches the action closely. His companion says now is the time and encourages him to use his short sword. Liu Ye defends a strike, and the attacker reveals that he has used that sword since obtaining his key. He then states that his opponent should feel honored to die by that blade. Liu Ye activates his reset and containment abilities. A massive slash is unleashed across the area. The man turns to look at the result of the strike. A huge fissure opens in the ground in front of him. Liu Ye points his sword forward and activates his blessing. He then decides to increase all his attributes. A system notification displays his new status. Liu Ye now faces the man head-on. The opponent admits that the clan leader was right about his abilities and uses his own restriction. The ability prevents the target from dealing damage for 30 seconds unless attacked first. He then positions his blade at Liu Ye's neck. The system informs that Liu Ye is under restriction and unable to attack the target. The man mocks him, stating that his ability is the perfect counter and that he is his natural enemy. Liu Ye simply jumps away from danger. He then advances through the air toward the other opponent. The blonde man activates key sharing. This ability merges his attributes with the targets for 10 minutes. Liu Ye moves in to attack the dark-haired man. The restriction finally ends and his stats are released. The man celebrates that his attributes have doubled and praises his clan leader's ability, saying he is almost at his level. Liu Ye watches him carefully. He then decides to retreat. Liu Ye comments that they seem well prepared and that they planned this long ago. But the opponent responds that they are just being cautious and that he is not such a great threat. Liu Ye then equips his gun. The adversary questions the long-range weapon and mentions having heard about his lock ability. He then challenges him to use the ability on him, saying he will stand still to see if he can kill him. A system notification informs that the restriction and one of the blessings have ended. The man provokes him to attack, while his partner warns him not to be arrogant since the restriction has ended. Liu Ye points the weapon and says, "As you wish," and the partner warns about the power of that weapon. But the opponent says not to worry, as it is a normal weapon and he can easily dodge. Liu Ye activates his freezing lock, immobilizing the opponent. The man wonders how that is possible. He questions whether the weapon could be his Kai weapon, but his partner thinks it is impossible, since he also uses a katana. Liu Ye simply says goodbye to his opponent. A system notification shows that his next attack will deal triple damage. The leader asks if he can escape the lock, but the man says no, though he has an immunity skill for 10 seconds. His partner scolds him, saying that now Liu Ye only needs to destroy their bottles. The man turns with a different expression on his face. He explains that he placed the bottles on his back and suggests that the leader use his shadow dive as a precaution, but the leader reveals that he already used that ability to escape the previous attack. A shot pierces through the immobilized man. The system informs that his teammate has died, and he realizes that the shot pierced his immunity and destroyed the bottles. The man shouts that it cannot be. He then steps back and stumbles. His body begins to dissolve into particles. He wonders if he lost, but promises that he will win next time. A notification confirms the death of his teammate, and Liu Ye lowers his head. He turns to leave. 2 items left behind float on the ground. Liu Ye says he feels no joy in victory, as he knows they will return for revenge. He then comments that there will always be enemies on his journey, but these are especially troublesome. However, he states that he is not afraid of them in the game, as their power only affects him in reality. That is, until the Yuan world descends. Suddenly, a pair of threatening eyes appears in the darkness behind him. Liu Ye stares into the darkness ahead. He quickly jumps away. He then turns and curses. A giant serpent appears before Liu Ye. The creature turns its body and moves away. He wonders if it is really leaving. Liu Ye then deduces that the serpent is sparing him because he destroyed the bottles. He runs, stating that he needs to be quick to finish the mission in 20 minutes or he will be the next to die. Liu Ye advances through a long corridor. At the end of the path, He finds a large glass container. He approaches the object. Liu Ye states that this must be the place. He holds an item and notices there are no monsters or researchers, concluding that the serpent is the only living thing there. He then questions the idea of being the only living thing. Liu Ye remembers the puppet's secret dungeon, which also had only one living being that gave the mission to deceive players. He then speculates whether the current mission was given by the serpent. Recalling the previous mission, he understands that the way to complete it perfectly was to fulfill the puppet's wish. Liu Ye wonders if fulfilling the creature's wish is the key to perfectly completing secret dungeons. Liu Ye understands that the monster outside could have killed everyone, but left after a few deaths, which can only be its trick. And to complete the dungeon perfectly, he needs to fulfill the creature's wish. He then wonders what that wish might be. If the serpent gave the mission, the goal of creating another would not be to kill it, but rather to give it a companion, perhaps because it feels lonely or because there is no other way. Liu Ye wonders why he had such a thought. He considers it a real possibility, but first he needs to test if the serpent can enter the laboratory. He then turns and ponders what he'll do if it can't get in. Liu Ye decides to wait 20 minutes, and if the serpent doesn't attack, he'll try to convince it to leave with him. He remembers that the Imperial Soul engraving allows a monster to possess its master's weapon. A memory takes him to the equipment shop, where he discovered the New Order members were already level 50. He regrets not being better prepared, as he couldn't ask the others to wait for him. Then he recalls seeing various types of enhancement orbs. There he saw that enhancement and engraving orbs could be exchanged for dungeon essence. He realizes the items are convenient, and notices something else available for exchange. Liu Ye gets the impression that those items would be useful to him later. He exchanged his essence for 3 of each orb, even with the success chance being only 1%. He then wonders if he's being too hasty and relying too much on luck. A movement at the room's door catches his attention. He realizes the creature has finally arrived. Liu Ye braces himself for what's to come. He concludes the creature is moving outside and decides to go check, but he changes his mind and decides to wait to confirm if it's intentionally not entering. 30 minutes later, he states that it's time. The great serpent begins to move. It then advances through the debris of the area. The creature watches him intently. Liu Ye's legs tremble before the imposing presence. He looks up toward the creature. The giant serpent's head stops right in front of him. He wonders what he should say, as it would all be useless if he couldn't communicate. The creature then questions him, asking why he isn't completing the mission. The serpent moves even closer to him. Liu Ye explains that he acted this way because he sensed she wanted to leave this place. In the distance, something heavy collides with the ground. The serpent's massive tail strikes the ground with force. Liu Ye watches the display of power. A dark silhouette falls from the sky near them. He realizes that monster is too strong for a player to defeat. The creature then asks if he has a solution. Liu Ye replies that he has a way, but she will have to accept him as her master. The serpent raises its head and asks if he is worthy of being her master. The creature stares down at Liu Ye. He backs away but states that this is the only way. Liu Ye decides the situation is too risky and he should just get out of there. The serpent's face draws near. He stops retreating and plants his feet firmly on the ground. A system notification asks if he accepts being the serpent's master. A second notification asks if he wishes to accept the serpent's proposal. Liu Ye stares at the colossal creature before him. He then confirms he was right and accepts the offer. The system informs him that he is the serpent's master, but he needs to obtain the Imperial Soul to get her out of the dungeon. A status screen displays the creature's details and abilities. The serpent then demands that he get her out of that place. Liu Ye simply agrees to the request. He holds his weapon and an orb, stating that now everything depends on the engraving. His gaze becomes focused and determined. Liu Ye realizes the dungeon mission has disappeared, confirming the serpent was its source and there's no turning back. He questions if this is the outcome he wanted, as he doesn't want to use the orb, but he also doesn't want to lose such a strong monster. He reflects that he's become addicted to risky gambles, but now his chance of success is only 1%. Holding the orb, he laments that the engraving is random, forcing him to bet everything. A new notification asks if he wishes to use the membrane authority to alter the orb's rules. He wonders if this is even real. Liu Ye confirms his decision to the system. The orb in his hand begins to emit a powerful energy. The great serpent watches the action intently. The item is modified, allowing him to choose any word to engrave on the weapon. He celebrates that the process worked and decides to engrave Imperial Soul. A system screen displays the new stats of his enhanced pistol. With the weapon in hand, Liu Ye begins to laugh. He then states that this means something important. He concludes that once again, He has overcome the odds and come out stronger. With a gesture, he calls the wyvern serpent. He grins, baring his teeth. A notification congratulates him for completing the dungeon perfectly. The system calculates the rewards and raises his level to 57. A new screen displays his updated attributes and abilities. His weapon can now summon the serpent, and his combat power is recalculated by the system. A system notification informs him that since his computing power exceeded 5%, he has obtained the new skill, Architect. He then finds himself in a wild area, amidst the ruins of a city. His feet touch the ground. Liu Ye observes the desolate horizon before him. The sun begins to break through the dark clouds. He turns with a smile on his face. Liu Ye decides it's time to return to Mushu City. With 17 days left until the descent of the Yuan world, the scene shifts to Liu Ye's home in the real world. Sitting in his room, he feels completely exhausted after days of intense training and dungeon crawling. He reflects that it was worth it, as he's now just 3 levels away from 60 and has obtained a strong monster like the serpent. Then he wonders how Ayun is doing, and if she has obtained her key yet. He decides he should go see her, as he's neglected her all this time. He approaches the door, thinking he should have checked on her from time to time, and maybe taken her to train with him. As he reaches the door, he hears a female voice from inside, praising the growth of someone named Nian Chu. A young man inside then replies that the same goes for her and asks her to check the goods for his brother. Liu Ye hears a female voice asking what they are doing and telling them to stop. He freezes and turns around. He flees, deciding it's better to find her inside the game. Liu Ye regrets not being online last night, since Ah Yun and her friend are now offline. He then decides that, for now, he'll upgrade his equipment and then get some rest. He's now level 57, which allows him to use level 60 equipment. He considers buying what he needs with money, remembering that the New Order clan hasn't paid him yet. A new message arrives from the leader of the New Order with his payment. Liu Ye opens the message and wonders what he wants. He then questions if the leader wants a reconciliation, even knowing he benefited from the clan's losses. In the message, the man explains that the situation forced him to act that way, and Liu Ye replies that it's all right. He finds the New Order leader's behavior strange, and wonders what he stands to gain from this. So, he decides to ignore him for now to focus on increasing his combat skill before the peak of the Yuan world. Another message arrives and opens automatically. He opens the message, certain it must be from Ah Yun. Ah Yun's message informs him that she and Nian Chu have already obtained their kiz and are training in the mirrored secret zone. Liu Yi then decides he'll go check out the mirrored secret zone. He approaches the entrance to the area. A player comments that the New Order has withdrawn from the mirrored secret zone and that he prefers them to the backyard garden, which uses real-life information to threaten others. In the distance, a player screams as he's held down by 2 other men. A man next to Liu Ye explains that the player offended a member of the backyard garden and has been trapped there for 5 days. Liu Ye clarifies that even if he logs off, the player will reappear in the same spot and remain trapped. A bettor celebrates that the goddesses have won again and keep bringing him money. The crowd praises the 2 sisters for being beautiful and super strong, maintaining a winning streak since they arrived. Ah Yun and Nian Chu pose with their weapons. The surrounding players congratulate them, calling them incredible and a rare combination of strength and beauty. Liu Ye finally recognizes them as Ah Yun and Nian Chu. He watches the crowd and wonders what happened to the 2 of them to become so popular. Ah Yun thanks them for the compliments, but reminds everyone to keep their promises and share the money they've won. Near Liu Ye, a man wonders if their bodies are the same in real life. Another player says that if they're like this in real life, they'll be amazing, but he's already jealous of whoever will marry them someday. A white-haired man approaches Liu Ye and tells him not to get depressed, as there's no way to have a relationship with them. He then concludes that they can only have a relationship with that kind of beauty in their dreams. Liu Ye comments that that's a bit much. The white-haired man asks if he knows them or hangs out with them every day. Ah Yun turns in their direction. She then approaches and glares at the men around them. The man tells Liu Ye he understands his feelings, as they're in the same boat. Suddenly, Ah Yun appears behind the 2 of them, surprising the man. The crowd wonders why she's walking towards Liu Ye, and if they have some kind of relationship. Liu Ye looks at her and she smiles at him. The white-haired man wonders if Liu Ye really knows her. Ah Yun jumps and hugs him, saying he's been too busy. The crowd threatens to attack him, but someone yells, "Big bro!" Everyone stops, and one of them realizes who he is. The crowd then calls him brother-in-law. Nian Chu receives a new message. She then reads the message's content. A figure informs Sister Lee that they have been rejected again. She then scratches the wall and questions the audacity of the 2. The woman threatens that they won't be able to play anymore, and orders her team to capture them. Ah-yun rests on Liu Ye's shoulder, but suddenly her eyes fly open. Looking over his shoulder, she states that he is there. Ghost Li's messages are a series of threats and insults. Ah-yun suddenly hugs him and then hesitates. She then laments that because she was born so beautiful, even her own brother is enchanted by her. Liu Ye complains that she's too strong and that he's suffocating from her hug. A group of uniformed people marches in formation through the hall. 3 guild members watch the movement closely. Suddenly they are startled to see Liu Ye, Nian Chu, and Ah-yun standing on the other side. Ghost Li and her followers approach, leaving the others confused about their presence and intentions. Liu Ye stands beside his companions, facing the approaching group. In moments, they find themselves completely surrounded. The young man faces Ghost Li and her 2 guards from across the hall. Liu Ye then moves in front of Nian Chu and Ah-yun, extending his arm to protect them, but a hand grabs his arm, stopping him from moving forward. Ah-yun asks him to let her handle it, stating that the problem is with her. She faces Ghost Li, who demands that the young woman kneel and beg for forgiveness, or give up on the Yuan world forever. Nian Chu explains to Liu Ye that Ghost Li wants revenge, because they refused a proposal to rob other players. Then, Ghost Li simply orders her men to surround them. A voice questions what they think they're doing. Now, Liu Yi's small group is completely surrounded by a crowd. Liu Yi is surprised by the crowd's sudden intervention, but Ghost Li warns them not to meddle in the backyard garden's business, stating that they will all lose. She then asks if they are rebelling and threatens them with the consequences of offending her guild. Intimidated by the threat, some men in the crowd take a step back. Ah-yun turns her face and gives a slight smile. The young woman tells them not to worry, and that everything will be resolved calmly. The trio from before moves forward again, shouting amidst the other players. Nian Chu then reveals to everyone that the fight started because they rejected a proposal to steal money from players. Then she apologizes with a playful expression. Liu Ye and Nian Chu insist on helping, but Ah-yun states she can't ask for anything that might harm them. One of the men in the crowd starts to speak. He clenches his teeth, making a decision. Ghost Li scoffs at Ah-yun, saying no one would dare offend the backyard garden for her sake. But the man declares that their goddess got into trouble for everyone's sake, and they can't act like cowards. The declaration surprises Ghost Li, while Ah-yun watches with a smile. He continues his speech, stating that their brother-in-law is watching, and they need to act so they can face him. Liu Ye is completely confused by the sudden declaration. Beside him, Nian Chu covers her mouth as she laughs at the situation. The crowd advances on Ghost Li's group, and one of her men suggests they retreat as they are outnumbered, but she threatens them again, reminding them that offending her is the same as offending the backyard garden. One of the players replies that everyone hates their guild, and that they'll be trapped in the mirrored secret zone. Liu Ye watches the chaos, calling the crowd a bunch of bastards. Her own men hold her back as she screams she'll kill everyone, and the young man wonders if it was all resolved without him needing to intervene. The scene reveals the great tower of the mirrored secret zone. Liu Ye questions her about using the players to deal with Ghost Li, and Ah-yun confirms the plan. But she points out that the situation with the common players being oppressed by Backyard Garden is still unresolved. Ah-yun explains that they received a lot of help from these players and now wish to repay them. The young woman laments that everyone's hesitation to unite allows Backyard Garden to continue intimidating them. Then she reveals she used Ghost Li's arrival as a chance to incite a revolt with a positive outcome. Nian Chu adds that the first step has been taken, and now they need to maintain this unity. The conversation between the three continues to unfold. Liu Ye wonders if he should have been more involved in her progress. He then realizes he worried too much for no reason. After all, she's doing very well in the game and forging her own path. A slight smile appears on his face as he observes the players in the hall. He concludes that if Ah-yun can unite them, they will become a great asset in the future. Liu Ye understands that even on a different path, she has a bright future ahead of her. In the background, the large arena doors finally close. The imposing structure of the secret zone rises amidst the clouds. Two guild members walk by with serious expressions. A group recognizes Backyard Garden's second team, all level 45, arriving to handle the situation. After instructing his sister to protect herself, Liu Ye decides to leave the mirrored secret zone. He walks through the courtyard with a thoughtful expression. In the distance, the young man observes the large battalion of the enemy guild gathering. Liu Ye analyzes that while their level is an advantage, their numbers are their true power. He continues on his way, believing that Ah Yun's fame will grow immensely if she resolves this crisis. With a smile, the young man decides to use the next 10 days to train, trusting that his sister can solve the problems on her own. But a sudden order to kill anyone leaving the zone puts him on alert. Hurried footsteps run in his direction. 3 players confront him for ignoring them and decide to attack. Liu Ye is confused by the sudden hostility. An announcement informs everyone that members of Backyard Garden are arriving. The news causes an immediate uproar among the crowd. Ghost Li shouts for everyone to tremble in fear and await their punishment, demanding to know who dared to touch her. One of the players asks what they'll do now, as Ah Yun positions herself at the front of the group. Ah Yun calls for calm and announces that Nian Chu has gone to get reinforcements from her family's clan, reminding them they have the numbers. The group of players agrees that if they stay united, they'll be unbeatable, but doubt still lingers among them. Then she turns and leads the crowd to negotiate, declaring that in-game problems should be solved in-game. They approach the entrance of the mirrored secret zone. A young man with white hair peeks through the entrance, finding the silence outside strange. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock. Ah Yun and the group see him, and she asks what happened. She reassures her followers that with their numbers, there's nothing to fear. The crowd shouts in agreement, but their expressions change to pure astonishment. Outside, Liu Ye stands alone in a courtyard now filled with orbs. He then turns slowly to face the entrance. The crowd, led by Ah Yun, recoils in shock at the scene before them. The white-haired young man stammers the word brother-in-law in disbelief that he eliminated the reinforcement team all by himself. Impressed, the other players declare they will follow him from now on and obey his orders. In a distant location, outside the control area, the situation is reported. Lord Xuan, the guild leader, asks if all his men were killed. One of his subordinates bows and admits he was reckless. The lord watches him in silence. The man remains bowed as the rest of the team awaits the decision. With a smile, Lord Xuan says the punishment of just dying and having their level reset seems too light. He then decides that 20 days of rest will be a fitting punishment. Other members mutter among themselves that for the loss of nearly 100 players, this seems more like a reward. The subordinate raises his head, and Lord Xuan asks if he has a problem with the decision. Immediately, the man thanks him for his mercy. Lord Xuan dismisses him, promising a new job when he returns. Next, he turns and asks what information they've gathered on the player. A member reports that he has connections to the New Order and that they were stopped while trying to investigate. Lord Xuan then realizes the young man is a protege of Lord Zhu. He concludes that Lord Zhu must have obtained some of the computational power and given it to the player, which explains his strength. Lord Xuan questions why Lord Zhu would entrust so much power to a mere player. He then plans to kill the young man in the Madness area, where the Four Lords' agreement is not valid. With a sinister smile, he reveals he will blame Lord Zhu for the incident if the player is killed. Meanwhile, in the Wild area, Lord Bai, leader of another faction, watches the horizon. At the same time, on the east side, Lord Qin also makes the same decision as his rivals. Back at the mirrored secret zone, Liu Ye asks them to look after his sister, as he needs to leave to upgrade his equipment. He covers his face with his hand, finding the players' excitement a bit over the top. Amid the victory cheers, he comments that he just defeated them, but they're treating him like he's immortal. The young man smiles, realizing the incident has earned him over 100 level 45 orbs. He then calculates how much dungeon essence he'll get from dismantling all the items. With a leap, Liu Ye celebrates the unexpected gain, which eases his worries about running out of essence. He shows a satisfied smile with the outcome of his actions. As he passes through a doorway, the young man stops suddenly and looks to the side. A man was waiting for him and asks if he wants to know the reason for so much interest in the membrane's computational power. Liu Ye faces him, listening intently to the proposal. Liu Ye faces the blonde-haired man who was waiting for him in the hallway. The two then enter the Mushu cafeteria to talk. The man explains that his objective in the Wild area was the membrane's computational power, and the reason for his eagerness is that this power acts as a certificate to enter the Madness area. Liu Ye recalls that in the past, a large-scale clan operation in the Madness area resulted in everyone's death. The man then reveals that the authority to control the Yuan world is hidden inside. Shocked by this information, the young man questions if he's serious about controlling the Yuan world. Finding the situation interesting, Liu Ye asks why he would share such important information. The blonde man asks if he really believed the story about the Yuan world's authority. But since Liu Ye took the information seriously, he concludes the young man knows something and decides to get straight to the point. He confirms the Madness area truly holds the authority and invites him to join his team to fight for it. The man states he needs Liu Ye's strength and asks if he's willing to help. With disdain, the The young man asks if he'll try to kill him again to get the authority. Liu Ye then asks if he really thinks he's that stupid. The blonde man assures him that what happened before won't be repeated, as they will now explore the wild area together. He explains the team will be small and isn't looking for a fight, since computing power is needed to enter the area. So he proposes they share the authority, but stresses the final decision depends on Liu Ye getting the power in the wild area. He claims that if he wanted to fight, he would have simply invited him to get the computing power together. As he stands up, the man says Liu Ye doesn't need to give an immediate answer and can think it over. He then announces he'll head to the wild area first to get the computing power. Liu Ye remains seated, watching him walk away down the hall. He reflects on the failed expedition from his past life, wondering if someone actually obtained the authority and made the UN world real. The possibility leaves him with a serious expression. The young man decides his main goal is to preserve his strength and wait for the UN world to become reality. He stands up, remembering that on his previous visits he was always interrupted, but this time, no one will stop him. Suddenly, a new notification surprises him. He stops in a hallway as more alerts keep coming in. He relaxes for a moment. Upon entering an equipment room, he realizes the messages are from other players. The interface displays his dungeon essence and the limitation of only engraving level 50 equipment. He analyzes the system, which informs him of additional engraving slots every 10 levels. The young man then calculates that he needs 6,300 essence to upgrade his 9 pieces of equipment. He does the math and realizes that to engrave all his level 50 gear, he'll need at least 8,000 essence. To upgrade everything to level 60, he calculates he'll need another 26,200 essence. The young man then commands all the loot orbs he received to be opened. The inventory fills with custom equipment that only adds strength, agility, and stamina. He orders all the items to be dismantled, receiving 29,542 dungeon essence in return. Satisfied, he confirms the amount of essence covers all his upgrade costs. He thanks Backyard Garden for the gifts he received. He then decides to upgrade all his equipment to level 60 first. The interface displays the details of his upgraded t-shirt, boots, and battle gauntlets. His earrings and wisdom badge also receive new attribute boosts. Next, the upgrades for his katana and pistol are finalized. His character sheet now shows his level has risen to 57, and his wisdom has reached 1,600. A notification informs him that by reaching 1,000 wisdom points, he has obtained a new regeneration skill. His skill list is updated, and his overall combat capability increases. He analyzes his new equipment and declares that he's strong now. The young man compares his current strength to his past life, when his stats were only at level 1. Then, he announces he will modify the engraving orbs, but hesitates, unsure how to start. He then tries to use his architect skill to modify the engraving orb and reset the cooldown. Realizing he can't reset the skill, he calculates it would take 2 full days to engrave all his equipment. Holding the orb, he concludes that he'll need to take it slow. But a notification informs him the cooldown has been reduced, and he decides to level up a bit while he waits. The system interface displays the new specs and abilities of his pistol. The scene then shifts to the main game lobby. The young man falls to his knees, frustrated that he never imagined he'd be in such a situation. He despairs upon realizing that to enter a dungeon, he needs players within a 10-level difference, but most are around level 43. The realization that his own level is too high leaves him even more disheartened. Sitting on a sofa, he wonders what to do as the UN world will become reality in just a few days. He then remembers the proposal about the madness area, which hides the authority to control the game. Liu Ye reflects that to obtain such power, a player would need to be the best of the best, but he considers the mission too dangerous, because if he fails, all his effort will have been for nothing. Annoyed by the dilemma, the young man pulls his hood over his head. He then starts thinking of a way to avoid death at least once, like an escape or temporary immunity. He then considers the possibility of being revived with his level and stats intact. An idea comes to mind: the reversal orb. Liu Ye looks at a towering skyscraper against the evening sky. With the orb, which revives a player to their previous state, he could finally attempt to go to the madness area. Satisfied with completing his goal of raising his equipment to level 60, he decides to bet the remaining essence. The young man walks confidently, thinking that a victory could earn him enough essence to upgrade everything to level 70. He then heads to the Tower of Trials section in the mirrored secret zone. The tower has 21 floors, each with an enhanced guardian to test the player's overall strength. To get the final rewards, one must clear all floors in a single run, and one of those rewards is the reversal orb itself. A leaderboard displays the current ranking of players who have advanced the furthest in the tower. Announcements state that the next round of trials will begin soon, highlighting the competition between the ranking leaders. White Knight, a level 33 player, states that he just needs to stay calm and keep his pace, but Devil Darkness, level 32, declares he's going to set a new record today. The crowd watches the scene, with one of them commenting that the player's display is embarrassing. Liu Ye watches the crowd, remembering that the Tower of Trials opens once every 8 hours. He realizes he's just in time and gets ready to enter the next round. The crowd parts to make way for the experts, since besides the 2 leaders, no one else has passed the 6th floor. 3 players comment that the 7th floor guardian is too strong, which explains why most get stuck. The young man then walks toward White Knight and Devil Darkness. The other players wonder if the newcomer is strong or just an idiot, since his level is hidden. White Knight observes the newcomer, commenting that he's brave for challenging the tower alongside them. Devil Darkness approaches Liu Ye and says his grit motivates them to improve even more. With a smile, the young man thinks the 2 of them look like the 6th and 7th place experts from his previous life. He remembers they were also the first to get the reversal orb, and the tower challenge begins. With a determined expression, Liu Ye prepares for the start of the trial. The 3 are transported inside the tower, and the crowd rushes to check the rankings. One of the onlookers asks his companion if he really saw what happened. The other confirms in amazement that yes, he did. Determined not to let the chance slip by, the 2 of them start walking. They then announce the bets, asking who will get highest in the tower. A notification announces that the Tower of Trials challenge will begin shortly, once the player's status is 100% restored. Then, a list of usable skills is displayed. But another notification informs him that an unknown interruption is preventing the cooldown reset of one of his skills. The system then asks him to select the proportion of dungeon essence, and he chooses 100%. After the essence is deducted, the system confirms the reward per floor, and Liu Ye appears in the arena. He then finds himself facing a guardian on the 1st floor of the tower. The guardian is a level 27, rank 1 defense specialist with no awakening skills. Liu Ye wonders if he was too confident, having bet all his essence without even knowing the rules of the place. But he recovers with a smile, stating it's not the first time he's risked everything. He believes that only by risking it all can he improve, as the guardian leaps to attack. And to achieve absolute victory, he must surpass his limits the moment their swords clash. Liu Ye blocks his opponent's strike and prepares to counterattack. His strike hits the guardian, dealing 1936 damage. He finds the result strange, as the damage was almost his entire attack power, and wonders why the defense specialist is so weak. Meanwhile, in the lobby, the current ranking shows Devil Darkness and White Knight in the top positions. In the lobby, 2 players comment that White Knight and Devil Darkness are as strong as expected for reaching the 3rd floor so quickly. One of them says he heard Devil Darkness has increased his power and is confident about reaching the 15th floor. He then reveals an emblem that will let him directly enter the Sky Tower Guild, planning to use it to gain fame. Elsewhere, Silly Kai lets out a restrained laugh. His companion worries about the plan's risk, since other players might realize Ye has some combat skills. After the initial excitement, the green-haired young man starts to worry. Silly Kai reassures him, explaining that guildless players like Ye wouldn't be that strong, and asks if he thinks Ye could beat the other 2. But his friend raises the possibility that Ye is actually only level 40. Silly Kai realizes the implication, stating that if Ye is really at that level, then they look shocked at the screen, which shows the number of bets on White Knight and Devil Darkness vastly surpassing those on Ye. Nervously, the 2 decide that maybe they should believe in Ye. Inside the tower, Liu Ye stands beside a defeated guardian as the accumulated reward is displayed. He strikes the next opponent, and the reward notification updates. A screen shows the accumulated reward increasing rapidly, with each defeated defense specialist. Liu Ye reaches the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials, and his status is displayed. Liu Ye finds it all too easy and unchallenged, questioning if it's because his level is too high or if the guardians are defined by their attributes. Then, the 7th floor guardian, who specializes in all attributes, appears before him. He remembers specializing in wisdom and wonders if the guardian is weak for not having the key combo. The 2 opponents face each other from a distance in the vast arena. With a smile, Liu Ye claims that if that's the case, then this will be a piece of cake. The guardian with the number 7 on its helmet prepares for the fight. As the enemy attacks, he deduces that its attributes are only twice his own, even though it has an attribute over 100. Liu Ye concludes that the 7th floor guardian is nothing special, as he also holds the title of high-level warrior. In the lobby, a player points at the screen, shouting that Ye's speed has increased and he's already on the 7th floor. Other players are shocked, not understanding how he's at the same level as White Knight and Devil Darkness. A spectator wonders what's going on with Ye and where he came from. He then scolds the crowd for shouting, saying the important thing is defeating the Guardian who specializes in all attributes. Turning to everyone, he explains that each of the 7th floor Guardian's attributes is double the challenger's. He states with conviction that Ye is just a normal, guildless player and will get stuck on the 7th floor like the others. But the ranking updates, showing Ye moving on to the 8th floor, catching up to White Knight. The same player who doubted him is left completely shocked by what he sees. Liu Ye arrives at the 8th floor of the tower. He comes across the rank 2 Guardian, an agility specialist. The Guardian advances with a strike, but he manages to dodge the attack. Then the enemy hits him with multiple blows while he tries to use a blocking skill. Liu Ye distances himself from the opponent and unleashes a series of attacks. His strikes hit the Guardian at multiple points, dealing continuous damage. A notification confirms that he defeated the agility specialist and displays his accumulated reward. He realizes that the opponent's agility rate was twice that of the previous Guardian. Then he concludes that after the 7th floor, the Guardian's attributes double. With a smile, he is transported to the 9th floor and decides that he will try not to use one of his skills to make it more fun. The tower ranking is constantly updated, showing Ye maintaining the same pace as Devil Darkness and White Knight. In the lobby, players comment that he is keeping up with the others and wonder where he came from, since he has no clan support. One of the spectators shouts that it is incredible that Ye has reached the 2 of them, as solo players should not be capable of such a feat. Another player questions him if he is not looking down on others, reminding him that large clans have resources that solo players do not. The same orange-haired player points out that he is also a solo player and does not need to insult others. The blue-haired player apologizes, but states that he will soon become a clanmate of Devil Darkness. Elsewhere, Devil Darkness narrates that he has challenged the Trial Tower many times. He used to come here whenever the guild did not have major missions, since the equipment was provided and dungeon essence was just a number to him. He kept trying multiple times but still failed, and now, after obtaining explosive key, he is here once again. He then finds himself on the 14th floor of the Trial Tower. It was on this floor that he was defeated 7 times in a row, but this time, he finally achieves a breakthrough. A notification confirms that he defeated the rank 2 agility specialist. Devil Darkness looks at the floor mark and celebrates for finally passing it. He reflects that after trying for so long, tears run down his face as he tells himself that he finally did it. The ranking is updated, showing Devil Darkness on floor 15, while White Knight and Ye are on 14. The blue-haired player points to the screen, praising the power of the Sky Tower guild members. He shouts to the crowd that Sky Tower is the greatest guild of all. With a wide smile, he says to himself that this is very good. But the orange-haired player interrupts him, pointing out that Ye also cleared floor 14 and advanced to 15. The blue-haired player is shocked by the revelation. The ranking is updated, showing Ye also on the 15th floor, leaving only White Knight behind. He tries to brush it off, saying that Ye got lucky, but begins to question whether he should switch sides and cheer for him. Inside the tower, Liu Ye stands before another defeated Guardian. He looks at his status and reflects that if he uses all attribute blessings, the challenge becomes very easy. A notification shows that his accumulated reward has increased to over 110,000. With a smile, he calculates that if he continues like this and clears the tower, he may obtain around 300,000 essence. He realizes that with the level requirement reduction, there is a chance to equip much higher level items and decides to push himself. A notification informs him that he is being transported to the 15th floor and he disappears from the spot. Elsewhere, Devil Darkness notes that he still has 30% of his explosion state and that he chose Retaliation Explosion. He believes that with this he can advance a few more floors and boasts about having defeated White Knight in the end. A notification confirms his arrival at the 15th floor of the Trial Tower. He then declares himself number 1 in the Trial Tower. The Guardian of the 15th floor, a level 52 defense specialist, appears before him. Devil Darkness analyzes the opponent, questioning whether his strength and armor exceed 1,000 since he has specialized skills. A notification informs that the 3-minute limit challenge is about to begin, and Devil Darkness decides he cannot be a coward. He prepares to fight, stating that as the number 1 of the tower, he cannot be afraid and will fight until he can no longer continue. He observes the giant Guardian, noting that he only has higher strength and armor attributes. Then the opponent jumps to attack, and Devil Darkness refuses to give up without at least fighting. The two clash and exchange a direct punch, but Devil Darkness is defeated in a single blow, and a notification confirms that he failed the challenge. White Knight's companions shout that Devil Darkness is dead and has failed the challenge, just as he advances to the 15th floor. The crowd watches the scoreboard, wondering if the top players will advance or if a new record will be set. The orange-haired player mocks another, questioning if that's the true power of the Sky Tower. Then the blue-haired player reveals he picked up the wrong badge, as the guild he's joining is Sanctuary. He's left speechless before the crowd, realizing the mistake he made. He then wishes White Knight good luck, telling him not to fail and to reach a higher floor than Ye. In the 15th floor arena, Liu Ye and the Guardian trade a sequence of blows and blocks. He blocks an attack while a description of the armor specialist Guardian's HP swapping ability appears. Liu Ye wonders if he can break the opponent's healing ability, since he hasn't been able to stop it after nearly 2 minutes of attacking. He leaps at the enemy and attacks, wondering what special conditions are needed to break the ability. Dodging the Guardian's blows, he continues to wonder what those conditions might be. With only 2.5 minutes left on the timer, he realizes it's not enough time to defeat the opponent with his current skills. He then decides he has no choice but to use the Blessing of Knowledge Strength, and his attributes increase by 1,000. Meanwhile, White Knight is also on the 15th floor. He appears in the arena, and his current status is displayed on the screen. White Knight lets out a sigh before starting. He claims he barely lost any HP getting this far, and that advancing a few more floors won't be a problem. Before him appears the Guardian of the 15th floor, a level 53 strength specialist. Its specialized skill, Attack Power Burst, doubles the power of its next strike. The 5-minute challenge begins, and White Knight gets into a battle stance. He understands he can't take it easy like on the previous floor, as he needs to defeat it within 5 minutes. So he decides he has to go all out and leaps into the attack. Elsewhere, Liu Ye is breathing heavily, his knowledge strength partially spent. He finally understands he wasn't fast enough, as he needed to strike 3 times in 1 second to break the Guardian's ability. Liu Ye realizes he can't just focus on wisdom. He needs to balance all his attributes to gain new skills. A notification confirms the armor specialist's death and grants him a weight ratio reward. He's surprised by what the notification says. As he wonders if the reward's weight ratio increases after floor 15, he is transported to floor 16. In the lobby, the players shout that he's won, calling him insane and wondering where this unknown expert came from. The crowd in the lobby starts buzzing about his achievement. The orange-haired player comments with a smile that elite guild players aren't special, and that solo players are stronger. His blue-haired companion glares at him, annoyed. Then the scoreboard updates, showing that White Knight has also reached the 16th floor, tying with Ye. The blue-haired player points to the screen, saying that this is the true power of an elite player and that the final outcome will decide who's stronger. But the scoreboard shows the word defeated over White Knight's name. His supporter stares at the screen, wide-eyed. Other spectators are confused, wondering why he failed the moment he reached the 16th floor. Furious, the blue-haired player throws his badges on the ground and gives up on elite players. He shouts to the crowd that solo players are the strongest and should never be underestimated. Then he starts jumping and cheering for Ye, while the others criticize him for switching sides so quickly. The scene cuts back to 1 minute ago, on the 16th floor. White Knight is breathing heavily, his HP and knowledge strength already low. He states that the fight on the 15th floor was so tough he almost died, but luckily he managed to defeat the opponent. Facing the new Guardian, a wisdom specialist, he sighs and says this must be his limit. But he perks up when he realizes he got the easiest opponent and celebrates his luck. White Knight believes the system wants him to advance to the 17th floor and decides to go all out. The Guardian of the 16th floor prepares to fight. He manages to dodge one of the opponent's attacks, but the Guardian attacks him with a sharp key enhancement and a parry slash. White Knight is caught off guard by the blow. He's hit by the attack and wonders how the Guardian can have the same skill as him. Then a notification informs him that he has died, failed the challenge, and lost all his accumulated rewards. Liu Ye finds himself on the 16th floor facing the next Guardian. The opponent is a level 57 sensitivity specialist with the ability to predict danger. He realizes that this ability would work very well with his own, allowing him to avoid deadly attacks. So he decides that in the next equipment upgrade, he will focus on the sense attribute to obtain this ability. But for now, he leaps toward the opponent, determined to defeat him first. Liu Ye focuses on the battle that is about to come. He attacks with a sword strike, but the Guardian easily dodges. The sensitivity specialist continues to evade his fast attacks. Liu Ye finally lands a hit, stating that his high-level warrior title gives him double the opponent's speed, and if that is not enough, he uses his knowledge force to increase all his attributes. Now with a speed 6 times greater than the Guardian's, he launches his final attack. A notification confirms the defeat of the sense specialist and shows the new accumulated reward. He is then transported to the 17th floor. With a smile, he concludes that the floor Guardians are easy, except for the final one that will have all abilities. Liu Ye faces the next challenge, determined to conserve his knowledge force to completely clear the tower. The Guardian of the 17th floor reveals himself as a level 57 defense specialist with 3 specialized skills. In the respawn room, Devil Darkness tells White Knight that it seems he has lost to him once again. White Knight then asks which floor he managed to clear, since he passed the 15th. Devil Darkness laughs and admits that he advanced higher, declaring him number 1 in the tower for now. With a slight smile, White Knight suggests that they share information as they did before. He then directly asks how he died. Devil Darkness stands up and explains that he was defeated by the cumulative effect of specialized attribute skills. White Knight does not understand and asks what he means by cumulative effect. The other player clarifies that he was killed by a rank 3 defense specialist. He details that the Guardian skill combination can remove all of the opponent's equipment, reducing their defense to 0. White Knight continues to listen to the explanation in silence. Devil Darkness concludes that the cumulative effect is extremely powerful and wonders what would happen if all abilities were combined. Elsewhere, Liu Ye questions the 3 specialized attribute skills. He prepares for the fight, stating that he can handle the situation and will only use his blessing if necessary. Then Liu Ye and the Guardian face each other, mirroring the same combat stance. Liu Ye and the Guardian leap toward each other for an aerial clash. Their blades collide in midair in an imminent clash. Then the barrier and attack power burst skills are activated, and a notification confirms that all his equipment has been removed. He suddenly finds himself wearing only casual clothes in the middle of the arena. Completely surprised, Liu Ye wonders what just happened. He manages to block the Guardian's next strike, who advances with a restraint. The force of the impact cracks the ground beneath his feet as he struggles to hold the attack. But the opponent activates barrier and HP exchange skills. A notification informs him that his HP will be reduced by 99% for being lower than the Guardian's. His eyes widen at the terrible revelation. Liu Yi then shouts the word blessing, and a notification confirms the increase of his attributes and the removal of negative effects. He uses a normal Kai boost, and his power is amplified even further. With a single devastating blow, he sends the Guardian flying away, dealing massive damage. The opponent survives with little health, as the barrier maximizes his defense for 10 seconds. Seeing that the enemy has not died yet, Liu Ye decides to attack without stopping. After a sequence of strikes, a notification confirms the defeat of the defense specialist and displays his final reward. Liu Ye considers himself careless as he is transported to the 18th floor of the trial tower. He had to use the restriction skill to turn the situation around against a specialized guardian. Then Liu Ye decides to move forward, determined to clear the trial tower, and considers summoning Wyvern Snake if things go wrong. An information window shows the details of his weapon and Wyvern Snake's soul. He then notices that part of the description in the status window is grayed out. A notification informs him that Wyvern Snake refuses to obey, and he wonders what else she could want. The Guardian of the 18th floor is introduced as a rank 3 wisdom specialist. Liu Ye and the Guardian face each other from a distance in the arena. He decides not to worry about Wyvern Snake, planning to save his last skill for the Guardian of the 21st floor. In the respawn room, Devil Darkness tells Liu Ye that he died to a rank 3 wisdom specialist. He then expresses his surprise, explaining that the wisdom specialist also used Kai. Devil Darkness cannot believe that a wisdom specialist could also have Ki. Another player explains that rank 3 guardians have specialized skills, while Devil Darkness calculates that the enemy must have 8 times their knowledge force. He concludes that the tower was designed to never be cleared, since the Guardian not only has special abilities but also Kai. Back in the arena, Liu Ye positions himself to face the specialist Guardian. The Guardian reveals that he needs the barrier skill to accumulate his other abilities. Then Liu Ye advances, determined to find the answers by facing the Guardian of the 21st floor. Their blades meet in a clash in midair. The Guardian prepares to use a blessing on all his attributes. Liu Ye carefully observes his opponent's actions. The enemy attacks him using a restriction and resets his cooldown. He realizes that the Guardian just used a blessing, a key skill identical to his. Liu Ye decides that he needs to defeat him immediately and points his weapon. 2 notifications confirm damage blocking and a massive increase in his attack power. His shot hits the Guardian, activating the restraint effect, but he realizes that the enemy's restriction skill has been activated. The Guardian then resets his skills and uses the blessing again. During the 5 seconds of restraint, Liu Ye is hit by multiple attacks. He finds himself completely suppressed by the opponent's power increase. Unable to summon Wyvern Snake, he looks for another skill he can use. Liu Ye blocks the Guardian's multiple attacks. He then realizes that he no longer has skills to reverse the situation. A system window appears, asking if he wants to destroy the pendulum. Then he threatens Wyvern Snake, stating that he will destroy the item if she does not help him. The restraint countdown continues. Since she does not help him, he decides that he has no other choice. But at the moment he is about to destroy the item, Wyvern Snake agrees to help him under one condition. The restriction ends, and Liu Ye accepts the deal. He stands up and pushes the Guardian back. The opponent falls, but gets back up shortly after. A huge serpent appears behind Liu Ye, hovering over the Guardian. A system notification details the massive increase in his attributes and the activation of multiple weakening territories. Wyvern Snake explains that her power and abilities are being transferred to him. Liu Ye advances and attacks the Guardian again. He then uses the same restraint skill against his opponent. Liu Ye realizes that his opponent is much weaker due to the territory effect. He then informs the Guardian that using restriction will only delay his death by 10 seconds. With conviction, Liu Ye declares that his victory is inevitable. The duration of the Guardian's restraint decreases with each second. He defeats the rank 3 Wisdom Specialist, and a reward notification is displayed. White Knight suggests they leave, since they've achieved their goal of clearing the 14th floor. Devil Darkness agrees with the suggestion. As they walk, Devil Darkness comments that the players outside will be surprised, but White Knight says that's to be expected since they broke the record. He then adds that they deserve to be admired and praised. Devil Darkness agrees and invites him to greet their fans. The two then walk confidently toward the exit, but when they arrive, they stop dead in their tracks. A large crowd is gathered in the square, but no one is looking at them. Devil Darkness wonders why everyone is ignoring them. White Knight then looks at the ranking board. He sees that first place now belongs to a player named Yi, who is on the 19th floor. In shock, he draws Devil Darkness's attention to the board, asking if he's seeing things. Devil Darkness tells him to wait and looks to confirm the information. He then shouts, confirming that the rookie really did make it to the 19th floor. Meanwhile, Liu Ye walks down a random street in Mushu City. Two players are talking about a rookie named Ye reaching the 19th floor on his first try. In another group, a player updates the others, saying that Ye has already cleared the 19th floor and is now on the 20th. Silly Kai joins the conversation and reveals that Ye is the older brother of the goddess of the mirrored secret zone. The ranking board confirms Ye has reached the 20th floor, and the crowd wonders how he got so strong so fast. Devil Darkness notes that this means he defeated the rank 3 defense specialist and the Guardian with Kai. White Knight then questions how it's possible for someone to overcome such insane difficulty. Another player approaches, stating that solo players have their own experts too. He smiles, relishing the opportunity to show off in front of White Knight and Devil Darkness. Then, the player turns to the crowd and starts laughing hysterically. But a sudden announcement declares that Ye has advanced to the 21st floor, shocking everyone. The players in the crowd wonder where this rookie could have come from. Silly Kai then shouts to everyone that Ye is the brother-in-law of the players from the mirrored secret zone. The others are confused by the claim and ask for an explanation while looking at a photo. He displays the image on a screen, and the surrounding players are mesmerized. A player then corrects him, shouting that Ye is everyone's brother-in-law, and the crowd begins to echo the same word. The crowd shouts in unison, wishing their brother-in-law good luck. The Guardian of the 21st floor is a rank 3 specialist with mastery over all attributes and multiple skills. Liu Ye uses the regeneration of the Force of Knowledge to prepare for battle. He then assesses his current stats before the final confrontation. A notification informs him that his rewards have been increased, adding +1 to all attributes. He realizes the final reward contains more than just the Orb of Reversal and the Dungeon Essence. On the final floor, he understands that the attribute weight ratio will be +2, which will increase his combat rank, so he prepares to defeat the Guardian and claim the rewards. Liu Ye charges the Guardian, because even with lower stats, he has a superior weight ratio. He then blocks a powerful attack from his opponent. Even with his strongest skills on cooldown, the young man continues the fight. His goal is to survive long enough to use his blessing once more and dominate the battle. He analyzes the details of his skills to confirm his plan. Liu Ye rushes forward, declaring he can defeat him, and his blades clash against the Guardians. But even with all his buffs, he can't find a single opening in the enemy's defense. The exchange of blows continues as the blessing's timer ticks down to 40 seconds. With only 20 seconds left, he leaps into an aerial attack. The battle intensifies in the last 10 seconds of his skill. The Guardian charges forward the exact moment Liu Ye's buff runs out. He manages to defend against the attack at the last second. Immediately, he activates the blessing on all his attributes once more. A system notification confirms the massive power boost to his stats. As he steps on the ground, his strength is so great that it cracks the entire surface around him. Liu Ye declares victory, stating that he now only needs a minute to take him out. Then, the Guardian also activates its own blessing, surprising the young man. The creature confirms that all of its attributes have also been increased. Liu Ye stares at it, wide-eyed. He questions how the Guardian also has his cooldown reduction skill. Backing away, he realizes the disadvantage he's in. He despairs, remembering that the opponent possesses all his skills, including the ones he hasn't used yet. The Guardian prepares for combat, blade in hand. Liu Ye wonders aloud how he can possibly defeat it now. He then grits his teeth, stealing his resolve. The Guardian leaps into the air, launching its attack against the young man. But Liu Ye believes he still has a chance if he can drag the fight out for 5 minutes. His plan is to keep dodging to maintain distance between them. The opponent descends with an unavoidable attack, but Liu Ye is confident he can take the hit. He then rushes forward to counterattack the Guardian with a vertical slash. Liu Ye's attack shatters one of the Guardian's shields. He then questions what just happened. The Guardian uses his final ability to create a barrier and increase his agility. With the impact, another one of Liu Ye's shields breaks. After losing 2 defenses, he calculates that he can block 4 more attacks, but doesn't know what to do afterward. He retreats to distance himself from the opponent while his remaining shields protect him. Even with his advantages, he can't see a way to win, and feels he is only delaying the inevitable. He then comes to the conclusion that there seems to be no way out, but the memory of the great reward for completing the tower reignites his will to fight. Victory would allow him to become the best player in all of Yuan World. Suddenly, a system notification appears, and he reads the word architect. An idea emerges, and he realizes that he might be able to win if he uses this ability to change the rules of the fight. He faces the Guardian who advances toward him. With no other option, he prepares to put his new plan into action. Liu Ye runs and asks the architect ability to allow him to defeat the Guardian of the 21st floor. A notification informs him that his request is not within the rules and is impossible to alter. He then tries to order the architect to kill the Guardian, but receives the same negative response. His attempt to reduce the opponent's level to 0 also fails. He asks to change all of the Guardian's attributes to 0, but the alteration is denied once again. Irritated, he questions what exactly the ability can alter or modify. He then remembers that the instruction the first time he used the architect was change the rules. With that, he deduces that the rules refer to the established laws of the game world, not those of the battle. His gaze becomes focused and determined with this new understanding. He faces the Guardian as he realizes that the fundamental rules of the game, such as skill cooldowns, are the laws he can alter. Liu Ye prepares himself, as he now knows exactly which rule needs to be changed to win. He orders the architect to modify all of his skills so they have no cooldown, and the system confirms success. With the notification that the cooldowns have been disabled, he smiles while holding a miniature of the Guardian. He then repeatedly activates the blessing on his attributes, taking advantage of the effect's 10-second duration. The notifications show the exponential increase of his power with each passing second. An immense wave of power erupts from Liu Ye and fills the entire environment. The system notifies him about reaching the limit of 200,000 in his attributes, but he considers that more than enough. He raises his sword to attack, ordering the Guardian to die. He then delivers a powerful strike against the Guardian. After a minute, a system notification details all the rewards he received for clearing the tower. Outside, the crowd celebrates the news that he has finally cleared the Tower of Trials. A hurried man pulls his companion toward the tower's exit portal. A notification confirms Liu Ye's transport out of the tower, and he celebrates for truly having succeeded. He clenches his fist, relieved that the cooldown of his architect ability ended at the exact moment. As he is being transported, he understands why the area of madness requires so much computational power. He recognizes that the victory was thanks to the architect, and now he can finally explore the area of madness. He turns upon hearing someone calling him brother-in-law. He finds himself surrounded by a crowd of players cheering him on, wondering why so many people are there. 3 players at the front of the crowd shout his new nickname with enthusiasm. Completely confused, he cannot understand what is happening around him. He stands frozen before the excited crowd, remembering that his younger sister would not like that at all. On a street in Mushu City, People comment that Yuan World has already become number 2 in the world. One of the men wonders if no one will take control of the situation. Liu Ye analyzes the reversal orb, which allows a player to be reborn with their saved data. Now he can explore the area of madness, but decides not to rely entirely on the orb. He needs to test whether the architect's skill can alter the dungeon party limit restriction. But for now, he has another priority. He contacts the artificial intelligence, Wyvern Snake, and offers to honor his promise so she can wander freely. If he did not know the secret of the game, he would believe his artificial intelligence was simply very good. He then asks her to take him to the parallel world, as he feels a connection to the place. Wyvern Snake agrees to help, but in return asks for something to guarantee her safety, offering a specialized skill as a reward. The possibility of obtaining any specialized skill surprises him. With the image of the Guardian in his mind, he quickly agrees to the deal. In a weapons and equipment shop, he asks what needs to be purchased. He trusts that Wyvern Snake's help will make any dungeon essence expense worth it. His face turns serious as a system interface appears in front of him. On the purchase screen, Liu Ye is startled to see that the high-rank module costs 300,000 essences, but he was already prepared for it. Wyvern Snake explains that to descend directly, he needs a physical medium or his body will be destroyed. He then decides to buy the high-rank module, and the system notification confirms the successful acquisition. Holding the object, he questions what the next step is, and the artificial intelligence instructs him to shape it into a ring and equip it. Upon putting on the ring, he speculates that Wyvern Snake's description had turned gray earlier because he did not have enough essences. A vision of an immense white serpent appears before him. Liu Ye shakes his head, refusing to believe that such a powerful monster could be so reckless, but Wyvern Snake reminds him to fulfill his promise. 3 hours later, he finds himself in the area of chaotic disorder, in front of the entrance to a random dungeon. His success in reaching level 60 and obtaining the specialized skill now depends on using the architect to change the dungeon entry rules. He orders the architect to remove the group capacity restriction, and a notification confirms the change. With his arms raised, he celebrates for having managed to alter the rule. Now, with the path clear, he prepares to grind until level 60. He then runs toward the dungeon portal. Already inside the dungeon, he knows that by entering alone, the reward would be reduced, but with the enhancement of his title, he can receive the normal reward and level up quickly. 3 days later, Liu Ye celebrates for finally reaching level 60. He also upgraded his equipment with new Imperial Souls and engraving orbs. A system screen displays all his updated attributes and skills. Another notification details his new key abilities and warns him about the world's computational power limit. He questions the restriction, realizing that he can no longer gain experience in dungeons after reaching level 60. At Mushu Hotel, he thinks that the same notification will appear if he tries to upgrade his equipment. Sitting in his room, Wyvern Snake asks which specialized skill he wants. He decides that the barrier skill is the best choice to combine with his other combat techniques. The artificial intelligence instructs him to agree to any notification that appears, and he accepts. A system notification asks if he wants to enter the spiritual heart, Wyvern Snake's exclusive territory. He hesitates as he would be at her mercy, but decides that nothing ventured, nothing gained, and agrees. After being pulled by a vortex, he lands in a new and unknown environment. He remains alert as he analyzes the place. Faced with a desolate landscape and a strong storm, he wonders if that is the heart of Wyvern Snake's territory. Something flies past him at high speed. A massive creature crashes into the ground, raising a curtain of dust and debris. Liu Ye stands up amid the rubble, expressing his frustration with the situation. The gigantic serpent moves among the clouds above him. Wyvern Snake questions if he fell from a simple movement and orders him to get up. He faces the creature's true form, realizing that the pressure it emits is the strongest he has ever felt. After being informed that he must defeat her to obtain barrier or be trapped forever, he accepts the challenge. Liu Ye then advances into battle, leaping toward the creature. 6 days later, a notification congratulates him for acquiring the barrier skill, and he receives a message from the leader of the new order. At Liu Ye's house, the young man watches the city through the window during the night. With 7 days remaining for something, he recalls having spent the last few days fighting Wyvern Snake in his spiritual space, until he finally managed to strike back. He then celebrates the victory and the acquisition of barrier, which combined with another skill, allows him to deduce the strength of other players. Liu Ye believes that he is now very strong and can become one of the best players in Yuan World. Morning breaks in the city. Then, the young man gets ready and buttons his shirt. He leaves his room and peeks at what is outside. Liu Ye enters the living room and sees his sister from behind, holding a shopping bag. She turns around and says she prepared everything needed. With a smile, he agrees and tells them to go. His sister stares at him for a moment, then she places the shopping bag on the table. The young woman approaches him and asks why he buttoned the top button, reminding him that their mother always told him not to do it. She continues, saying he looks more lively with the top unbuttoned. Liu Ye simply looks away. With a smile, his sister watches him. He then nods. Later, they arrive at the South Cemetery of High City. In front of their parents' tombstone, some offerings are placed. The two siblings crouch and burn papers in a bucket. Liu Yi promises his parents that he will take care of Ayun, asking them to also watch over them. Then, Ayun announces that she found a girlfriend for her brother and that they will bring them grandchildren to visit in the future. A voice in the distance calls them, saying they arrived before him. Wang Zhou-chung, their parents' best friend, approaches and greets them. Liu Ye calls him Uncle Wang and thanks him for visiting his parents every year. He then messes up the young man's hair, saying that as their parents' best friend, it was the least he could do. Ayun asks Uncle Wang if he is still single this year, and when he plans to fulfill their parents' wish. He explains that many girls pursue him, and he cannot simply choose one and hurt all the others. The girl suggests that if he takes the breath away from his girlfriends, he will not need to worry about hurting them. Uncle Wang scolds her for bothering him with those words, and points to Liu Ye, saying he is being rude. Ayun sticks out her tongue in response. Uncle Wang places the bag on the ground and mentions that their father asked him in a dream to take care of his daughter. He then explains that he is very busy with work and does not have time to find girls for a date. The girl grumbles that their parents would be more worried about him. Uncle Wang changes the subject and asks how they have been, and Liu Ye replies that they are fine and thanks him for the care. Ayun stands up and states that her brother is super strong, one of the strongest in all of Yuan world. Uncle Wang stares at her intently. Liu Ye asks what is wrong. The older man observes him intensely. As they say goodbye, Ayun tells Uncle Wang to remember to find a girlfriend soon. He replies that he knows what to do and tells them to get home safe. Then the two siblings turn and start walking away. Uncle Wang stands still, watching them get farther away. He turns and faces his friend's tombstone. Sitting on the ground, he apologizes for dragging Xiao Yi into that. Meanwhile, Liu Ye and Ayun are walking together through a park. On her phone, a news report informs about Xu Yi's disappearance. Ayun reads the news and wonders why she suddenly disappeared. Liu Ye approaches and comments that she's looking at the news again, and the girl confirms. He remembers that in his past life, all the corporations vanished overnight when the Yuan world descended. He then says they need to go home, as Nian Chu is waiting, and asks her if she has reached level 45 yet. Later, back at his house, Liu Ye sits on his bed, holding his glasses. He reflects that with his current combat ability, he can handle the crisis, but he questions if he really needs to go to the madness area. The young man considers keeping the reversal orb, but worries about the authority that controls the Yuan world. He reflects that while his past life knowledge brought him to the top, now he doesn't know how to ensure his sister's safety. Not knowing what to do, he decides he needs to find out what this authority is by using the game to his advantage. He needs to understand exactly what the Yuan world is and why it descended into reality so he can decide his path. So, Liu Ye logs into the game. A private message from the New Order's leader invites him to a meeting the next day, and the young man agrees to go to the arranged area at 8 a.m. He stares at the message for a moment. Liu Ye decides to use the reversal orb to record his state, but he plans to do it in his strongest form, so it becomes an ace up his sleeve. With a plan in mind, he heads to the Qinhai Training Center. The young man then walks through the place. He invokes the power of the Wyvern Snake and activates the monster's territory. Next, the architect's cooldown is reset. Liu Ye activates the blessing on all his attributes. His attributes reach their maximum limit, and he finally records his status with the reversal orb. The next day, at the east gate of Mushu City, a crowd is gathered. The leader of New Order is gathered with his subordinates. Lord Zhuan and Lord Bai, from the Backyard Garden Guild, closely watch the other players arrive. Other guilds, like White Knights, are also present. Meanwhile, Lord Qin and his men are kicking a fallen player in the corner of the room. Liu Ye finally arrives at the meeting point. He walks alone through the center of the area, where several groups of players are already positioned. The New Order's leader spots him and greets him, confirming Ye's identity to the others. A player comments that he killed 100 members of Backyard Garden and that now their elites are here for a showdown. Others speculate that since he seems to be from New Order, their leader will protect him. The New Order group then joins Liu Ye in the center of the area. Lord Zhuan instructs his subordinate to attack Ye directly during the battle that will take place on the airship en route to the Madness area. A large airship transports the players across the sky. The ship heads towards the Madness area, a place where only players with 5% or more computational power can enter. Inside the airship, The players gather in their respective groups. Wei Shi from New Order greets Liu Yi and mentions hearing that the leader didn't know he had computational power. He then deduces that he must have completed at least 5 special dungeons to obtain such power. One of the New Order members grabs his teammate's arm. Lightning Strike just clenches his fist in silence. The New Order's leader observes his companions, noticing they have all reached level 60. The party list shows that Blazing Fire, Lightning Strike, Wei Shi, and Ye are at level 60. Liu Ye analyzes the situation, knowing the only way to level up so quickly after death is by trading experience for money. He concludes they must be very rich to have reached level 50 this way. Lord Xuan, the leader of Backyard Garden, watches the New Order group from a distance. In a private chat, he proposes that the guilds team up to kill Ye and divide his power, suggesting they lure him into a one-on-one fight. One of the players recalls that all the clans sent scouts to the madness area, but they all died. Lord Bai Dunyang explains that the reports didn't help with exploration, which makes players with computational power even more valuable. Lord Xuan explains that since no one is willing to explore the area alone, the only solution is to gather all the players with computational power and go together. Lightning Strike gets annoyed and questions why they're talking as if New Order having 4 players with that power is a bad thing. Uncle Mustache, from the Sanctuary Guild, tells the brat to calm down, as his leader is just stating the facts. The New Order member gets ready to fight and claims he can easily take on both of them. The New Order's leader tells Lightning Strike to calm down and hear what they have to say. Lord Bai then proposes that they each choose an opponent for a one-on-one fight before reaching the madness area to get to know each other's strength. Lightning Strike accepts and immediately chooses Dunyang as his opponent. Lord Xuan watches the scene with a smile. Shang Yun, the leader of the Sky Tower Guild, follows the unfolding situation. Dunyang takes his stance and accepts the challenge. Lightning Strike gets ready to attack, declaring that he will show them the power of New Order. Liu Ye just watches the imminent confrontation. A voice shouts for them to wait. The 2 New Order members turn towards the interruption. Silly Kai steps between them, stating that starting with 2 experts would make the rest of the battles boring. White Glove, from Backyard Garden, suggests they start with the newcomer to make things more interesting. Lightning Strike likes the suggestion and encourages him to choose his opponent. Dunyang watches the exchange of words. White Glove then points directly at Liu Ye and picks him for the duel. He explains that his guild has unfinished business with the young man, and that defeating him here will relieve some of their anger. Liu Ye faces his challenger. He gets up from the floor, and then asks how he wants to fight. The New Order's leader advises him that he doesn't have to fight if he doesn't want to. Lord Xuan intervenes, stating that it's better to solve their problems now so they can cooperate better later. Liu Ye gives a slight smile. He ignores the others and repeats the question, so White Glove explains it will be a simple duel where the first to have their health reduced by half loses. The New Order's leader agrees to the rules. He then watches the scene unfold. The other players move away to give the 2 combatants space. The New Order team tells Liu Ye to be careful. Lord Xuan then steps back and retreats to the edge of the arena. In a message to the guild, he tells everyone to take the fight seriously and not give the opponent any openings. Then, the leader of Backyard Garden gives the command to attack. Several players surround and attack him at once, but a barrier forms around him. The members of New Order watch the ambush closely. Liu Ye states that, as expected, they were up to something. He then reveals that, anticipating a situation like this, he used a blessing to max out his stats since he boarded the ship. The young man unsheathes his sword. With a single swing, he repels the attacks of all the surrounding players. He declares that now it's his turn to attack. The young man charges towards White Glove and activates a skill to disperse all his stats. A notification informs him that all stats have been dispersed, and Liu Ye wonders what happened. Lord Xuan orders his men to continue the attack. He tries to use his skills, but is notified that he's been silenced, and the area's rules have been restricted, allowing him to only attack the leader. The young man realizes what's happening. A speed skill is activated, but a hand grabs him before he can move. Then, Ghostly hits him with a kick, sending him flying into the airship's wall. The airship shudders in the air from the force of the impact. Liu Ye recovers from the blow as Ghostly watches him. Then, the members of New Order stand in front of him, and their leader demands to know what the others are doing, warning them of the consequences. On the other side, the guilds gather on the platform's wreckage. The 2 groups face each other, separated by the destruction. All the players watch each other in a standoff. Lord Xuan argues that Ye isn't a member of New Order, so attacking him doesn't break any rules. He then turns to his allies, and claims they were just messing around. The New Order's leader glares at him, and then he clenches his fist tightly. The platform where the other guilds are standing begins to move away. Shining light from the Sky Tower Guild tells everyone to rest, as they can't keep fighting. She remains seated on the ground. Her leader, Xiang Yun, looks in her direction. He agrees to stop and sits beside her, saying they need to stop to reach the madness area. Dunyong sits down and says, "Whatever." Lord Xuan laments that they were so close. Liu Ye silently stares at the sanctuary member and the Sky Tower leader. He turns to Wei Shi and simply thanks her. She just smiles in response. The New Order's leader asks if he's okay, and Liu Ye confirms he is. Lightning Strike says that as the only player who has defeated him, he can't be killed by others, as that would be embarrassing for him. Liu Ye just looks at him with a faint smile. The New Order's leader admits to his group that he was naive to think they would work together, as he didn't expect conflict before they even got there. He then declares that from this moment on, they can only count on the 4 of them. The other 3 team members agree. The airship finally reaches the border of the madness area. Then, the ship lands amidst the city's wreckage. All the players disembark from the ship into a desolate, snow-covered landscape. Liu Ye observes his surroundings. The New Order's leader comments that, although Earth Shadow's agreement doesn't restrict them from attacking each other here, they should stick together. But Lord Zhuan states that since they're in the madness area, they need to work together. The guild leader then questions if he's being asked to choose between Zhuan and Ye, and declares he still chooses Ye. He turns and faces Liu Ye. Lord Bai explains they don't need to force them, as Earth Shadow knew they could never work together, and that the reason they were there was to increase their chances of survival. Uncle Mustache just smiles at the situation. He then walks away with his group, hoping the others don't die. Liu Ye wonders who Earth Shadow is. Xiang Yun agrees that Dunyong is right. He then calls for Jing Jing so they can enter the area as well. Lord Xuan just opens his arms. He then tells his group to go, and they start walking away. The New Order's leader turns to his team and orders them to move out too. The group of 4 players walks through the snowy landscape towards a huge structure in the distance. Liu Ye moves forward with his companions. He questions if this authority really exists and in what form it will appear. The young man also ponders if, should he obtain it, he should use it to prevent the Yuan world from descending into reality. He continues to walk silently through the snow. The fog around them begins to thicken. Liu Ye notices the fog is so thick he can no longer see the other players. He can barely make out the silhouettes of his own teammates in front of him. The New Order's leader warns everyone to stay close and be careful, as everyone who came before them died. Suddenly, a notification reports that abnormal computational power has been detected, and the door to the dimensional prison has been opened. The ground beneath the group's feet begins to crack. Liu Ye turns, surprised by what is happening. The ice platform they're on shatters. He loses his balance and starts to fall into the abyss. His companions also plummet, and one of them laments that they won't die so soon. As they fall, the New Order's leader warns them to be cautious, as they are passing through the dimensional gate and every step could lead to death. They continue to fall through the portal. Then, one of the players is the first to exit the portal. Liu Ye looks at the new environment around him. He lands on rocky terrain, while the others are still floating in the air. A notification informs him that he has left the Yuan world and welcomes him to beyond the dimension. Realizing his stats are suppressed, he can barely stand. With a tense expression, he analyzes the dangerous situation he's in. Staring into the empty vastness, he wonders how he'll find this so-called authority. In his weakened state, he knows even the weakest monster could finish him off. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, asking him to name his exclusive territory. Looking at the small, floating piece of land, he decides to call it Ace Island. Soon after, the system confirms the name and activates a barrier that lessens the power suppression. Instantly, the barrier expands across the entire island. Then, a small sprout mysteriously emerges from the ground. On the system screen, an explanation appears. He now controls the power of the membrane. Analyzing the information, he realizes the sprout is the core of all this energy. Inspecting the plant, he discovers it weakens enemies, but is linked to his own life. Seeing how fragile the sprout looks, he worries about the risk he's taking. As he wonders how to get this computation power, a golden energy starts to flow from his ring, but the creature simply lunges forward and bites his leg hard, catching him by surprise. Just then, the system reports that the serpent devoured the sprout and fused with it, becoming the island's new core. Completely shocked, he yells at the creature, demanding to know what it did. Soon after, his attention is drawn to a strange energy pulsating far in the distance. Realizing the threat, his eyes widen in pure shock. Then, the ground of the island he's on starts to crack all over. Next, the entire island shatters violently in space. Losing his balance, he stumbles and falls as everything collapses around him. On the ground, he looks around, trying to understand what's happening. Just then, a massive explosion erupts in the distance, right where the energy was coming from. A giant muscular creature suddenly emerges from the smoke. The monster then lets out a roar and unleashes a huge amount of power. The force of the roar causes the space around it to shatter completely. Immediately, the system warns that his island's core is under constant attack. Trying to shield himself, he wonders what kind of monster this is. Looking around, he sees other islands with available sources of computation power. Realizing he can gain power by destroying these lands, he comes up with a new plan. Meanwhile, the giant monster flies ahead, moving toward one of the fragments. Watching the monster's target, he focuses on an island with a large tree. That specific island floats in isolation, its tree pulsing with a different kind of energy. Suddenly, the tree starts to glow brightly and shrink in size. As the process continues, the entire island shrinks along with the tree. Seeing this, the creature becomes agitated and prepares to grab the item. The next instant, the shrunken island shoots through space like a comet. Watching the scene, he realizes the monster's goal is to collect these power cores. At that moment, the spirit serpent appears by his side, and he sighs in relief. Getting up, he thanks the serpent for fusing with the sprout and saving his life. The serpent then gives a small smirk. It then explains that it now only has a lot of health, since its other powers are suppressed. Surprised, he asks if this means he can no longer count on its strength, but the serpent replies that if he gets enough computation power, it can unleash its full strength for a while. The serpent then concludes that computation power is the key to unlocking their full strength. It continues, saying that with enough power, they can upgrade their territory and go to that place. Looking at the center of the vortex, Liuya asks if that's where it wants to go, and the serpent immediately confirms. With their target set, he begins to suspect that the so-called authority is hidden in the middle of it. First, Liuya needs to destroy the other lands to get the necessary computation power. Staring into the vastness, he wonders what happened to his clan leader and its members. Immediately, a system notification announces that the map function is disabled. Right after, another message states that the party function cannot be opened either. But suddenly, a message from his clan leader pops up in the group chat asking where everyone is. Seeing that his leader is alive, he lets out a slight smile, visibly more at ease. The scene then cuts to another character, who's alone on a distant island. With a sinister gaze, this mustached man stares at the horizon, holding an energy core. Meanwhile, he sends a private message to his own leader, saying he's found the protagonist. Reading the chat, Liuya discovers that everyone from his clan has been randomly scattered across the map. Realizing he's on his own for now, he starts to analyze his situation. With the target set at the center of the vortex, he understands he needs to absorb power to enhance his territory and fly there. But with his current combat skills, he wonders how he'll manage to destroy other land fragments. Then, Liuya gets the idea to use a long-range weapon to attack targets from within his own territory. Although he doubts it will be easy, he knows it's the only way, since he has the serpent's protection and its abilities. Seeing it's the only safe way to gain power without leaving the island, he decides it's worth a shot. With that, he asks the serpent to control the territory and move it towards the smaller, fragmented lands. Soon after, the island begins to move towards a nearby target. At their destination, a level 80 monster rests peacefully. Watching from a distance, he knows that the membrane storage item is the core, and destroying it will eliminate the territory. With everything ready, he decides it's time to begin the attack. Using his architect ability, he starts to buff himself multiple times in a row, until a system notification warns him that he has reached the power limit of Ace Island. Checking his stats, Liuya sees his attack power has increased significantly. Even with his stats capped at just 100 points, he remains confident. Figuring the other territory's sprout is small, he believes his attack will be enough to destroy the target. Then he fires a powerful shot with his weapon, hitting the enemy island head-on and dealing massive damage. The impact awakens the sleeping monster on the island, and it's completely furious. At that moment, the island's core begins to pulse, preparing for something. A moment later, the island hangs motionless in space, about to disintegrate, and then the enemy territory explodes into 1,000 pieces. A system notification confirms he destroyed the membrane item, killing its owner and attracting someone else's hatred. Celebrating the plan's success, he orders the serpent to collect the computing power left behind. As the serpent confirms, the computing power floats at the site of the explosion. As he gets closer, he notices a force field preventing the power from scattering, but it also blocks his island's path. With a serious expression, he realizes he'll have to leave his territory to collect the prize. Analyzing the risks, he knows that if he leaves Ace Island, his buffs will only last for 9 seconds at most, but at least his island serves as a safe base, where he can use computing power to fully recover. Determined to get the power, he runs to the edge of his territory to jump. Leaping between the rocks, he speeds out of his territory. At that moment, the system informs him that his combat ability has been suppressed to almost nothing. Even weakened, he stays focused, knowing the entrance to another dimension is right below. So he just throws himself into the void, thinking about the Ying Zhao who was mentioned before. Running towards the power, he wonders if this Ying Zhao is the area boss and decides to be careful. As he gets close, he collects the energy, and the system confirms his architect ability is ready to be used again. Holding the energy core, he understands he can now use his strongest ability anywhere. He then rushes back to his island, as the power will disappear in 60 minutes. As soon as he's safely back, he inserts the power into the island's core and activates the enhancement function. On the system screen, upgrade options for the island and the serpent appear, showing he needs a lot more power. Analyzing the information, he finally understands the path he needs to take. Now, standing on his territory, he is filled with determination to gather more power and upgrade everything. Suddenly, several notifications show that other players are being defeated, increasing Ying Zhao's hatred. As the accumulated hatred reaches 51, a giant island with an enormous tree appears on the horizon. On the grass of that new island, a hoofed foot lands firmly on the ground. With that, an imposing level 90 monster lord named Ying Zhao finally reveals himself. Meanwhile, more notifications of defeated players keep popping up, further increasing the boss's hatred. Holding the power he collected, he realizes that every monster he kills only fuels Ying Zhao's rage, drawing him closer. Observing the surrounding space, he understands there's no way out of this area for now. With a focused gaze, he decides he needs to come up with a plan to deal with the threat before it's too late. Meanwhile, a message from another clan member reveals that if 2 territories touch, the architect's abilities are temporarily disabled. Sitting on his island, he asks the serpent to be honest with him for once. The serpent is confused, not understanding what he means. He then questions why she wanted to go to the Ball of Light, since before she only wanted to come to the Madness area. Turning his back, he asks about the real reason behind her actions. The serpent then turns her face, her gaze mysterious and determined. The protagonist just waits in silence, watching her reaction. Finally, she reveals that her goal was always to take him to the control center of the digitized membrane, which is the Ball of Light. Hearing about the control center, he is visibly surprised. Sitting down, he starts connecting the dots, wondering if this is the authority the clan leader mentioned. Suspicious, he asks how she knows all this if she was trapped in a dungeon the whole time. The serpent says he can choose not to believe her, but she knows his goal is also there and promises to help. With a serious expression, he asks an unexpected question about the real world, but the serpent is completely confused, not understanding a word he said. He then rephrases the question, wanting to know what she knows about the game world. Still confused, the serpent asks if he's talking to himself, as she can't hear anything. Realizing the system blocks certain words, he gives up asking about the game world and changes the subject. So, since the serpent promised to help, he braces himself for what's coming. Suddenly, the shadow of a gigantic island appears on the horizon, drawing closer and closer. Instantly, his eyes widen in high alert. Soon after, a notification warns that the monster Ying Zhao is heading their way. At this, he says he expected to fight the monster leader, just not so soon. While the serpent asks if he has a plan, he replies that he doesn't even know the enemy's strength. Starting to think of a way out, he analyzes the desperate situation. Then, he turns to the serpent and asks if he can really trust her. Hearing the question, the serpent just stares at him with a serious look. Continuing, he admits that despite her help, he can't fully trust her because he feels she's hiding something. But knowing they must unite to survive, he says he's willing to trust her and expects the same in return. The next moment, Ying Zhao appears before them, looking confused by the situation. Soon after, the monster grinds its teeth and lets out a low, threatening growl. Just then, the boss lets out a louder roar, but the serpent tells him not to worry because she has become the island's core. Promising to stand by his side no matter what, the serpent tries to reassure him. She then assures him that he can fully trust her to face whatever comes next. Soon after, their island is hit by a powerful blow, and he decides to leave the monster to her. As the fight rages on, he begins to climb the side of the enemy's giant island. With a determined look, he sees on the system that the serpent is losing a lot of health in the fight. Continuing his climb, more damage notifications pop up non-stop, showing the danger of the situation. He then realizes the serpent won't win, and that he needs to find and destroy Ying Zhao's Imperial Sprout. Racing against time, he pushes forward across the enemy island, knowing that if he fails, his journey ends right there. As he advances, the damage notifications for the serpent keep coming non-stop. Finally reaching the top, he pulls himself up over the edge. As he gets up, he sees the serpent's health is dropping fast. Down below, the explosions from the attacks show the intensity of the one-sided battle. Because of this, he prepares to act as quickly as possible and find the core. Then, he is faced with the sight of a gigantic tree in the center of the island. Impressed by its size, he can barely believe what he's seeing. Walking through the field of flowers, he starts looking around for traps. But upon reaching the base of the tree, he realizes there are no defenses or guards nearby. At that moment, a look of suspicion crosses his face. Thinking about the enemy's strategy, he wonders why the monster would leave its core so exposed. Soon after, he touches the root, and a system window reveals that the sprout cannot be destroyed. Completely shocked, he finally understands why no one was protecting the area. Meanwhile, his serpent's health continues to be drained by the monster's attacks. Seeing the health bar at its limit, he knows time to save his core is running out. Desperate, he tries one last resort and strikes the giant root with his sword. He then unleashes a series of rapid strikes in the same spot, trying to create an opening, but the system repeatedly informs him that the Great Forest is immune to all his attacks. Unfazed, he draws his gun and fires a powerful shot at the trunk. However, the shot is simply repelled by the tree, and the immunity notification appears again. Realizing it's truly indestructible, he looks up, completely frustrated. Standing before the immense tree, he begins to think it might just be a protective shell. Searching for an entrance, he notices there's no visible way to get inside. Feeling a headache coming on, he regrets not having the disperse ability to solve the problem. In this moment of distraction, another man suddenly appears nearby. Staring at the protagonist, the newcomer maintains a serious and determined look. Meanwhile, the explosions from the fight between the serpent and the monster continue without stopping. Seeing the serpent's health bar nearly depleted, he realizes he has no choice but to fight. So, he decides he will no longer hesitate and will fight with everything he's got, even if it costs him his life. Suddenly, a mysterious voice asks if he's already giving up, leaving him surprised and wondering where it came from. Taking a step forward, a foot lands firmly on the flowery grass. Then, the man with the mustache who was hiding finally reveals himself completely. At this, the two face each other from a distance, positioned near the tree's giant root. Recognizing him, the protagonist identifies him as the mustache guy he had met before. Instantly, he remembers that this guy is the player with the disperse ability. As the serpent's health continues to drop, he knows he needs the man's help to remove the tree's blessing. With a confident look, he says he always knew the man was hiding back there. Crossing his arms, he accuses the man of waiting for them to weaken so he could eliminate them easily. With a smirk, he deduces that the man's ability doesn't work with his low stats and that he needs help. Hearing his words, the man with the mustache becomes visibly tense and starts to sweat. Seeing that he was right, he proposes a deal. He'll strengthen the man's stats in exchange for his help in removing the blessing. Still suspicious, he thinks the protagonist must have an ace up his sleeve to not fear a backstab. With a defiant look, he decides to see which one of them has the stronger plan. So he accepts the deal and tells him they shouldn't waste any more time. As the protagonist agrees, damage notifications for the serpent keep popping up, forcing him to stay calm. Seeing how easily he accepted, the man with the mustache suspects he's up to something and decides to keep his distance. The protagonist immediately stops him, telling him to stay 3 meters away for the blessing to be applied. Explaining that the attributes there are capped at 100, he asks if the man wants him to max everything out. Upon getting confirmation, the protagonist starts applying the blessings one after another. With his body strengthened, the man with the mustache feels incredible with so much power. With an evil smirk, he underestimates the protagonist and plans to attack him after dispelling the barrier. But first, he approaches the tree, ready to use his skill. Extending his hand, he finally uses his dispel ability on the tree trunk. The system then reports that, despite an initial failure, the dispel was a success, thanks to the maxed out attributes. Shortly after, a notification confirms that the blessing of the 100 Flowers goddess has been removed. With the blessing gone, the tree's protection begins to fade, revealing its true form. With a shattering sound, the tree's protective layer finally breaks completely. Then, fragments of the blessing scatter into the air, revealing the real tree underneath. Celebrating that the plan worked, the protagonist prepares for the next step. Suddenly, a roar echoes in the distance, followed by a large explosion on the neighboring island. Hearing the sound, he recognizes it as the furious roar of the Ying Jiao. Seeing the serpent's health nearly depleted, he turns to destroy the tree, but the man with the mustache draws his sword. In a swift move, the man tries to strike him, warning him not to be careless, but the protagonist moves quickly, leaving only an afterimage behind and resetting the blessing. Shocked, the man with the mustache doesn't understand how he could be faster even with capped attributes. With his sword in hand, the protagonist warns that the man has lost his chance. At that moment, the man with the mustache realizes the protagonist's trump card was having a higher weight ratio. With a quick movement, the protagonist lunges forward and says it's his turn now. Preparing a strike, he charges at the man with his sword, but with an evil grin, the man reveals he also has a card up his sleeve and activates a skill. Suddenly, the protagonist's sword stops mid-air, and the system announces that his weapon has been suspended for 1 minute. In the system, a notification confirms he is suspended from using his sword for 1 minute. Seeing his weapon disintegrate into pieces before his eyes, he is left speechless. Realizing he can't use sword-type weapons, he silently faces his enemy. With his sword raised, the man with the mustache reveals that his real trump card is nullifying the opponent's Kai abilities. But upon hearing this, the protagonist simply cracks a confident smirk. A system notification appears, confirming the Imperial Sprout has been destroyed, and that he has obtained a large amount of computing power. Soon after, another notice informs him that by absorbing the power, he has become a target of the 100 Flowers goddess, and earned the hatred of all her followers. Back on his island, the spirit serpent appears, visibly exhausted after the battle. With a weak body, she can barely hold herself steady, showing how tough the fight was. Sitting in front of her, he thanks her for holding on for so long. The serpent then says she did what she could, and begins to revert to her smaller form. Once small, she comments that they gained over 1,500 computing power and asks what he plans to do with it all. Analyzing his plans, he decides to first evolve her to level 10, and only then will he gather more power to ascend to the next floor. The serpent agrees that, although slow, this is a much safer approach. He asks if upgrading the territory will take them straight to the Ball of Light, but she explains that the area is divided into 5 floors, and he'll need 4 more upgrades to reach the top. With a smile, he asks why she doesn't just fly him up there. The serpent then explains that only her small form can float, and he decides they will rest before collecting more power. The scene cuts to the man with the mustache's territory, where he appears, recovering from the confrontation. With a shocked expression, he realizes that he somehow managed to survive. Checking his attributes, he sees he was revived because he had computing power, but he lost 60% of it in the process. He then sends a message to his leader, explaining that he died but was revived in his territory. In the chat, he details the fight against the protagonist and laments that the weapon suspension item was taken. Meanwhile, the protagonist uses the power to evolve his serpent to level 10, turning it into a chrysalis and reducing the suppression. Soon after, he hits the first floor's power limit, and the system warns that he needs to evolve his territory to proceed. Holding the power in his hand, he realizes the only way out is to upgrade Ace Island and ascend to the 2nd floor. With a determined look, he turns to face the challenge ahead. Running across his island, he decides to press forward and do whatever it takes. A system notification then informs him that he used 1,000 power to evolve Ace Island, increasing its limits and activating the construction function. Then his island begins to rise rapidly, flying towards the next floor of the dimension. Upon arrival, he calculates he'll need much more power to reach the control center, and wonders if he can gather enough. The scene cuts to the 2nd floor, a dark and foggy place. There, 2 phoenix-like creatures fly around a tree on a floating island. Observing from a distance, the protagonist prepares to explore this new territory, but a notification pops up warning that he has entered King Kinhara's realm and has already accumulated 100 hate points. Confused, he realizes he needs to change his position to avoid facing a boss right away. Suddenly, a terrifying face with a giant smile appears in the darkness right in front of him. Whipping his head around in alarm, he goes on full alert against the new threat. Then, that thing opens a huge mouth and begins to devour the Phoenix Island he was just watching. Soon after, a dark, scorpion-like creature appears before him, leaving him clueless as to what it was. The serpent then explains that it's a ruin devourer, which swallows territories with weak membranes to protect other monsters. Processing the information, he understands that the monster attacks the most vulnerable islands. Looking at the dense fog, he tries to grasp the scale of the danger. Based on what he's seen, he deduces there must be at least 10 more of these monsters roaming freely around here. With a confident smile, a white-haired man appears in front of the protagonist. Meanwhile, in the enemy clan's chat, they discuss the need to understand the protagonist's abilities. They decide to go live the next time they find him. Soon after, a member named White Glove reports that he's found the protagonist. The leader tells him to go live immediately. Instantly, the stream starts connecting for everyone in the clan. Then, The main members of the enemy clan, including Uncle Mustache, join to watch the fight. In an instant, White Glove uses a freezing ability, leaving the protagonist completely shocked. Right after, he's hit by a blow to the head and defeated with a single attack. A system notification informs him that he has killed the player and absorbed 5% of their power. Aiming his weapon, the protagonist declares that he considers him an enemy and is only interested in killing him. The defeated player's body then dissolves into particles of light, leaving behind only a loot orb floating in the air. Analyzing the situation, the protagonist realizes that White Glove's territory is protected by the membrane. Preparing to jump, he understands he can go there to get the loot and destroy the enemy core without attracting the devourers. As he prepares, his hand begins to glow with intense energy. Suddenly, his eyes widen in total surprise. Reappearing in his territory, White Glove is shocked by the power of the protagonist's weapon. Meanwhile, the protagonist doesn't understand how the enemy revived, since the system confirmed his death. The serpent explains that in this dimension, it's possible to revive in one's own territory, but with a penalty of lost computing power. Annoyed at not knowing such crucial information, he decides to focus on defeating the enemy first and discuss it later. Equipping a pendulum, he prepares to destroy the enemy core and prevent him from reviving again. With the opponent in his sights, he positions himself for the final shot, but at the last second, an energy barrier appears, protecting the enemy's core. Enveloped in an aura, White Glove says that since they won't cooperate, the only option is to fight. He then dissolves into energy, inviting the protagonist to a new battlefield in the Kinhara Legion's territory. Observing the empty space, the protagonist suspects the enemy used his architect ability to hide his own island. With a serious expression, he realizes that refusing to cooperate might have been a bad choice, as now he'll have to fight directly. Standing at the edge of his island, he stares into the vastness of the new floor, filled with unknown challenges. Talking with the serpent, he decides the best strategy for now is to gather information before acting. Heading towards the Legion's territory, he says he's going to scout the area and asks the serpent to watch for any danger. Meanwhile, White Glove is already waiting for him elsewhere, ready for the second round of the fight. In the enemy clan chat, White Glove asks his leader for permission to try and finish off the protagonist for good. The scene shifts to inside the Kinhara Legion's territory, a dark, rocky place. Deep inside, sitting on a throne, is the monster lord King Kinhara, the area's level 90 boss. Suddenly, another character in golden armor appears, watching everything intently. Meanwhile, the protagonist explores the cliffs and dense fog of the new floor. Walking through a forest, he finds several flying creatures gathered around a tree. As he gets closer, he identifies them as monsters of different races, a white one at level 70 and a black one at level 80. Suddenly, one of the white creatures lets out a shrill cry, drawing attention. The monster then explodes in a flash of light, completely disintegrating. With the explosion, the tree in the center of the clearing begins to glow with intense energy. At that moment, one of the black creatures starts gathering the computing power released by the explosion. Watching from a distance, he spots the movement of the winged creatures. Suddenly, White Glove appears, sliding across the snow with impressive speed. With wide eyes, the protagonist is surprised to see the enemy there. In the blink of an eye, White Glove rushes towards him, leaving an energy trail behind. But the protagonist prepares himself and uses his blessing to increase all his stats by 500 points, transferring the monster's hatred to the enemy. A system notification then confirms that all of Kinhara's hatred has been transferred to White Glove. Confused, he raises his hand, surprised by the protagonist's ability. As the Kinhara creatures fly towards them, the protagonist approaches and uses a skill to steal the enemy's buff. Enveloped by the stolen aura, the protagonist feels his power increase, and the system confirms the blessing has been transferred. Stomping his foot firmly on the ground, he prepares for a counterattack. With the stolen power, he charges forward. White Glove feels incredible with the power, but his pleasure is cut short by a blow. With a malicious smile, he says that now, without the architect, and with all the monsters attacking, he wants to see how the protagonist will survive. But suddenly, the protagonist is surrounded by the winged creatures, which are moving into attack. Clenching his teeth, he braces for battle, showing that his health and knowledge points are at maximum. In the same instant, several swords of light appear from nowhere, trapping White Glove in a snare. Resetting his restriction, the protagonist prepares a new strategy. He then buffs himself with the 500-point blessing and decides he needs to get back to his island but not before dealing with the enemy. Charging at high speed, he rushes White Glove, intending to finish him. At that moment, the enemy's restriction ends, and he transfers the weakness status to the protagonist. Trapped again by the swords of light, the protagonist is hit by an ability that weakens him. Bound by chains and swords, he finds himself in a tough spot as the enemy closes in. A system notification confirms he's under the effect of weakness, with all his stats reduced by half. As White Glove moves into attack, the protagonist creates a barrier to protect himself. Hidden behind his shield, he carefully watches his opponent's every move. Calculating that the enemy's stolen blessing only has 2 seconds left, he traps White Glove with the swords of light once more. Shocked, the enemy doesn't understand how he can use the same skill so many times in a row, but the protagonist draws his weapon and activates the pendulum, tripling the damage of his next attack. Leaping into the air, he fires a powerful shot, aiming right for the center of the sword trap. With a confident smile, White Glove says he was waiting for that attack. At the last second, he activates a reflection aura, intending to return all the damage. As the protagonist's blessings wear off, one of his barrier skills activates, reducing the enemy's strength. With a wave of his hand, he activates his secret technique just in time. The system notification then reports that White Glove's knowledge strength has been reduced to 0, canceling his reflection aura. Without protection, he is hit head-on by the shot, and the system confirms he has been defeated for good. Watching the enemy's body disintegrate, the protagonist wastes no time. Rushing through the snow, he runs to grab the loot left behind. With a glowing item in his hands, he prepares to return to his island. With a smirk, he gives thanks for the loot and gets ready to flee. Leaping from the cliff, he calls for the serpent to rescue him. Flying through the sky, he escapes the danger as the monsters close in. Landing safely on his island, he looks back, but the winged creatures just stop at the edge of the enemy territory, not advancing any further. With a focused expression, he suspects the monsters are bound to that territory. Suddenly, his island begins to rise quickly, moving to another location. Upon landing in a new area, he unsheathes his sword, ready for the next challenge. From out of the mist, a giant, imposing creature appears right in front of him. The monster dodges the attack, and the protagonist's freezing ability shatters. Instantly, a notification announces that the territory's rules have changed, and his freezing ability no longer works. Shocked, he wonders if King Kinhara also possesses the architect ability. As the boss monster stares at him from a distance, the protagonist senses the danger and stays on high alert. Spreading its wings, the creature prepares to attack with all its might. With a powerful leap, the monster flies toward him, ready for battle. With a serious expression, the protagonist deduces that all territory owners, whether monsters or players, have the architect ability. A system notification then informs him that upon leaving the enemy territory, King Kinhara's attention on him has decreased. Sitting on his island, he crosses his arms and starts thinking of a new strategy. Flying through the sky, he concludes that the owner of that territory is too difficult to defeat alone. With a snap of his fingers, he realizes he can only win if someone merges territories with Kinhara's, nullifying his ability. With a thoughtful look, he understands he needs to find someone to team up with. Watching the floating islands around him, he starts searching for a potential ally. Meanwhile, in his own territory, White Glove respawns, furious at being defeated again. A private message from his leader then arrives, telling him to stay calm and not lose his composure in front of the other guilds. Taking a deep breath, he calms down and replies to the message, saying he understands. In the livestream chat, he apologizes for losing his cool and announces he's ending the stream until he finds the protagonist again. Sitting on an ice throne, he swears he'll get revenge for the humiliation, paying it all back twofold. With a determined look, he realizes he still has a chance and needs to prepare carefully. Then, he sends a message to his leader, revealing that even in death, he managed to obtain an item called Evolution of Catastrophe. The system screen explains that this item increases his stats with every Kinhara monster defeated, and after accumulating 100, he can challenge the king and become the new territory owner. In the chat, he explains that he stole this status from the monsters, and that if he gets the king's title, the guild's power will increase greatly. Sitting on his throne, he opens a holographic screen and starts analyzing the information, but he laments not being able to kill the monsters alone, as they are too strong in large numbers and his abilities are limited by the suppression effect. His leader then suggests he try to contact the protagonist again, since the king's title is too tempting to pass up. With a thoughtful expression, he considers the idea of a temporary alliance with his enemy. Suddenly, a new message notification appears on the protagonist's screen while he meditates. The message from White Glove praises his strength, but says they can only defeat King Kinhara by working together. With a smirk, the protagonist realizes he needs his help, but decides he won't make it easy. In his reply, he agrees but sets his conditions, stating he's a support role and will only fight from within his own territory. Reading the message, White Glove becomes furious, shouting that the protagonist is much better at close quarters combat than he is. In the message, White Glove sets the condition that they must kill 200 monsters as training before fighting the king. With a smile, he reveals his plan to fake his own death so the protagonist will defeat the king alone, securing his own victory in the end. Looking at the screen, the protagonist finds it strange that he agreed so easily and suspects he isn't afraid of betrayal. So, he sends a message asking how they'll deal with King Kinhara's architect ability. White Glove replies that he'll merge his territory with the enemy's to restrict the king's ability. With an air of superiority, he explains that he can't leave his territory anyway and can just give up the throne if something goes wrong. Analyzing the conversation, the protagonist realizes the request to kill 200 monsters might be more than just training. Finally, he sends a message agreeing to the plan. The two meet on a floating island, ready to start the hunt. Leaping across cliffs, they move together, each with their own plans in mind. With a fake smile, White Glove pretends to be kind and friendly. Meanwhile, the protagonist, just as deceitfully, acts sincere and cooperative. Stopping at the edge, he tells White Glove to lure the monsters, saying he'll wait there. With a smirk, White Glove says he believes they'll be great teammates. Watching his enemy walk away, the protagonist agrees with a simple "sure," hiding his true intentions. Suspicious of the plan, he knows he can't let his enemy kill 200 monsters, and decides to force the fight with the king. But White Glove has his own plan, needing only 100 monsters to evolve and take the king's title for his revenge. Running through the territory, he starts luring a flock of winged creatures closer. Seeing the movement, the protagonist leaps from his island and enters the enemy territory. Instantly, a system notification announces that King Kinhara has started paying attention to him. With his eyes fixed on his goal, he prepares for what's to come. Meanwhile, White Glove fights the monsters, dodging and landing several hits. After 25 minutes, the system shows that the kill count and the king's attention are only increasing. Suddenly, a giant foot stomps hard on the ground, right near where White Glove is standing. Standing atop a cliff, the imposing King Kinhara finally appears, glaring at the intruders. Leaping between monsters, he feels incredible, finding the battles easy and exciting with the protagonist's help. With a smile, he praises his allies' long-range support, healing, and strengthening abilities. Rushing through the monsters, he feels invincible with the unlimited architect and regrets that the protagonist isn't in his guild. Suddenly, he's hit by a powerful blow from King Kinhara, catching him completely off guard. From the impact, he spits on the ground, feeling the attack's absurd force. Thrown far away, he crashes against the rocks, kicking up a cloud of dust. Rising from the rubble, he wonders why King Kinhara suddenly appeared. Staring at the giant monster, he realizes that without the protagonist's support, he doesn't stand a chance of winning. The next moment, a piece of rock is hurled in his direction at incredible speed. Managing to dodge, he knows he only survived because of his boosted stats and needs to get back to the protagonist. Running as fast as he can, he moves toward his ally. With a powerful leap, he propels himself across the distance separating them. Sliding on the snow, he creates an ice board to move even faster. Screaming in desperation, he warns the protagonist to fall back because King Kinhara is here. Hearing the warning, the protagonist turns, surprised by the boss's sudden arrival. As he gets close, he asks the protagonist not to forget to heal him. As the protagonist runs to heal him, King Kinhara strikes with a powerful blow, creating a crater in the ground. With a frustrated expression, White Glove doesn't understand how he attracted the king and regrets losing the chance to kill more monsters. The next moment, the protagonist uses his blessing, increasing all of his allies' stats by 500 points. Seeing his power restored, he looks at the protagonist, who is safe on his own island. With a battle cry, the protagonist says that since the king is here, they should just kill him. Motivated, White Glove charges toward King Kinhara and his minions. With his sword in hand, he unleashes a series of quick strikes, dodging and attacking the monsters with precision. Even with the support, he knows the fight will be tough, and suspects the protagonist might betray him at any moment. Facing the king, he realizes that without the leader's title, his life isn't guaranteed. Gritting his teeth, he prepares for battle, feeling the pressure of the moment. In a private message, his leader advises him to take the risk and trust that the protagonist won't attack him until the king is defeated. With a determined shout, he calls for the protagonist to attack, saying they'll kill the king together. In his last message, he tells his leader he still has enough computation points to revive one more time if the gamble fails. With a coordinated attack, the protagonist traps King Kinhara with his freezing ability. The monster lets out a high-pitched scream, trying to break free from the trap. With a powerful stomp, it shatters the ice on the ground, showing its immense strength. Standing before it, the protagonist prepares for a direct confrontation, facing the king up close. But the king is caught again by the freezing ability, which stops it mid-attack. With its guard down, the monster is hit by a powerful blow that shatters part of its armor. With a confident smile, the protagonist prepares to continue the attack. Losing its balance, King Kinhara falls to the ground, kicking up chunks of rock with the impact. Kneeling and wounded, the monster stares at the protagonist, surprised by the strength of his attacks. Shocked, White Glove realizes the protagonist only needed him to restrict the king's ability. With a smirk on his face, he sees a chance to wait for the final blow and steal the title. Anxiously, he yells for the protagonist to finish the monster off quickly, but with a slight smile, the protagonist just watches him, doing nothing. Seeing that he won't attack, White Glove backs away, shocked by the turn of events. With a serious expression, he stares at White Glove, showing no emotion. With a quick movement, White Glove stomps the ground and launches himself forward. Leaping toward the king, he prepares to deliver the final blow. With a focused gaze, he thinks that even if he dies afterward, it'll be worth it if he gets the title. As the king struggles, trapped by the protagonist's abilities, the ground trembles beneath its feet. Gritting his teeth, he lands several blows on the king, yelling that there's just a little more to go. With a smile, he turns to the protagonist, ready to reveal his plan. As he speaks, the protagonist watches him in silence, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, a blow pierces his chest, taking him completely by surprise. A system notification then confirms that player White Glove has been killed. With his weapon drawn, the protagonist says that since he already knew his intentions, he just had to kill him. The next moment, the system announces that King Kinhara has also been defeated. Observing the king's territory, the protagonist notices that even with the boss's death, the island hasn't crumbled. With a thoughtful look, he realizes the only way to obtain the power is by destroying the Imperial Sprout. Surprised, he wonders why the serpent can't just tell him what's going to happen. At that moment, he's shocked to discover that monster lords can also revive. With a leap, the protagonist gets ready to follow the plan, but first, he decides to take the chance to destroy White Glove's Sprout while their territories are merged. The scene cuts to the city's rebirth area, a place with concentric circles on the ground. Suddenly, White Glove reappears there, completely shocked. Not understanding anything, he panics when he realizes he didn't revive in his own territory. Then, a system notification explains that he couldn't revive because his computation power was less than 100. Screaming in despair, he throws himself to the ground, unable to believe what happened. Meanwhile, in a private message, his leader orders him to investigate the protagonist's real-world identity. Back on the battlefield, White Glove's computation power floats in the air. Looking at the destroyed territory, the protagonist understands that he didn't have enough power to revive. With a surprised expression, he realizes his enemy was teleported back to the city. Knowing he won't be sabotaged anymore, he decides to capture one of the monsters to see the surprise the serpent mentioned. Looking at the landscape, he sees several monster corpses scattered on the ground. Walking through a cave, he realizes the monsters have been killing each other along the way. Stopping suddenly, he steps on a dry branch, making a noise. With a tired look, he regrets not being able to capture any monsters, since they all prefer to self-destruct. Without realizing it, he reaches the deepest part of the territory, right in front of the giant tree. With a focused gaze, he knows that destroying the Sprout will grant him a great deal of power. Standing before the tree, he wonders what he'll do after gaining the power. Looking at the horizon, he realizes this is the only visible territory, and it might be his only chance to obtain power. With a worried expression, he fears getting stuck on this floor if he can't get enough power to evolve his island. Recalling the fight, he realizes the black race monsters were using the white race ones to generate computing power. With a determined face, he decides he'll either try the same method or just destroy the Sprout and hope for the best. Suddenly, a strange sound from a nearby creature catches his attention. Turning his head, he faces the small monster, curious about what's happening. With hearts floating around it, the creature looks at him in a friendly way, and he remembers a notification he received. The system screen then shows that by killing the king, he earned the hatred of the black race, but the favorability of the white race. Watching the small monster, he realizes it must be from the white race and decides to capture it. A system notification then confirms the monster has accepted to be his follower and asks him to give it a name. Analyzing its attributes, he sees the monster has skills like Kai Possession and Catastrophe Evolution. The system screen explains the details of Catastrophe Evolution again, showing how it works to become the king of the territory. With wide eyes, he's shocked to understand that this was the big surprise the serpent had mentioned. Holding the small monster, he realizes that if he evolves it, the entire Legion's territory will be his. With a smile on his face, He laughs, excited about the big surprise the little monster gave him. The system then asks him again to name the creature. Deciding on something simple, he names the monster White, and the system accepts the name instantly. Now he understands that White Glove wanted to kill the monsters to steal the evolution state and become king. Sounds of battle echo in the distance, showing that the hunt has already begun. Suddenly, two creatures from the black race appear, furious at his presence. Hiding behind a bush, he draws his weapon, ready for combat. With a clean shot, he hits one of the monsters head-on, making it lose its balance. The monster then falls to the ground, defeated in a single blow. With a commanding shout, he orders his new ally White to finish off the monsters. Advancing with a swift strike, the small monster easily defeats the creature. A system notification then confirms the kill and the level increase for catastrophe evolution. Suddenly, a large pack of monsters of the same race appears, surrounding Little White. Watching from a distance, the protagonist sees his ally cornered by the enemies. With their eyes glowing red, the monsters prepare to attack together. Taking a quick leap, the protagonist prepares to escape the ambush. Running as fast as he can, he warns his ally that they need to get out of there right now. As they flee, the monsters start chasing them, letting out furious screams. Not understanding anything, he wonders why they suddenly stopped fighting among themselves and united. Running desperately, he knows he has to get back to his island, as he can't handle so many enemies at once. Shattering across the battlefield, the winged creatures begin to fall. Then one of them falls completely to pieces among the ice rocks. Just then, a giant armored foot stomps hard on the frozen ground, slowly revealing the imposing figure behind the destruction. Next, it spins rapidly, creating a whirlwind around it. Stopping its movement, the being's identity is finally revealed. Right after, a system screen appears, detailing its catastrophic monster attributes. It also shows all the special abilities it possesses. Back to the scene, the new being faces the rest of the creatures. Sensing the threat, the remaining creatures prepare to attack, but at the last second, they give up the fight and retreat. Seeing that the danger has passed, Liu Ye finally approaches. Getting closer, he stops just a few feet from the new monster. Facing the creature, Ye assesses its strength and realizes the limitation of not being able to take it from there. Ignoring that for now, he raises his fist and calls his new ally to the next battle. Determined to gain power, Ye focuses his gaze on the giant tree filled with creatures. Soon, one of the winged creatures flies in his direction to attack, but halfway there, his armored ally intercepts the monster with a powerful blow. In that same instant, the giant tree reacts to the creature's death and starts to glow. Watching this, Ye remembers the same thing happened when he defeated a monster in another area. Meanwhile, his ally moves toward the tree, where the rest of the creatures have gathered. Around them, the other monsters seem hostile only towards Ye, ignoring the armored being. Seeing the hostility, Ye's ally readies its hand for an attack. Then it fires a beam of energy directly at the tree's trunk. With the attack, all the creatures that were on the tree are annihilated at once. Realizing his plan worked, Ye gives a satisfied smile. Right after, the armored being kneels and offers him an energy sphere. Taking the item, Ye holds it in his hands to absorb it. Then, a system notification confirms the absorption of the computing power. Analyzing the gain, Ye realizes it's still not enough for his goals. Without enough power, Ye turns his gaze to his armored ally as his only hope. Understanding the situation, the armored being turns and faces the sky. Suddenly, a new horde of winged creatures appears on the horizon. Without hesitating, Ye's ally gets a running start and leaps toward a mountain. Arriving there, it hits the stone wall with a devastating blow. Seeing this, the creatures fly toward it to intercept it in midair, but it just focuses its visor on the approaching targets. Then it charges through them, hitting several with a flurry of strikes. After being hit, the creatures fall to the ground and dissolve into light. Confused by the strategy, Ye watches the scene without understanding what's happening. Just then, the giant tree starts to glow again, but with a different color. Soon, lines of energy run through its entire trunk and branches. Completely transforming the tree, the light explodes intensely. With the objective complete, the armored being lands back on the ground. Approaching Ye, it offers a new sphere of power, even larger than the last. Holding the new sphere, Ye is shocked by the immense amount of power it contains. Right after, a system notification confirms the amount of computing power absorbed. As he processes the information, he finally understands how power is created in this territory. With the mystery solved, he and his ally prepare to repeat the process. Suddenly, a message from Wei Shi pops up in the chat, desperately asking for help on the 3rd floor. Seeing the message, Ye wonders how she managed to get so powerful on her own, but he quickly shakes off the thought, deciding just to be careful if he runs into her. Soon after, A new conversation appears, and Wei Shi sends a picture of the creature attacking her so he can find it. The scene then shifts, showing the gigantic floating creatures that dominate the floor's sky. Standing on the edge of a cliff, Ye observes the immense school of celestial monsters before him. He then focuses his gaze on the specific creature Wei Shi showed in the photo. Zooming in, he realizes the monster is actually hiding its floating island. Recognizing the monster, he is shocked and begins to question if he should really save her. Despite his doubt, his expression changes, showing he has made a decision. Flashing back in time, a memory of a difficult moment with Wei Shi crosses his mind. Back in the present, another message from her appears, showing a key she got near the monster. Upon seeing the image of the key, Ye's expression turns to one of complete shock. Looking at the sky again, he spots the floating island being carried by one of the creatures. At that same moment, the wyvern serpent appears beside him, explaining that the key opens the control center. Confirming the key is one of the conditions, the wyvern serpent explains the situation to Ye. With a determined look, he replies that if that's the case, they need to get it no matter what. Debating its location, they conclude the key must be inside the large creature. He then asks in the chat how to get in, and Wei Shi explains the strategy is to simply jump. Cutting to the second floor, two other competitors look out at the horizon from a platform. Shocked by the chat conversation, one of them wonders if they are just side characters, but his leader scolds him, telling him to stop with the nonsense and focus on what they need to do. Looking at his floor's lord monster, he notices there's also a key above its head. Back to Ye's location on the third floor, he stares at the giant creature in front of him. Having made his decision, he gets into position and states that he needs to go get that key. Meanwhile, Wyvern wishes him to be careful and promises to wait for his return. Entrusting his island to her care, Ye prepares himself and leaps toward the monster. In mid-air, he propels himself forward with his arms outstretched. As he touches the creature, his hand passes through its skin as if it were smoke. With a serious look, he dives completely into the monster's body. Plunging headfirst, Ye passes through the monster's surface and disappears. Then the hole he created closes completely behind him. Inside, in the darkness, he comes face to face with another floating creature. Shifting scenes, someone starts clapping in approval. The scene then opens up, showing two men on a floating island. With an air of victory, one of them brags, claiming they were the first to arrive there, but his partner disagrees, explaining that Ye had probably been on the floor for a long time. Back in his own battle, giant tentacles erupt violently from the ground. Attacking throughout the ruined city, they advance toward Wei Shi. In a flashback, Ye defends himself from a similar attack with his sword. Surrounded on all sides, he spins his body and slashes the tentacles around him. Realizing the scale of the attack, he wonders if it covers the entire territory. Hit squarely by a blow, he is thrown backward as his health decreases. Then another tentacle strikes the ground hard, kicking up a cloud of dust. Back in the present, Wei Shi watches the scene from atop the rubble. Taking a step forward, she approaches the edge. Before her, the tentacles attack a specific area with overwhelming fury. A system notification shows that Ye is taking continuous damage. Being hit repeatedly, he turns, surprised by the amount of damage. But another notification pops up right after, showing he has recovered all his lost health. Suddenly, a sound catches his attention, interrupting the flow of the battle. Hearing a voice telling him to hang in there, Ye braces himself for what's coming. Tracing a path through the debris, lines of energy guide the tentacles for a coordinated attack. Following the lines, Ye leaps at high speed toward Wei Shi, who watches him from the rubble. But suddenly, another woman appears in his path and launches an attack. Immediately after, a system screen details the skill as the energy surges forward. Reaching its target, the attack hits Wei Shi squarely all over her body. Her eyes turn completely white, and she turns her face to the side. Then she turns to face Ye, who watches the scene from below. Standing among the tentacles, Ye wields his sword and prepares for battle. The attack then passes by him and strikes the ground with multiple blows. Continuing its advance, the energy explodes, creating several craters along the way. Seizing the distraction, the woman who launched the attack runs and calls for him to escape. Running as fast as they can, they reach a mysterious staircase. After climbing the steps, the two finally arrive in a circular room and stop. Leaning on his knees, Ye tries to catch his breath after the intense escape. Looking around, He scans the area and wonders if they are finally in a safe zone. Recovered, Ye turns and thanks the woman for saving him back there. With a smile, she says he came to help her, so she should be the one thanking him. He then changes the subject and asks how they can leave the territory, wondering if they need to defeat the boss monster. Looking through an opening in the room, he comments that the difficulty of this challenge is way too high. She explains that she's tried everything to get out and found that this place is a safe zone and a control point. Continuing her explanation, she says the monster attacks as soon as she leaves, but it doesn't usually have such a long range. With a suspicious look, she asks if he did something to annoy the monster and get special treatment. Not knowing what to say, Ye just looks away and breaks into a cold sweat. Seeing an opportunity, she says the situation might be favorable, as they need strong bait like him to distract the boss. Processing the information, his eyes narrow slightly as he listens intently. Interested in the idea, he crosses his arms and asks her to tell him more about the plan. With a plan in mind, she explains that she has a skill that can defeat the boss if used 3 times, and she's already managed to use it twice. Looking at him with a smile, she finishes by saying he just needs to keep the boss busy for a while, so she can use the final skill. Taking a step forward, Yi returns to the ruined city. He then takes his stance, sword in hand, ready for battle. Scanning the scene, he spots his opponent on top of a building. Meanwhile, the local boss stares back at him, her eyes glowing, sitting on the tentacles. She points toward the floating key. Soon after, a system notification informs him that his stats have been buffed. Advancing without fear, he lunges into the midst of the tentacles with his sword. Then, a private message arrives, warning him that he can only hold out for 30 seconds. Carving a path, he spins and slashes through all the tentacles around him. Upon receiving confirmation, the boss turns her back on the fight. Dashing at high speed, Ye's ally runs over the rubble. Seeing her approach, the boss turns and raises a hand to defend herself, but the attack hits her squarely, striking her body once more. Pushing off the ground, the ally leaps to deliver the final blow. Diving through the air, she charges with all her might to destroy the key and win the fight. The impact of the blow creates an intense explosion of light, blinding everything around. Noticing the tentacles have stopped moving, Ye remains on high alert among them. Looking up at the sky, he wonders if her plan actually worked, but in the distance, the figure of the boss continues to float, untouched, among the motionless tentacles. Receiving a distress message, he's stunned to realize the attack failed. Without wasting time, he pushes off one of the tentacles to jump. He then soars through the air, moving quickly among the gigantic tentacles. Getting closer, he sees the boss controlling his ally's fall after the skill failed. Running over a tentacle, he approaches as the boss traps his ally with an energy field. Noticing the ring around the key has vanished, he realizes this is his chance. Leaping over the boss, he reaches out to grab the floating key, but a system notification stops him, stating that his authority is too low to take the item. Exchanging messages, Ye says he'll welcome the newcomers while she recovers. At that same moment, one of the enemy leaders appears in the ruined city with his arms raised. Observing the territory's boss, he and his partner decide to keep their distance to avoid trouble. Analyzing the situation, he comments that they haven't seen other territories and that they must all be in hiding. Then he wonders where Ye could be, since they've looked everywhere and haven't found him. Suddenly, a beam of light hits the ground right in front of him, causing an explosion. Recovering from the shock, he declares that he'll deal with Ye and take his computational power authority. Recalling a warning, he explains that if they lose their authority, they can no longer use the architect ability. The local boss notices the commotion and turns her head toward the battle. Concluding his reasoning, he states that they need to obtain as much authority as possible to gain more advantages. Just then, Ye's silhouette emerges from the smoke, pointing an item and activating his skills. Seeing the flash of the attack, the enemy turns with a shocked expression. Taking a step back, he tries to brace for impact, but the attack hits him head-on, with several energy blades completely surrounding him. Thrown back, he is sent flying by the force of the blow. Celebrating the hit, Yi clenches his fist with a victorious smile, but suddenly, a beam of energy hits him right in the face. Taking massive damage, a system notification explains it was a counterattack skill. Then his opponent rises unscathed from the dust, one of his eyes glowing. With a confident smirk, he faces Ye and says they've finally met again. Soon after, he shouts Ye's name, and an explosion goes off in the background. Raising his giant weapon, he prepares for the fight and says that Ye is going to die. In response, Ye takes his combat stance and retorts to the provocation. Dashing forward, he attacks with his sword, but the enemy easily blocks the blow. In a close-up, Ye's strike is completely stopped by the opponent's defense. At that moment, several system notifications show that he is still taking reflected damage. Standing before him, the enemy taunts him, saying he can't just run away. Soon after, he activates a taunt skill that forces Ye to attack him. Feeling his body move against his own will, Ye turns to the side, surprised. Forced to attack, he lunges forward and hits the enemy once more, again taking damage from the skill. Realizing the skill's effect, Ye glares at his opponent with a shocked look. Then the enemy charges, yelling that he can't escape the battle. Continuing the forced attack, Ye heals himself in midair, while his opponent blocks every strike with his weapon. But the enemy also heals, revealing he has a recovery skill and proposing a war of attrition. Understanding the situation, Ye realizes he's facing a specialized armor skill. Soon after, his adversary leaps into the air and taunts him, preparing a crushing blow with his giant weapon. Repairing his weapon, the enemy stomps hard on the ground. Immediately, a huge cloud of dust rises, covering the entire battlefield. Through the smoke, Ye's silhouette emerges from the rubble, facing his adversary. Watching the enemy recover his health, Ye stares at him with a serious, focused gaze. Suddenly, he glances to the side and spots the enemy's partner in the distance. With open arms, the newcomer prepares to join the fight. Unintimidated, Ye plants his feet firmly on the ground and prepares for combat, but his opponent surprises him, pointing a weapon directly at his face. Ignoring the danger, Ye activates a skill and hits the enemy with a devastating blow. With the impact, the adversary falls to his knees, forced to the ground by the attack's power. At that moment, a notification announces the end of his buffs, and he retreats. Running away, he complains to his ally about almost being defeated. Back there, the enemy's partner just watches the scene with a smile. Then he raises his hand and casts a skill that buffs his teammate. Realizing the situation, Ye faces his two opponents with a determined look. From a distance, Ye uses a debuff skill that hits his opponent. Upon being hit, a notification shows that the opponent's knowledge force has been almost depleted. Then a large explosion occurs, raising a smokescreen. Without wasting time, Ye charges toward the enemy who provided the support. Forced to attack the other opponent, he prepares to block the blow with his sword. But his attack is blocked, and he's forced to retreat by the enemy's strength. Checking his skill's status, he gets irritated by the complicated battle situation. In a swift move, the enemy activates another skill, which removes all of Ye's equipment. Shocked, Ye watches his combat items dissolve into particles of light. Confused, he wonders how the enemy got that skill, realizing their blessings are different. With his opponent disarmed, the enemy prepares to deliver the final blow with his giant weapon. In an instant, the weapon hits the ground, causing a devastating explosion. But looking into the smoke, he's startled to realize something is wrong. In the midst of the dust, Ye manages to stop the attack with his bare hands. Seeing this, the enemy's partner shouts, telling him not to give any chances and to keep attacking. Attacking again with his giant weapon, the enemy yells that this time Ye won't get back up and activates a skill to reduce his maximum health. The blow hits the ground with full force, causing a gigantic explosion that kicks up a massive dust cloud. Watching the dust settle, the enemy's partner believes Ye should be dead by now, but he doesn't seem entirely sure. Suddenly, giant tentacles erupt from the ground, attacking violently across the entire battlefield. The tremor throws the three combatants off balance on the new shifting surfaces. Startled by the change, the leader of the enemy duo looks up and recognizes the new threat. Floating towards them, the territory boss appears, making him wonder why she's here. Realizing the imminent danger, he desperately yells for his partner to retreat. But just then, the cooldown on one of his support skills resets. With a determined look, he changes his mind and decides to keep fighting. He then tries to use the repair skill again as Ye charges toward them. However, a system notification warns that his knowledge stat is too low to use the skill. Seizing the opportunity, Ye strikes the other enemy with a devastating sword blow. As his health bar hits 0, the enemy faces death, unable to finish his sentence. Soon after, a notification confirms the kill and transfers the enemy's authority to Ye. With the opponent defeated, his body dissolves into particles of light and vanishes completely. Picking up the item left behind, Ye holds it in his hand with an air of victory. Turning to the last enemy, he faces him and says it's his turn now. Cornered by the tentacles, the enemy realizes he needs to escape. Analyzing the situation, he concludes that the arrival of the territory boss has turned the fight against them, so he decides to flee and hide, waiting for his partner to return so they can devise a new plan. But the tentacles continue to attack, now that Ye's power authority is sufficient. Ignoring the enemy, Ye runs across the tentacles, deciding to deal with him later. With his blessing still active, he leaps toward the territory boss. Focusing on his goal, he moves in to grab the key first. Reaching out, he finally manages to snatch the key floating in the air. Immediately, a system notification asks if he wants to steal the item by force. With a determined shout, He confirms his choice without hesitation. Then, another notification confirms the key has been obtained and asks if he wants the boss as a companion. Pleased with the result, Ye celebrates his new achievement with a smile. Confirming his choice once more, his body is enveloped in an intense light. Meanwhile, the enemy who fled stops in the smoke and looks back. Confused, he watches the scene, wondering what just happened. Observing the explosions in the background, the enemy wonders why Ye isn't chasing him and if he's fighting the territory boss. Thinking he can take advantage of the chaos, he decides to go back for a chance to eliminate Ye. Meanwhile, Ye walks calmly through the rubble, analyzing his new item. Holding the key, he wonders about its functions and decides to ask Wyvern later. With the key in hand and the territory boss at his side, he feels confident. With a smile, he says that with the boss on his side, the entire green cemetery is under his control. Regretting not having eliminated the other enemy, he looks to the side with a thoughtful expression. But suddenly, he spots the enemy who fled running back towards him. Stopping in front of him, the enemy prepares for battle once again. Shocked by the scene, the enemy realizes he misjudged the situation and tries to retreat. With a dark smile, Ye thanks him for coming back and accepts his computing power. In an instant, the enemy's body dissolves into particles of light, completely eliminated. Soon after, a system notification confirms the defeat and the increase in his authority. Finally, a conversation in the group chat shows everyone's shocked reaction upon learning that Ye defeated both leaders by himself. After the battle, Ye exchanges messages with Wei Shi, telling her he has already taken care of the territory boss, leaving her shocked. He then approaches the safe zone and lifts the boulder blocking the entrance. Tossing the rock aside, he lets it fall heavily to the ground. Standing in front of the entrance, he surveys the area with his new companion. Looking down into the hole, he prepares to descend and explore the place. Landing on the floor, he touches down in a white high-tech room. With a serious expression, he analyzes his surroundings and prepares for what's to come. In the center of the room, he finds the territory core, with a hologram of a fish floating above it. Touching the panel, he discovers that the remaining computing power of the place is only 1. Startled by the discovery, his eyes widen in complete surprise. Frustrated, he puts a hand to his head, finally understanding why the territory boss never used the architect skill. Analyzing the situation, he begins to wonder if this is the only territory without power, or if all of them on the 3rd floor are like this. Deciding not to speculate, he dusts off his hands and plans to check the other territories. Annoyed by the complication, he wonders if there's a shortcut to the sphere of light. While thinking, he spots a locked door in the corner of the room. Approaching the door, he turns the knob and unlocks it. Upon opening it, he finds himself in a huge room full of floating spheres. Standing at the entrance, he observes the new environment with attention and curiosity. Walking to the center of the room, he positions himself among the spheres. Just then, a notification appears, informing him that the key has activated a teleport function. Turning his head to the side, he looks surprised by the new discovery. With a smile, he confirms that there really is a shortcut, but another notification appears. Realizing he needs 2,000 in computing power, he decides to go back to his island to get what he needs. Back in the outside world, he faces a portal that shows a path of floating stones. Climbing the path, he walks toward the portal with his new companion, but he stops midway, deciding to think carefully about the risks of teleporting. Looking to the side, he reflects on the dangers and consequences of his choices. Walking through the area, he meets up with Wei Shi and the other ally. With his face turned away, he listens to their questions in silence. Without answering, he continues walking alone toward the portal. Being pulled back by one of the allies, Ye hears her ask to go with him. He stops walking, turns, and faces her with a serious look. Continuing on his way, he asks how much computing power she has left. Embarrassed, she replies that she used everything she had. Shocked by the answer, he turns his head in surprise and asks what happened. Explaining the situation, she says she spent all her power moving between territories and recovering. Hearing her explanation, he understands that's why she reached the 3rd floor so quickly. Reflecting on the game's mechanics, he wonders why he can use his own ability so freely, and concludes it must be because of Wyvern. Stopping at the edge of the path, he turns to his new ally. Recalling their first meeting, she says things started off badly, but now it's different. With a suspicious look, he asks if he can really trust her. With a confident smile, she confirms that he can without any hesitation. Making his decision, he asks them to wait for him there and promises to return. The scene changes, showing Xiang Yun's floating territory. Staring at the horizon, the enemy leader seems to be plotting something. Analyzing the situation, The defeated enemy comments that Ye isn't actually that strong, but his partner reminds him that he was disabled by a long-range skill and can't fight up close. Sitting cross-legged, the leader adds that Ye now also controls the boss monster of that territory. He then shows a blue orb, and a system screen explains that the item allows the user to revive in a saved state. Declaring they need an ace in the hole, he then sends a private message to someone, asking for help. Back in his territory, Ye sits on the floor of the floating island. He talks with his ally, listening as she explains the use of computational power. Confused, the wyvern serpent watches the conversation, not understanding what they're arguing about. Sighing, Ye reflects that even without knowing why, being able to use his ability freely is a great advantage. He then changes the subject and asks Wyvern's opinion on the teleport room, explaining the risks. Wyvern says it's feasible, but he could be teleported to the 4th floor to face stronger monsters. Analyzing the situation, he concludes that if the device isn't damaged, they can reach the control center immediately. With a determined look, he declares he's willing to risk it and take this chance. Wyvern then confirms her master's decision. Planning his next steps, he decides to take 5,000 computational power and leave 100 behind so he can revive if he dies. With a smile, Wyvern suggests that since he's going to take a risk, why not risk it all at once? Approaching him, she explains that the goal is to reach the control center before everyone else. Surrounding him with her energy, she says that if he goes alone and dies, he'll lose his authority, but if she goes with him, their chances of success increase. Shocked by the proposal, he turns in surprise and stares at her. With Wyvern by his side, he asks if she can really leave the territory and follow him. With a serious face, Ye looks at Wyvern and questions her. Closing his eyes, he asks how much of her power she can use outside the territory. Floating above the island, Wyvern replies that with enough computational power, she can use her full power. Reflecting on his choices, he concludes that he can't leave himself an escape route if he wants to uncover the mysteries of this world. With a determined gaze, he declares they will risk everything and go together. Agreeing with his decision, the Wyvern serpent nods her head. Engulfed in Wyvern's energy, he prepares for the fusion and what's to come. Then, a glowing mark appears on his arm, spreading across its entire length. Soon after, the mark disappears, and he feels new power flowing through his body. At that same moment, the ice island begins to break into several pieces. Floating above the debris, Ye raises his fist and destroys what remains of his territory. Next, a system notification explains that the depot item has merged with him and that he has gained a new ability. Sensing the change, a light glows on his chest, and he realizes he is now treated as his own territory. With a serious look, he crosses his arms and faces the new challenge before him. Standing on a floating rock fragment, he looks at the giant creature and prepares to leave. Leaping from the rock fragment, Ye leaves the chaotic scene behind. Back on the stone path, he approaches his allies who were waiting for him. Standing amidst the rubble, one of his allies watches him with a thoughtful expression. Looking to the side, she seems to reflect on Ye's presence and what he represents. Meanwhile, a mystical creature appears and advises her to eliminate the other candidates to survive. With a subtle smile, she listens intently to the creature's words. The creature then tells her to use Ye's trust to her advantage and not waste the opportunity. Agreeing with the logic, she touches her face, but seems to have her own doubts. Suddenly, she grabs the creature and pulls it close with an irritated look. Staring at the creature, she firmly declares that she believes in Ye more. Tossing the creature away, she hurls it toward an abyss. As the creature falls, it says it chose the ally precisely for her distrust and for always choosing what benefits her most. Confused by the words, the ally brings her hands to her face, seemingly in internal conflict. In a flashback, she remembers a time she was saved by another man. Blushing, she thinks of the warmth of his embrace and how she can't bear the thought of betraying him. Suddenly, something falls from the sky, landing on the ground with a thud. Then, Ye lands hard, shattering the ground around him. Standing in front of one of his allies, he stares at her seriously. Looking at the ruined city, he prepares for the next challenge. Turning to his ally, he tells her it's time to go, and she readily agrees. But at that moment, more things start falling from the sky, catching their attention. They stop walking and turn to see what's happening. Suddenly, the two enemies he had defeated reappear on the battlefield. At the same instant, the territory boss appears, looking confused by the situation. Regaining her composure, she is enveloped by her tentacles and prepares to fight. Deciding to flee, Ye pulls his ally aside, explaining that the enemies must have a trump card to have returned. Analyzing the situation, he concludes it's best to let the territory boss deal with them first. Meanwhile, the tentacles surge forward, attacking the enemies with full force. Suddenly, a bright light shines in the middle of the battle, catching Ye's attention. Just then, a system notification explains the new counterattack skill he has obtained. Suddenly, a notification informs him that his follower has been eliminated, leaving Ye shocked and confused. Then, one of his allies flies in, explaining that the attack was a special effect from a damage accumulation skill. Immediately after, a system screen details the skill, and a new opponent appears in the smoke. Stopping beside his ally, Ye prepares for combat against the newcomer. Wielding her sword, the new enemy introduces herself as a member of the Sky Tower Guild. Advancing quickly, she uses a rush skill, her speed cracking the ground beneath her. Leaping into the air, she attacks Ye with 19 stacks of her assault skill, but he blocks the blow with his sword, successfully defending himself. Trapped by energy chains, the enemy is paralyzed in midair, unable to move. Pointing his weapon at her, Ye taunts her, but she just smiles confidently. Suddenly, the enemy breaks free and dodges his attack with a perfect evasion skill. At that moment, a system notification informs him that his attack activated the enemy's passive skill. Without wasting time, Ye lunges with his sword, but his strike passes right through her. Then, another notification shows that the enemy's counterattack dealt no damage and was activated again. Attacking once more, Ye tries to hit the enemy, but his blow phases through her again. Targeted by a barrage of attacks, he is bombarded from all sides. With a wicked smile, the enemy prepares to deliver the final blow as the restriction time ends. Worried, Ye's ally realizes the enemy's skill won't stop until it hits, meaning he will die instantly. Suddenly, Ye's body is enveloped in energy, and a notification announces the end of the restriction skill. In the distance, the two enemies watch the scene, one commenting that he now understands his partner's confidence. In a flashback, they discuss spending 2 days accumulating the skill's power and saving it with the orb. Confident in their victory, the leader climbs a rock and says a single attack will be enough to finish Ye. Standing atop a pile of rubble, he watches the battle from afar. With wide eyes, he watches the scene unfold with a shocked expression. Suddenly, Ye manages to land a blow on the enemy, dealing a massive amount of damage. Surprised by the hit, the enemy realizes that a barrier connected to Wyvern protected him. As a phantom of himself appears, Ye declares that it's his turn now. Charging forward, he strikes the enemy with a powerful sword blow, shattering her defense. Observing the fight, the enemy leader watches from a distance, shocked by the turn of events. Rushing to help, the other enemy prepares to watch Ye die, but his leader stops him. Turning with a shocked expression, he asks what's happening. With a sharp gaze, Ye faces the approaching enemies. Standing in the light, he taunts them, asking if they came to give him equipment orbs. Frightened by the situation, the two enemies decide to flee for their lives, but Ye activates a skill, freezing them in place and eliminating them with a final attack. Then, a series of notifications confirms the defeat of all three opponents and the increase in Ye's authority. Observing Ye's strength, his ally begins to plan a way to evolve and become even stronger than him. Meanwhile, Ye picks up the orb left by one of the fallen enemies. After stowing the item, he turns to his ally, who is watching him from a distance. With a confident look, he stares at the path ahead, ready to continue. Calling for her to come, he says there shouldn't be anyone left to cause trouble. With a smile, she agrees and follows him, but the mystical creature continues to influence her. Taking a step forward, she continues to walk beside Ye. As they walk, the creature keeps whispering in her mind, encouraging her to attack. With her face turned away, she listens to the advice without showing any reaction. Stopping, Ye questions her, saying they no longer owe each other anything, and asks why she's still following him. With a serious look, he faces her, waiting for an answer. Staring back at him, she asks if he's looking down on her or if he's just too confident in himself. Crossing his arms, he explains that they are heading to the 4th floor, where the danger will be even greater. Hearing his explanation, she remains silent, processing his words. Continuing to walk, he says they should act as companions until they find the authority. Extending his hand, Ye invites her to work together for a while longer. Standing in front of her, he formalizes the alliance proposal. With wide eyes, she stares at his outstretched hand, surprised by his gesture. With a subtle smile, he waits for her response, keeping his hand extended. Then a small smile forms on her face, indicating her decision. Shaking his hand, she accepts the proposal to form a team. With a wide grin, she enthusiastically confirms the agreement. Satisfied with her answer, he tells her to come, and she follows. Together, they walk side by side, forming a new alliance. As they climb up a path of rubble, the mystical creature continues to influence her. With a grim face, she listens to the advice, seemingly fighting the temptation. Back in the teleport room, the two position themselves in the center. Explaining the risks, Wyvern warns that the teleporter might not work correctly and could send them to the 4th floor. Hearing the instructions, Ye prepares to activate the teleporter, and his ally agrees to follow the plan. With the key detected, a system notification asks if they wish to teleport to the control center. Confirming their choice, Ye plants his feet firmly on the ground and activates the teleporter. A system notification confirms the deduction of computational power and the activation of the teleportation zone. Engulfed in energy, he warns his ally that he doesn't know what awaits them on the other side. With a serious look, she replies that she knows the risks but is ready. Then, the energy intensifies, and the two are enveloped in the light of the teleporter. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a dark and stormy sky filled with lightning. Next, the image shows a vast frozen ocean with a strong wind blowing. In the middle of the ice, a teleportation platform emerges from the mist. The platform begins to glow, indicating that someone is arriving. In the blink of an eye, the two appear on the platform in a beam of light. Looking around, they realize this place doesn't seem to be the entrance to the control center. Floating in the air, Ye looks up and observes the scenery around him. In the sky, he spots what appears to be the final floor of the dimension. Surprised, he realizes they haven't reached the 5th floor yet. Looking down, he confirms that they were, in fact, teleported to the 4th floor of the dimension. Suddenly, Ye gets a message from Wei Shi, warning him that she's being controlled. In that same instant, a fire attack rushes toward him. Barely dodging, the blow hits the ground, shattering it on impact. Still recovering, he tries to understand what's happening amidst the chaos. In the distance, he spots a fire creature forming on one of the platforms. Shrouded in smoke, his former ally appears, breaking the deal they had. With a furious gaze, the creature warns that she will regret this betrayal. Swaying on the platform, the fire creature begins to transform. Extending a hand, a claw of fire forms, ready to strike. With a powerful blow, the claw hits the ground and shatters the ice surface. Then, a roar echoes through the area, and the creature fully reveals itself. Landing on the ice, the immense fire dragon glares at Ye with a threatening look. Shocked by the scene, Ye watches the transformation in disbelief. Trying to contact Wei Shi, he discovers she can't receive messages. With a heavy stomp, the dragon's claw shatters the ice once more. Raising its head, the creature roars fiercely, preparing to attack Ye. With a swift attack, the creature strikes the ground, trapping Ye in an energy blast. Feeling the pressure, he grits his teeth in pain, struggling to break free. Wrapping its tail around Ye, the dragon asks him why his guide creature isn't appearing. Angry, Ye shouts at Wyvern, asking what she's doing. In a mocking tone, the dragon reveals that the world of Yuan was destroyed long ago. As the dragon laughs, a notification informs Ye that he has been silenced and cannot use any skills. Opening its maw, the dragon prepares to devour him, saying the effect will be the same. Desperate, Ye screams Wyvern's name, begging for help. Suddenly, Wyvern appears and charges toward the dragon, crashing into it. Wrapping herself around the dragon's body, Wyvern pins it down, ready for battle. Together, the two beings face off, preparing for an epic showdown. Fallen on the ground, Ye hears Wyvern's instructions to use his architect skill. Kneeling on the ice, he tries to activate the skill and sets the success rate to 100%. After an initial failure, a notification confirms the skill was successfully activated. Surprised, he stares at the notification, shocked that he could use the skill even while restricted. Facing Wyvern, the dragon taunts her, saying it already knew of her presence. As Wyvern's body begins to dissipate, the dragon continues its taunts. Facing its opponent, the dragon questions Wyvern's attempt to devour it. With a superior look, it claims its level is higher and that she is the one who will be devoured. Opening its maw, it roars at Ye, who is thrown back by the force of the sound. Falling hard, Ye slams against the ice surface. Getting up quickly, he tries to make sense of the chaos. At that moment, a series of notifications informs him that Wyvern's evolution is failing repeatedly. In the distance, an intense light shines, showing Wyvern's silhouette as she tries to evolve. Finally, a notification confirms the evolution was successful. But right after, another notification warns that Wyvern failed to absorb the dragon and is about to collapse. Realizing the situation, Ye understands that Wyvern's evolution has failed and that this is a huge problem. Getting up, he decides he needs to think of a way to help Wyvern. Standing amidst the ice, he wonders what he can do to reverse the situation. Suddenly, the dragon starts screaming in pain, feeling something strange happen. With a furious roar, the dragon charges forward to attack, but ends up crashing into the ground. Just then, a notification informs him that Wyvern has absorbed energy and is evolving again. Wide-eyed, Ye watches the scene, surprised by the turn of events. Confused, he wonders what just happened as the evolution energy dissipates. Soon after, he receives a private message from Wei Shi, who apologizes for not being able to go with him. Shocked by the message, he wonders if she sacrificed herself to take the dragon down with her. Watching the energy fade, he stands in silence, processing the loss of his ally. Sighing, he brings a hand to his face, relieved to have survived but sad about her departure. Exchanging their last messages, he thanks her for her help, and she says goodbye, asking him to come back to help her level up. With Wei Shi's death, a system notification announces an increase in Ye's computational power. The surrounding scenery dissolves, revealing a vast field of broken ice. A piece of ice is thrown and bounces across the frozen surface. Walking towards the teleportation platform, Ye finds it completely destroyed. Standing in the center of the cracked circle, he carefully observes the damage. Kneeling down, he confirms that, as expected, the teleportation zone was damaged. Sitting on the ground, he puts a hand to his head, frustrated and unsure of what to do. Standing up, he realizes he's trapped here, unable to gain any more computational power. Looking at the sky, he hears Wyvern say that the others will also be trapped when they arrive. With a serious look, he understands he'll have to take the computational power from the other players. Meanwhile, Wyvern's new form appears, and a system screen displays her attributes. Sighing, he realizes this is his only option, and decides to give his companion a name. With a cute sound, the creature introduces herself, revealing her name, Ju Yin. Sitting on the ice, Ye decides he will call her by her new name from now on. Crouching on the ground, he prepares to wait, ready for what's to come. With his eyes closed, Ye decides it's time for a serious talk with his companion. Watching him, Ju Yin listens intently to her master's words. Sitting on the icy floor, he asks her to tell him everything she knows. Agreeing to answer, she explains she was shocked by the state of the fourth floor, and that the Yuan world she knows is different. Surprised by this revelation, he asks if her shock was real, and not just an act. Assuming her new form, Ju Yin prepares to explain the situation in more detail. Recalling the dragon's words, she confirms that the Yuan world was destroyed a long time ago. Reflecting on the information, Ye realizes he needs to ask the right questions. Looking at the sky, he asks what the digitized membrane is, and Ju Yin explains it's an advanced enhancement system. Shocked by the revelation, he starts connecting the dots and understanding the true nature of authority. With a serious look, he wonders if the changes to the system were intentional or caused by some event. Lowering his head, he reflects on the system's true purpose and why it was activated. Sitting on the ice, he asks Ju Yin who created the Yuan world and what their goal was. Looking at the sky, she admits she doesn't know, but believes all the answers will be at the final destination. As they talk, the top floor of the dimension begins to glow, indicating something is about to happen. Feeling the vibration, Ye turns and asks what's happening. Suddenly, the ice floor begins to shake and crack all over. With the impact, the floor explodes, and a shockwave spreads across the area. Dragged by the force, Ye slides across the ice, trying to stay on his feet. The energy wave surges forward, sweeping away everything in its path with overwhelming force. Passing an ice mountain, the wave continues to move, without losing speed. When the dust settles, Ye realizes the shaking has stopped and wonders what happened. Meanwhile, Ju Yin explains that the sound came from the Eastern Emperor's bell. Surprised, Ye turns and hears her say they need to get to the 5th floor quickly. Looking back, he sees the teleportation platform has been completely restored. Shocked by the sight, he wonders how that's possible. Then, Ju Yin explains that one of the bell's functions is to restore the area and destroy all monsters. Calling for him to go, she urges him on so they don't waste time. Soon after, a system notification asks if he wants to teleport. Realizing the platform was truly restored, he stares at the notification with a look of surprise and relief. Facing the notification, Ye sees the confirmation that the key to the control center has been detected. With a serious look, he stares at the screen, knowing this is the path to the 5th floor and the secrets of the Yuan world. Raising his fist, he confirms his choice and prepares for the final teleport, ready for whatever comes next. Upon arriving on the 5th floor, a notification details the suppression of his abilities and the new attribute limit. Looking at the scenery, he realizes that the 45% suppression still allows him to use his blessings. Just then, a large spherical structure in the sky begins to rotate, revealing an opening. From inside the opening, a beam of light descends and hits a floating platform, revealing a structure. Amidst the ice, the membrane's digitized control center materializes before his eyes. Standing in front of the structure, he recognizes it as the gate to his final destination. In the center of the room, he spots the Eastern Emperor's bell, and Ju Yin asks him about the danger. With a watchful eye, Ju Yin advises him to stay alert as they don't know when the bell's cooldown will end. Observing the gate, Ye agrees they don't have much time and need to find a way to use it. Looking back, he wonders if destroying the place would prevent others from getting there. Flying towards one of the floating islands, they decide they need to make the most of the time they have. Standing on the edge, Ye observes the control center and gets a new idea. Whispering to Ju Yin, he suggests they try to take the Eastern Emperor's bell with them. With a determined look, he concludes that the area's reset function alone would be an incredible asset. Flying quickly, Ju Yin asks about the level of his warrior title. Revealing that his title is a high-level warrior, Ye listens to Ju Yin's explanation of the requirements to obtain the bell. Realizing he can't take the item, he laments, but Ju Yin suggests they might find a way inside the control center. With a determined look, Ju Yin urges him to get there first. Suddenly, Ju Yin hits her head on an invisible barrier. Confused, Ye turns around and sees her being thrown back by the impact. Looking towards the control center, Ye reaches out his hand and feels the invisible barrier. Standing before the structure, he realizes a barrier is blocking their way forward. At that same moment, a system notification reveals the requirements to obtain the Eastern Emperor's bell. Shocked, he sees the information screen and realizes there are other ways to get the item. Then, Ju Yin explains that the barrier is the bell's absolute defense state and that its former owner is already dead. Flying in her humanoid form, she wonders who could have possibly killed such a powerful monster. With a hand on her face, she reflects on the mystery, wondering what happened to the world of Yuan while she had lost her memory. Turning to Ju Yin, Ye says they don't have time to think about it and asks if there's a way to break the barrier. Explaining the situation, Ju Yin says the barrier can only be removed if he is recognized as the bell's master. Frustrated, Ye wonders if they'll be stuck there after coming so far. In silence, Ju Yin just watches her master's frustration, not knowing what to say. The scene shifts to a random area on the 3rd floor, where a giant creature appears. Suddenly, an explosion erupts and the creature is thrown far away by the impact. Crashing hard to the ground, the monster is defeated in a single blow. In the distance, the silhouette of a man rises, victorious after the battle. Standing in a pool of light, the man reveals himself, showing his appearance. With an air of superiority, he declares he will leave the sanctuary and join the back garden. Running towards him, his partner praises him, saying he never thought he'd defeat a catastrophe-level monster so easily. Floating in the air, the man asks if he isn't worried about offending Dunyang. With a smile, the two talk, and the partner asks about the skill he used. In a flashback, it's revealed he used a system loophole to create an apocalyptic monster embryo. With a malicious smile, he realizes his partner's true objective. Just then, the partner prepares to attack but is interrupted. With a swift blow, the man attacks his partner, questioning if he planned to steal information for Dunyang. With a swift blow, the man attacks his partner, saying he already knew his intentions. Hitting the ground, the attack sends him flying, defeating him with ease. Walking through the smoke, he declares that now he just needs to move forward and spread his power throughout the world. Walking through a forest, he approaches a teleportation platform, ready for his next step. As he walks, a system screen details the incredible yet dangerous attributes of his apocalypse title. Standing in the freezing cold, Ye lets out an icy breath. Just then, his partner Wyvern confirms they've searched everywhere but found no way through the barrier. Even after hitting it with everything they had, the massive wall of energy before them didn't have a single scratch. Left with no options, Yi closes his eyes for a moment, completely frustrated with the situation. Then, he starts to wonder how people managed to get past this same barrier in his past life. On second thought, the only option would be to wait for the others to arrive and deal with the problem, but that would make him lose his advantage. In a last-ditch effort, he turns to Wyvern and asks if there's really no other way, receiving a surprising answer. Upon hearing that there is indeed a method, his face lights up with new hope. Soon after, the small serpent explains that she can try to assimilate with the barrier, but she'll need uninterrupted time to do so. Understanding the gravity of the plan, Ye realizes that while Wyvern is busy, he'll have to deal with anyone who shows up on his own. At that moment, he concludes that the biggest threat right now is the leader of the backyard garden, the only one who could get there in time. Determined, Ye tells Wyvern to handle the barrier, assuring her he'll take care of everything else. With the plan set, the two of them prepare before the vast, floating barrier. Before starting, Wyvern gives one last warning, asking him not to let anything interfere with the process. Then, the serpent flies toward the energy and begins the assimilation, while Ye gets into position to stand guard. As calm reigned, the sky remained clear and cloudless. Suddenly, a disturbance cuts through the air, shattering the silence. Believing no one would arrive so soon, Ye looks up in surprise. Immediately after, the massive barrier in front of him begins to move slowly. Noticing the change, he focuses his attention on the barrier, trying to understand what's happening. Taking a step forward, he plants his feet firmly on the ground. Then, he takes a defensive stance, preparing for whatever comes next. Just then, a mass of reddish energy appears nearby, approaching him. With a determined gaze, he faces the rapidly approaching threat. Starting to move, Ye charges toward the imminent danger. In a swift motion, he draws the sword from his back. Moving at high speed, he creates 3 after-images of himself on the battlefield. At the same time, the barrier in the background begins to change color, turning red. Seeing the transformation, he prepares himself, his fists clenched. His back turned, he observes the portal with great anticipation. Standing before the portal, he watches the process, which seems to take an eternity. After waiting for half a day, he sits on a rock, his sword by his side. His gaze fixed on the horizon, he seems increasingly worried about the delay. Suddenly, anxiety hits him, and he brings a hand to his face in frustration. His gaze shifts to his ultimate goal, remembering the urgency of the mission. With only 4 days left until a cataclysmic event, his determination intensifies. Then, he reaffirms his goal, to obtain the power needed to prevent the disaster. In a vast desert, strength is useless without vital resources. Meanwhile, in a city, even the simplest person can survive with ease. But that peace is threatened, and he clenches his fist, wishing only for a simple life. His gaze then turns sharp, showing he will not give up on his goal. Back in his position, he reinforces his decision to stop the catastrophe at any cost. He then sends a message, asking for information on a potential enemy. Soon after, a crystalline energy appears floating in the sky, catching his attention. Noticing the movement, his eyes widen as he senses someone arriving. At the same instant, beams of energy erupt from the ground, heralding someone's arrival. Immediately after, a mysterious figure lands firmly on the frozen ground. Before Ye, a tall, bald man with an intimidating gaze appears. Surveying the scene, the newcomer stares at Ye, who is standing guard near the barrier. Confirming his suspicions, Ye recognizes the enemy and prepares for the impending combat. At that moment, a message arrives from his ally, detailing the opponent's abilities and warning of a hidden power. Processing the new information, Ye is shocked to learn that the enemy possesses a special title. He then begins to suspect that this was the exact guy who managed to break the barrier in his past life. With this, he takes a firm stance, realizing the title might give the enemy direct access to the barrier. Seeing his opponent preparing to advance, he decides he can't let him get close under any circumstances. Leaping through the skies, the enemy flies at high speed toward the barrier. But halfway there, energy chains materialize out of nowhere and bind his body in midair. In that same instant, Ye draws a tech weapon and aims it directly at the immobilized target. Firing immediately after, he hits the adversary with a double energy blast. However, the outcome of the attack leaves him completely stunned by what happens next, because even after the attack, the enemy continues to advance without a single scratch. Soon after, an energy dome forms around the entire area. At the center of the dome, Ye prepares for his opponent's next move. Inside the original barrier, a bell-shaped object is revealed at the structure's center. Descending slowly, the adversary faces him with an air of superiority. He then proposes they work together to destroy the barrier, questioning why Ye attacked him. Maintaining a serious expression, Ye stares at his opponent without looking away. He then warns that if the adversary gets any closer, the barrier will never be broken, forcing him to keep his distance. Hearing the taunt, the enemy observes Ye from a distance, seeming to ponder the situation. Soon after, a mocking smile appears on his face, as if he's enjoying the challenge. To Ye's surprise, the man simply sits on the ground and agrees to wait for him to destroy the barrier alone. Suspicious of his rival's attitude, Ye stares at him intensely, trying to decipher his true intentions. Sitting in a relaxed manner, the adversary then proposes they exchange information to pass the time. Faced with the unexpected proposal, Ye remains silent for a moment, analyzing his opponent's new strategy. With his arms crossed, he agrees to the exchange, but demands the other go first, so he won't be tricked. Analyzing the counter-proposal, the enemy brings a hand to his chin, seeming to find the condition reasonable. Clapping his hands in agreement, he enthusiastically prepares to start the conversation. On the other side, Ye keeps his guard up, alert to every word about to be spoken. Then, the man begins to talk about how world news always seems to come from a single source. Not understanding the logic, Ye questions how that relates to the main topic of their conversation. With a grand gesture, the adversary prepares to reveal the connection, maintaining his air of superiority. Leaning forward, the enemy reveals that an apocalypse is about to happen. Hearing the shocking revelation, Ye stares at his adversary with a serious expression. Next, the man holds up 3 fingers and claims the world will be destroyed in 3 years. Taking a step forward, he continues his explanation about the impending crisis. Then, he points upward, revealing that the key to solving everything is right above them. Pausing for a moment, he reinforces the importance of what he just said. That's why all the investment of power and resources is being focused on that place. Analyzing the story, Ye notices a huge lie in the details. Even so, he brings a hand to his chin, pondering if the truth isn't more complex than he imagined. Noticing Ye's distraction, the opponent points out that he has completely lowered his guard. At that moment, Ye realizes the enemy has gotten dangerously close without him noticing. Realizing the danger, he understands he could have been attacked, or the barrier could have been breached. With his arms crossed, the adversary faces him with a victorious smile. Standing before the large bell, the man shows he has total control of the situation. Then, in a commanding tone, he simply tells Ye to look up. With a slight smile, the adversary calmly begins to explain his proposal. Saying he believes Ye's word, he confirms he will wait patiently for the barrier's destruction. Inviting Ye to join his cause, he extends a hand and offers an alliance to save the world. With his back to the enemy, Ye just listens in silence, showing no reaction. Keeping his gaze fixed on the opponent, he remains silent, not giving an answer. Far away, on another floor of the dimension, 2 allies finally obtain the power they needed. While one of them celebrates discovering a teleporter, the other just watches seriously. Then, the blonde-haired one tells his partner to stay alert, receiving a confirmation before they leave. Back at the stalemate, the 2 face each other from a distance across the vast field of ice. Taking a step forward, Ye decides to test his opponent's true intentions. Turning to the side, he states that the enemy wouldn't believe him even if he accepted the proposal. He then refuses the offer of an alliance for now, but agrees to set their rivalry aside. With his answer given, the 2 remain distant, maintaining their temporary truce. Then, Ye sits on the icy ground, awaiting his adversary's next move. Hearing the response, a faint smile appears on the purple-haired man's face. Accepting the condition, he says the answer is reasonable and asks for Ye's side of the information exchange. With a focused gaze, Ye analyzes the situation, trying to understand why the enemy hasn't advanced yet. Still suspicious, he begins to consider other possibilities for his rival's actions. Meanwhile, the opponent watches Ye from afar, waiting patiently near the crystal barrier. Suddenly, he realizes the enemy is actually trying to extract information from him to buy time. Determined to turn the tables, he comes up with a plan to distract his adversary and protect his partner. So, he begins to speak, claiming he knows the real reason for the enemy's presence there. Hearing the accusation, the man gives him a sidelong glance, surprised by what he just heard. Continuing his move, Ye positions himself imposingly before his adversary. Then he prepares to be direct and reveal his true intentions. Hearing the taunt, the enemy questions his confidence in his source of information. With a serious look, he demands to know the secret Ye wants to share with him. Noticing the opponent's reaction, Ye confirms his deduction was correct. Soon after, he reveals that the person the enemy trusts is the true cause of the apocalypse. Processing the information, the purple-haired man crouches down, completely lost in thought. Rising slowly, he seems to have reached a conclusion about Ye's identity. In that instant, Ye is surprised by his adversary's unexpected reaction. With his eyes glowing, the enemy accuses him of belonging to a mysterious faction. He then claims that only someone from that group could know such information. Not understanding the accusation, Ye stares at him, completely confused by the situation. In a swift move, the opponent lunges toward him, launching an attack. But before he can complete the strike, his body is once again paralyzed in midair. With his hand outstretched, Ye is stunned, wondering if he made a mistake. At that moment, a notification appears, warning that the opponent's title is weakening his attributes. Trying to break free, the adversary yells as he's restrained by the energy. In a burst of power, he completely shatters the technique that held him. Surprised by his rival's strength, Ye realizes he used his last resort to try and stop him. Soon after, another system message informs them that their powers are canceling each other out in the area. Understanding the danger, he realizes he's facing an apocalypse-level enemy. Stomping hard on the ground, the opponent shatters the entire ice surface. The force of the impact then spreads across the area, shattering the battlefield. Seeing the destruction, Ye is completely shocked by the display of power. Suddenly, a massive amount of energy begins to gather in the area. Channeling all this power, the enemy concentrates the energy into his fist. Unleashing a massive blow, he destroys the barrier that surrounded them in a single strike. With the path clear, he turns to the side with a look of pure determination. He then warns that after he gets the bell, his next target will be Ye. Realizing the truth, Ye is in shock as he understands the enemy knew everything all along. With the barrier's debris floating in the sky, the situation seemed to have calmed down. Suddenly, beams of energy start shooting up from the ground all around. Converging at a single point, the light intensifies higher and higher up. Turning around, the enemy is surprised to see Ye right behind him, sword in hand. At the same moment, the floating bell starts to shake uncontrollably. Soon after, a pillar of light shoots out from inside the structure, rising toward the sky. Watching the beam of energy, the two stare at each other, not understanding the sudden change. Completely confused, Ye tries to process what's happening around him. Meanwhile, the opponent positions himself before the structure, observing the phenomenon. Trusting his partner, Ye moves toward the bell to understand what happened. But the enemy appears in front of him, blocking his path with a swift strike. Just then, his foot gets unexpectedly stuck to the ground, stopping his advance. Receiving a notification, he discovers a skill is forcing him to attack only his opponent. Meanwhile, an explosion goes off in the background, raising a cloud of dust. Staring at each other, the two prepare for the final confrontation amidst the mist. Appearing out of nowhere, a notification reveals the enemy is now trapped by a skill that links both their lives. With his arms crossed, Ye faces the situation, visibly annoyed by his opponent's new technique. Then another warning appears, informing him he's been hit by a skill that drains his life and drastically reduces his healing. As the enemy advances with energy in his hands, he explains that Ye's skill only works down to 10% health. With his hands ablaze, he reveals he specifically chose a technique that accumulates damage to counter Ye's strategy. Transforming into a shadowy figure, he warns that when they reach the limit, the accumulated damage will finish Ye off instantly. Right after, the two clash in a powerful blow that cracks the icy ground. Retreating with every step, Ye is forced to defend against his opponent's relentless advance. He then blocks a series of strikes, trying to withstand the pressure of the energy attacks. Receiving multiple warnings, Ye realizes his power is being completely suppressed by the strength of the enemy's title. Trapped by his rival's skill, he continues to defend himself near the structure, unable to move away. Then, the system shows the accumulated damage is already over 39,000 per second. Reaching his limit, a new notification announces that all the damage will now be transferred directly to the opponent. Realizing the tables have turned, the enemy flashes a smile of pure insanity, ready to continue. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Ye prepares for an all-or-nothing move, his health now locked at 30,000 points. With a crazed look on his face, the enemy celebrates, thinking victory is already his. Holding his sword, Ye begins to lose hope, feeling his end is near, but soon after he regains his determination, realizing he still has a chance. Meanwhile, the opponent taunts him, saying there's no way for him to turn this around. Taking a step forward, he claims the area of madness will soon be his. However, halfway there, his foot slips bizarrely on the icy ground. He then goes flying uncontrollably, soaring right over Ye. Seeing the unbelievable scene, Ye wonders how someone so strong could have slipped. Fallen on the ground, the enemy props himself up on the ice, completely confused about what just happened. At that moment, a notification announces that his bad luck was caused by a drop in his luck stat. Seeing his chance, Ye charges forward, but the enemy gets up and tries to flee behind the barrier. With a determined look, he doesn't give up the chase and corners his adversary. Then, he threatens him, saying his only destination is the respawn point. With his legs shaking, Ye realizes he can't enter the structure and doesn't know what happened to his partner. But in the end, he understands that this is the best opportunity to defeat his enemy once and for all. Looking at the enemy's stats, it's clear he still has an absurd amount of health and knowledge power. Then, the screen details the skill Ye used, a bond that connects their lives and breaks when one of them reaches 10%. Next, we see the effect of the accumulated debuff, which now drains over 67,000 health points per second. Finally, the description of the apocalyptic title reveals the secret of the enemy's power, and also his greatest weakness, a continuous loss of luck. Ye plants his feet firmly on the ground, preparing for the next round. He then lunges forward and strikes the enemy with his sword, but his rival doesn't move. Confused, the adversary asks why he isn't fighting back. With his arms ablaze, he deduces that Ye's only strategy is to wait until his own health drops to 10%. With a confident smile, Ye challenges him, asking if he's sure he can finish him off. The enemy then scoffs, saying he can't wait to see the look of despair on his face. He then rushes in, unleashing a flurry of blows that Ye just takes. In the midst of the exchange, a notification shows the accumulated damage has already surpassed 83,000. Standing still under the attacks, Ye focuses, knowing he needs to stop the damage from accumulating. Soon after, the fight resumes with both of them trading blows frantically, and the damage keeps climbing, now reaching over 162,000 per second. Meanwhile, the enemy's health continues to drop, getting closer and closer to the limit. Annoyed, Ye starts to taunt his adversary, saying his attacks are weak and slow. With rage written on his face, the enemy prepares to attack with everything he's got, but suddenly, he stops in his tracks, a surprised look on his face. With his eyes fixed on the enemy, Ye just watches his opponent's movements. Realizing the strategy, the adversary says the accumulated damage is already enough, and decides to speed things up. He then clenches his fist, preparing to push his own health to the limit. At that same moment, the system announces that the link between them has been broken. Surrounded by a red aura, the enemy takes a stance, ready for the final attack. Without wasting any time, Ye draws his weapon and aims directly at his opponent. Then, he activates a containment skill, trapping his adversary in place. The enemy is shocked, not understanding why he can't move. With his arms crossed, he glares at Ye, doubting he can finish him. With a determined look, Ye prepares to show him that his confidence is a mistake. Shortly after, a notification shows the immense damage buff he has activated. Firing his weapon, he launches an energy projectile that flies at high speed. But the enemy manages to catch the projectile in midair, a mocking smile on his face. But the next instant, the projectile explodes, hitting him square in the head. The impact of the explosion hurls him away, causing massive destruction to the scenery. Still holding his weapon, Ye is surprised that the enemy really didn't dodge. But suddenly, the adversary plants his feet on the ground as if nothing happened. With wide eyes, Ye stares at him, not understanding the scene before him. Amidst the smoke, the enemy begins to let out a low, sinister laugh. With a laugh of pure arrogance, he reveals himself to be completely unharmed, forcing Ye to retreat. Shocked, Ye can't believe that an attack with 3 million damage did nothing. With a mocking smile, the opponent reveals that one of his skills allows him to predict and avoid danger. Then, he taunts him, saying he loves to see the surprised look on Ye's face. Unfazed, Ye sheaths his sword, ready for his next move. At that moment, a notification announces that the containment has ended and some skills have been reset. However, another message informs him that he doesn't have enough power to remove the bleeding effect. Still, he pushes forward with a damage buff that halves the power of his secondary weapon. With a swift motion, he strikes with his sword toward the enemy, but the adversary manages to block the attack, catching the blade with his own arm. With an insane smile, he taunts him, saying, Ye is stubborn for insisting on close quarters combat. With a furious look, Ye glares at his opponent, who taunts him about losing his cool. With an energy arm, the enemy lunges forward, claiming the fight is already lost for Ye. But Ye dodges the attack, and the two clash again on the battlefield. The impact of the collision hurls him forcefully against the icy ground. Fallen on the ground, he supports himself with his hands, trying to recover from the blow. Before him, a dark figure stares him down, saying he expected more desperation from him. With his eyes fixed on the enemy, Ye focuses, activating his containment skill for 1 second. At this moment, the adversary taunts him, saying the whole situation is just pure desperation. But suddenly, he realizes the weapon that was in his hand has simply vanished. Rising slowly, Ye reveals his new skill, which restricts the opponent's weapon. With that, a notification confirms that one of his own skills has been banned for 2 minutes as a consequence. On the cracked battlefield, the two face off, with Ye at a clear disadvantage. With a confident smirk, the enemy realizes he can no longer use his key weapon. Wary of his opponent's calm demeanor, Ye starts to wonder what trick he has up his sleeve. With his sword in hand, he concludes that the only way out is to fight, even with his skills on cooldown. Taking a step back, he regrets having relied solely on the enemy's bad luck to win. Looking at the structure in the background, he decides his only hope is to escape there. But his opponent says the weapon restriction was a good thing, as now he can have more fun. Suddenly, the enemy's eyes widen as he notices a strange movement. Seizing the distraction, Ye sprints towards the gate, seeing his one chance. Leaping in front of him, the opponent tries to block his escape, but it's too late. Unequipping his gear, Ye activates a barrier and a burst of power. Confirming his suspicions, he realizes the enemy truly has all the special skills. With a final effort, He runs desperately, knowing this is his only chance to survive. Right behind him, a massive explosion completely destroys the structure's entrance. But at the last second, he makes it through, finally reaching his destination. Facing the system notification, Ye hesitates, unsure whether to activate the portal. Outside, the two newly arrived allies face the enemy, ready for combat. With a scornful tone, the blue-haired one taunts him, saying he expected more. Meanwhile, his blonde partner just watches the scene with a serious, focused gaze, his eyes glowing with rage. The enemy unsheathes two energy blades. He then charges at the two, telling them to get the hell out of there. With a firm step, he takes his stance, ready to finish off the newcomers. Ignoring the fight outside, he advances towards Ye, saying his time has come. Faced with the system's prompt, Ye prepares to make a quick decision. With a shout, he activates the portal, knowing he can't waste any more time. At that very moment, the restriction on the enemy's weapon ends, unleashing its full power. With an energy arm, he lunges at Ye, trying to stop his escape, but at the last second, Ye manages to dodge the attack, escaping by a hair's breadth. A notification then confirms he successfully evaded the opponent's strike. Relieved, Ye realizes the enemy's negative status effect saved him just in time. Floating, Ye enters the portal, finally safe from danger. Instantly, both he and his enemy are pulled into the passage of light. With a look of rage, the opponent realizes he's been caught in Ye's trap. Outside, the portal closes, shooting a beam of energy towards the sky. Floating together, the enemy threatens him, saying he'll finish him off as soon as they arrive. But with a smile, Ye gets a notification that his skills have recharged. He then draws his weapon, revealing this was the perfect moment to strike. Turning upside down, he aims at his opponent, saying he can't dodge now. With a cry of rage, the enemy glares at him, powerless to defend himself. Shortly after, the system displays the huge damage buff Ye has activated again. The energy blast then hits the pillar of light, transporting them dead on. Re-equipping his gear, Ye charges through the shards, ready for the final blow. The enemy is then completely swallowed by the debris of the energy pillar. Cracking completely, the light structure begins to disintegrate in mid-air. Finally, the pillar shatters, turning into thousands of pieces in the sky. Amidst the debris of the light pillar, Yi begins to free fall from the sky. Meanwhile, the energy shards crash to the ground right in front of the two allies watching the scene. Landing on the ground, Yi realizes he hasn't received the victory notification yet. On the other side, the enemy emerges from the smoke, saying he almost died but was saved by his high health. With his health now recovered, Ye faces his adversary, who still has 45 million HP. With a mocking smile, the enemy asks if he has any more tricks up his sleeve. But suddenly, one of the allies attacks the enemy from behind with an energy slash. Taking advantage of the distraction, his partner sends a wave of energy across the ground. With a quick move, the blue-haired one catches a dagger thrown his way. Then, he charges full speed at the enemy, vowing not to miss this time. Forced to retreat, the opponent dodges the attack but ends up cornered. At that, he turns and taunts the ally, doubting he has what it takes to kill him. His body shrouded in red energy, he prepares for a direct confrontation, but Ye extends his hand and uses his ability again to restrict his opponent's weapons. Instantly, a notification warns that, as a consequence, his own blessing has been banned for 2 minutes. With his hand outstretched, he knows that if this last gamble doesn't work, they will all die. With a smile, the ally praises Ye's support skill. Seeing this, the enemy becomes enraged, realizing he's fallen into a trap. With a vertical slash, the blue-haired ally finishes the opponent once and for all. The attack then shoots into the sky, erupting into a massive explosion of energy. His eyes glowing, the enemy screams in pain as he is completely disintegrated. Shortly after, a notification confirms his death and Ye's power gain. Celebrating the victory, he clenches his fists, happy they succeeded. Holding his sword, the blue-haired one prepares for the next step. On the ground, the enemy's body dissolves into particles of light, vanishing completely. Turning his back, he walks away, trying to look cool after the battle. Next, he raises his index finger, getting ready for a celebration. Pointing to the sky, he shouts that he's number one, the strongest of them all. With his arms raised, he brags about defeating the enemy in a single blow, but Ye stares at him with an expression that clearly shows he's not enjoying the scene. In the middle of the celebration, he warns him, saying something is wrong with the enemy's body. Hearing the warning, the blue-haired one looks back, completely surprised. At the same moment, Ye also notices the strange movement on the battlefield. Before them, the leftover energy from the enemy's body begins to gather again. Then, the mass of light expands, taking the form of a giant energy sphere. As the dust settles, calm returns to the now destroyed battlefield. Walking through the area, Ye regroups with his two new allies. The one with blonde hair and a noble air begins to speak with Ye. Ye explains the situation, saying that since the enemy teleported, it will take a while for them to return. Walking through the structure, the blue-haired one praises how quickly they arrived. Responding humbly, Ye says it was just a matter of luck. Then the blue-haired man asks him to try activating the gate in the center of the room. Handing him a key, the blonde partner asks which one he should use. Suddenly, the key in Ye's hand begins to glow, leaving him completely surprised. Wide-eyed, his two allies are also shocked by the object's reaction. Next, the key flies from his hand and fits perfectly into the center of the portal. A notification then confirms that the key was accepted and Ye's power has increased. At the same moment, the central platform opens, revealing a secret passage. They look at each other, preparing for whatever comes next. Before the dark passage, the two prepare to descend. Looking into the hole, they wonder where the secret room leads. Then, they both jump together, diving into the portal's darkness. In the middle of the fall, a bright light begins to shine at the bottom of the tunnel. Landing on a platform, they find themselves before a swirling energy portal. A notification then confirms that the control center dungeon has been activated. Shocked, Ye realizes he has finally reached his true destination. Looking up, he wonders what the energy dome above them is. Lying on the floor, he sees a giant eye-shaped structure high above. In front of the portal, the blonde ally says they can change the dungeon's entry rule. With no other option, the two agree to enter the secret passage together. Taking a step forward, Ye prepares to enter the energy portal. Walking side by side, they cross through the passage, heading into the unknown. Halfway through, they are enveloped by a light and some air bubbles. Floating in the water, they finally reach the other side of the portal. Submerged in water, an air bubble splits in two and slowly rises. Suddenly, one of the bubbles pops, dissolving completely in the water. Then, the remaining bubbles begin to clump together, forming a mass. Rising toward the surface, the bubble continues its lonely path. But halfway there, the shadow of a huge fish emerges from the depths. In a swift move, the fish leaps and pops the bubble with a single bite. With only one remaining, the last bubble continues to float slowly upward. Alone in the vast blue, it seems to be getting closer to its destination. Reaching the surface, the small bubble finally meets the sunlight. Floating for a moment, it reflects the vastness of the blue sky. But soon after, it also pops, vanishing on the water's surface. As the view of the sky distorts, the scene ends enigmatically. Back in the present, Ye stares into the void, confused by what he just saw. Standing amidst a golden energy, he tries to understand the meaning of that cutscene. With a serious expression, he turns his head to the side, ready for whatever comes next. Arriving at the control center, Ye finds himself alone and wonders where his allies have gone. Immediately after, a notification screen appears before him, taking him completely by surprise. Reading the messages, he discovers he's gained a special title with the authority to activate the world's digitalization. Completely shocked, he realizes he now holds the power to cause the descent of the Yuan world. At that moment, a private message arrives, explaining that his ally was expelled from the dungeon for lack of power. Finally, after so much effort, Liu Ye stands before his ultimate goal. Feeling a new strength course through his body, he confirms he has obtained the authority. In the same instant, he slowly turns his head, processing what has happened. Soon after, a confident smile appears on his face, as he can now change his destiny. The scene cuts to the manifestation of the authority he just received. With the weight of responsibility, he brings a hand to his face, overwhelmed by emotion. But regaining his composure, he reveals a look of pure determination, ready to act. Then a panel appears before him, revealing the details of his new ability. Floating in the void, he realizes he has the power to stop that world from invading reality. At this, he clenches his fist tightly as notifications begin to pour in. Receiving messages from allies and a system warning, he is faced with a choice. Without a second's hesitation, he reaches a finger toward the screen, determined to say goodbye to that world. Confirming his choice, his finger touches the interface and activates the exit command. Immediately, the power structure begins to unravel with his departure. With a final flash of light, his consciousness is completely disconnected from the game. Back in the real world, Liu Ye's consciousness slowly returns. Opening his eyes, he finds himself lying in his bed, holding his glasses. Then, he sits on the edge of the bed, still processing recent events. Slipping on his sandals, he stands up and begins to walk around the room. Heading toward the balcony, he finds a staircase leading to the roof. Climbing the steps, he reaches the top of the building, with the city before him. Up there, he stops and observes the nightscape, reflecting on what he has done. At that moment, he recalls the terrible vision of a destroyed and abandoned city. It showed silent streets and ruined buildings everywhere in that dark future. Amidst the rubble, he recalls the scene of two skeletons embracing on the ground. He also remembers finding another couple in the same tragic situation. Near them, a diary on the ground told the story of humanity's final days. Returning to the present, a determined smile appears as he clenches his fists. Overcome with emotion, he shouts with all his might, celebrating his great victory. Immediately after, he jumps for joy, having finally managed to change that destiny. As a new day dawns, the city awakens to a calm morning routine. Meanwhile, urban life bustles on, with commercial buildings full of people. Walking through the park, a mother and her son enjoy the day together, smiling. In another corner, a loving couple shares a special moment reading together. Remembering he stopped the Yuan world from descending, he knows he protected these moments. With a victorious smile, he celebrates having ensured that everyone could live normal lives. Ecstatic with his success, he raises his arms to the sky in a gesture of pure euphoria. His cry of joy echoes through the night, across the city's buildings. But suddenly, a strange humming sound cuts through the silence, stirring the night sky. Soon after, while he is still celebrating, the sky darkens completely and the stars disappear. Far away, in the middle of the ocean, an even greater anomaly begins to manifest. Sailing peacefully, a cruise ship follows its route, oblivious to what is happening, until the scene pulls back, revealing the ship is before a colossal barrier surrounding the world. Changing scenes, the camera focuses on a tall building where a single light is on. Inside the room, a mysterious man with purple hair is sitting at his desk, setting his glasses on the table. He seems frustrated about something. Then he stands up from his chair, revealing an imposing posture. Soon after, he walks toward the window, looking out over the city from above. Standing there, he raises his hands and prepares to crack his fingers in a strange way. With a quick movement, he breaks his own finger to relieve his pent-up anger. Feeling a sharp pain, he clenches his jaw and breaks into a cold sweat from the impact. But moments later, he snaps his finger back into place with a dry crack. Completely composed, he turns back to the window, now calmer and more focused. Taking out his phone, he calls someone and reports that his mission failed because of Ye. Next, he makes another call to one of his subordinates, asking for urgent information. Filled with hatred, he swears he will find and finish Liu Ye in the real world. The next morning, the scene shifts to a large office building during the day. Inside, someone is sitting at an office desk, drumming their fingers. It's a blonde-haired man, waiting with a relaxed posture. Continuing to drum his fingers on the desk, he shows a clear sign of impatience. Just then, the door opens and one of his subordinates enters the room. Jumping up abruptly, he questions the newcomer about Ye's whereabouts, but the man simply shakes his head, indicating they haven't found him. Sitting back down, he wonders why Ye went offline at such a crucial moment. Grabbing his hair in despair, he worries about the little time he has left. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, life goes on as usual near a river. Stopping his run suddenly, Liu Ye leaves two girls behind, who ask him to wait up. With a victorious air, he turns around and teases the two about their pace. With a smirk, he invites them for another round of running. Completely exhausted, the two bend over, resting their hands on their knees to catch their breath. Unable to take it anymore, one of them runs to him and grabs his arm, admitting defeat. Watching the scene, the other girl smiles, happy to finally be able to rest. Amused by the situation, Liu Ye laughs at his friend's desperation. Changing scenes, the group finds a gazebo to rest for a bit. Sitting on the steps, the three of them finally catch their breath and drink some water. Enjoying the calm scenery of the river, they watch the mountains in the distance. Just then, a small plant growing in a crack on the ground catches their attention. With a smile on his face, Liu Ye feels completely relaxed for the first time. Thinking back on everything he's been through, he realizes he hasn't felt this peaceful in 3 years. Seeing an old man playing with a child, the brown-haired girl asks a question. Hearing her question about the future, he looks at her with a thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, she watches him intently, waiting for an answer. With a gentle gesture, he ruffles her hair and reassures her with a promise. But with a mischievous look, she puts a finger to her lips and adds a condition. Right after, she whispers something to her friend, leaving Liu Ye completely surprised. Completely embarrassed, the pink-haired girl's face turns red. Then her friend starts laughing and threatens to tickle her, and she begs her to stop. Playing on the steps, the three of them have fun under the gaze of other people. Watching his friends, he realizes how they always draw a lot of attention wherever they go. Suddenly, a dark memory surfaces in his mind of two threatening figures cornering him and a girl. Shaking his head, he pushes the bad thought away, convinced it won't happen again. With a clenched fist, he fills with determination to build a safe future and a better life. Looking again at the grandfather and grandson, he allows himself to dream of a peaceful future with the ones he loves. But in the blink of an eye, a beam of energy pierces through both of them, catching everyone by surprise. His face frozen in horror, he can't believe what he just saw. Immediately, they both fall lifeless to the ground in front of everyone's eyes. All around, people stare at the scene in terror, not understanding where the attack came from. Lying on the ground, the boy still has a faint smile on his face, despite everything. As panic sets in, everyone wonders what just happened. Moving across the floor, the beam of energy reveals itself to be a strange plant. As he turns his head, Liu Ye senses the danger and immediately goes on alert. Suddenly, the plant grows uncontrollably, climbing the stairs at high speed. Confused, he wonders how this mutant plant could be here when Yuan's world hasn't descended yet. Without warning, a giant leaf lunges toward him, aiming for a direct hit, but one of his friends pushes him out of the way just in time. Regaining his balance, he plants his feet firmly on the ground to keep from falling. Seeing this, he freezes in shock for a moment, unable to believe the plant's speed. The plant then switches targets, attacking the girl who just saved him. The other friend quickly rushes over to help her companion, who was grazed by the attack. Seizing the opportunity, the plant wraps itself around Liu Ye's arm, immobilizing him. Analyzing the situation, he realizes he needs to stop the leaf's movement to neutralize it. Using his towel, he traps the plant in a tight knot, halting its attack. He then turns, using his weight to halt the creature's advance. Pulling with all his might, he finally stops the plant, rendering it motionless. Grunting with effort, he holds the plant with the towel, using every ounce of his strength. Dodging its movements, he keeps the creature trapped to avoid more attacks. He then stomps hard on the base of the leaf, pinning it to the ground. Pulling with determination, he tries to rip the mutant plant out by the roots. With immense effort, he manages to drag the creature away from the hole in the floor. Turning his face, he shouts that he can't hold on much longer and that they need to destroy the root. He then yells for help to the onlookers, warning them of the imminent danger, but they all remain paralyzed by fear, too scared to get closer and help. Seeing everyone's hesitation, the pink-haired girl advances towards the plant's root. Meanwhile, the other girl remains lying on the steps, still recovering from the blow. Getting close, the pink-haired girl lifts a heavy rock above her head. With a shout, she throws the rock with all her might against the base of the plant. Seeing what she's doing, he turns and yells her name as a warning. Inspired by her courage, one of the men in the crowd starts to encourage the others to help. Hearing the call, the people finally react and realize they can fight together. Encouraging the others, the man shouts for everyone to grab something and attack the plant's root. Soon after, a crowd of people runs towards the gazebo, ready to help. They attack relentlessly, striking the creature's base until it's completely destroyed. The moment the plant is defeated, it dissolves into particles of light and disappears. Letting out a sigh of relief, Liu Ye unwraps the towel, finally celebrating the end of the fight. The scene changes to the front of the city hospital where the injured girl was taken. In the hospital room, the pink-haired girl explains the situation while her friend rests in bed. With a serious expression, Liu Ye hears that her condition is serious and her recovery is uncertain. Then, beside the bed, he begins to wonder why the mutant plants appeared when Yuan's world hasn't descended. Clenching his fist tightly, he remembers that in the original timeline, everything was supposed to happen differently. Remembering the warning he received, he begins to suspect that the plants didn't come from Yuan's world. With a new lead in mind, he turns to the pink-haired girl and asks her to take care of her friend. As he walks away, he promises he has a way to save her and that he needs to find out what's going on. Turning one last time, his determined gaze reveals he will do whatever it takes to find the truth. Meanwhile, in another part of the hospital, 3 men complain that nobody believes their warnings. Gathered in the hospital hallway, one of them despairs, having no proof of what happened. Frustrated, he stands up and says they need to make people believe, but he doesn't know how. At that exact moment, a strange interference occurs, suddenly affecting the minds of all 3. A moment later, they are confused and can't remember what they were discussing. The scene cuts to Yuan's world, where a bridge of light floats beyond the dimension. Just then, a mysterious figure appears in the middle of the bridge, waiting for someone. Back in the game, Liu Ye reappears in his tech suit, ready to solve the mystery. Instantly, several notifications pop up in front of him, grabbing his attention. Reading the messages, he discovers that the leader of the Blazing Fire clan is desperately looking for him. The scene shifts to a frozen landscape, where the clan leader is waiting. Pacing back and forth, Blazing Fire shows he's extremely irritated by the situation. With a look of pure frustration, he continues to wait for any news from Liu Ye. Suddenly, A message alert pops up before him, breaking his concentration. Reading the message, he finally gets a response from Ye, who sets a condition. Surprised and relieved, he celebrates the fact that Liu Ye is finally online. Soon after, the two begin to negotiate, with Ye refusing to back down and demanding to know everything. Thinking about how to proceed, Blazing Fire decides he needs to show the gravity of the situation. So he sends some images, showing the strange borders that have appeared in the world. Next, he sends a photo of a giant creature that was seen beyond these barriers. To top it off, he sends a satellite photo, revealing that space is now just a dark void. Shocked by the revelation, Liu Ye can't believe what he's reading. Continuing his explanation, he details that the world faces two dangers: disappearing continents and emerging mutant plants. Processing everything, Liu Ye questions how no one noticed an entire continent suddenly disappearing. Noticing his confusion, Blazing Fire deduces that Ye has never had contact with the Earth's shadow. He then reveals that people forget the crises they witness, unless they interact with this entity. Still in disbelief, Ye asks how anyone could forget something so shocking. With his hand on his head, he starts to wonder if he himself has also forgotten something. Explaining the origin of it all, Blazing Fire tells him about three mysterious figures who started the crisis. Hearing the question about why they don't use the world's strongest weapons, Blazing Fire is left speechless. Looking up, he seems tired of having to explain the obvious. With a sigh, he reveals that the weapons are useless against figures stronger than apocalypse-level monsters. Impressed, he asks if the three are really that strong, while Blazing Fire demands to know what the authority is. With a serious expression, he finally reveals that the authority activates digitization, giving powers to all players. Shocked, Blazing Fire understands this will create an army of superhumans to fight the figures. Begging him to activate the digitization, Blazing Fire says it will benefit everyone. Observing the panel floating in front of him, he rereads the details of his ability. With his arms crossed, he thinks carefully about the next steps he needs to take. Then, a system notification appears, asking him to confirm the activation. Extending his hand toward the screen, he prepares to make his decision. But at the last second, he stops and pulls his finger back, still having doubts. Right after, he clenches his fist tightly, frustration taking over. Gritting his teeth, he glares at the panel, annoyed by the complexity of the situation. Remembering his injured friend in the hospital, he finds new motivation. Realizing he was naive, he understands he needs to stick to his original plan to protect everyone. Without further hesitation, he presses the panel and decides to create a new future with his own hands. But a new notification reveals he only has 57% of the authority, which isn't enough. Analyzing the details, he sees he needs at least 60% to activate the level up function. Understanding that the level up function is the key to everything, he realizes he just needs a little more. With a determined look, he deduces that the remaining power can only be in the madness area. Trying to leave, a notification stops him, saying he can't exit without activating the digitization. Frustrated, he wonders how he's going to get more computing power if he's trapped in here. Upon realizing that Blazing Fire also has this power, he gets an idea. Without a second thought, he sends a message and asks for his computing power. With Ye's revelation, he understands that by combining their powers, they can activate all the functions. Calculating the numbers, Ye finds that they would total 90%, which is enough for the plan. With the confirmation, he asks if there's another way, and Blazing Fire suggests that Ye kill him. Putting a hand on his head, he faces a dilemma, as he can't leave and he can't kill the clan leader. Alone in the middle of nowhere, he despairs, not knowing what to do to solve the situation. Suddenly, the sound of a bell echoes through the place, coming from an unknown source. Surprised, he recognizes the sound of the Eastern Emperor's bell, which came from outside. Soon after, he hears a familiar voice in his mind and recognizes it as Ju Yin. Getting an idea, he asks Ju Yin if she can kill Blazing Fire and take the power for him. Excited, he confirms that it's possible and celebrates the solution to his problem. Meanwhile, Ye sends a message to Blazing Fire, explaining the consequences of dying there. Reflecting on the proposal, Blazing Fire remains silent, weighing the risks and benefits. With a smile on his face, Blazing Fire accepts the sacrifice, as this is everyone's only chance. Looking up confidently, he challenges the idea that a level 1 will be weak and tells Ye to go ahead. A moment later, a notification confirms that Ju Yin has carried out the order, increasing Ye's power to 90%. Instantly, another notification appears, revealing he gained another 10% for being the last player in the location. With that, he reaches 100% power and activates a secret function of the Torchbearer. Immediately, Immediately, the countdown to digitization begins, with only 1 minute left until the great change. Realizing the new rule, he understands he'll have to face the descent of Yuan's world as a mere level 1. Exhausted, he sits on the ground, wondering how he'll survive the start of the game when he needs special experience. He then clutches his head, desperate over this twist of fate that has left him discouraged. Thinking of his friend, he realizes he can count on her help for a while once the digitalization happens. Soon after, he gets up and starts connecting the dots about the computing power and the mysterious figures. With a focused gaze, he deduces that their power source can only be in his private territory. Back on the Golden Bridge, he's still isolated, with no way to leave. Suddenly, a crack appears in the sky, shattering the dimensional barrier with a snap. Crossing the dimensional rift, Ju-yin appears in her spirit serpent form and flies toward him. Seeing that, he is shocked by the power needed to break such a strong restriction. Then, standing in front of him, she hands him something as he asks how she managed to get there. Immediately, a strange energy begins to swirl and condense right in front of him. Soon after, the energy transforms into a small seed that floats gently into his hand. Looking into his eyes, she explains that the seed will grow with his experience and will allow her to help him in the future. With the seed in hand, he asks why she can't just go with him now. Explaining the situation, Ju-yin reveals that she recovered part of her memories and powers after evolving. Surprised by the revelation, he questions how her memory could have information about his world. Hearing her story, he's shocked to learn that the world of Yuan was saved by a couple. Arms crossed, he regrets that she can't come along, but is content with being able to summon her later. So he takes the opportunity and asks to take the bell of the East Emperor with him. Staring at him in silence, Ju-yin seems to ponder the request, analyzing the situation. With an innocent smile, he tries to convince her, saying the bell would be a great help. Overjoyed, he thanks her, and she says she'll also give him another useful item she found. Showing him the sealing orb, she explains that he can seal his level into a weapon. Excited, he realizes this item is exactly what he needs to overcome the beginning of the game. With a confident smile, he prepares to put his plan into action. Turning away, he says his goodbyes, ready to face the coming challenges. Attentively, Ju-yin watches his every move, waiting for his next step. Then, he turns around and prepares to thank her formally. Bowing as a sign of respect, he thanks her for all the help she's given him. With a nod, Ju-yin says goodbye and wishes him good luck on the journey ahead. Meanwhile, the countdown continues, with only 5 seconds remaining. In the real world, people lying in their beds begin to feel a strange change. Sitting in his room, a boy is also affected by the spreading energy. Even an elderly man resting in his armchair doesn't escape the wave of power. At the hospital, the injured girl also feels the energy, and her eyes flash for a moment. Then, a notification announces that all players will be disconnected in 3 seconds. Back in the real world, life goes on as normal, with a happy family strolling in the park. Elsewhere, a couple enjoys a moment of affection and laughter together. 2 friends play on a bridge, celebrating the joy of being alive. Meanwhile, 2 friends chat and laugh, sharing secrets and confidences. Suddenly, the sky begins to darken, signaling that something is about to happen. Soon after, a giant crack cuts across the sky, shattering the barrier of reality. All these peaceful moments are interrupted when the descent of Yuan's world finally begins. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Liu Ye wakes up in the real world, ready to face the new era. Slowly opening his hand, he prepares to use the items he obtained in the game. Soon after, the bell of the East Emperor and the sealing orb appear in his hand, floating in the air. As he realizes what he needs to do, a determined look appears on his face. Without wasting time, he brings his hand to his chest, beginning the fusion with the items.